What's up, guys? Welcome to Magic Bloodline. We've got something special today. What if Harry was rescued by the Flamels at age 3 and mastered alchemy before entering Hogwarts? Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's dive in. Chapter 1, The Tracking Charm. The charm was older than most countries. Perenelle Flamel had cast it in 1439, during a winter that killed half of Pontoise and left the other half eating bark soup and praying to saints who weren't listening. She'd been 43 years old and had just watched a magical child, a boy named Etienne, 7 years old, accidental magic blazing out of him like a lit torch in a hay barn, get drowned in the village well by men who thought he was cursed. She'd cast the charm that same night, kneeling in the frozen mud beside the well, her hands shaking with grief and fury in equal measure. It was a locating charm tied to a detection matrix, keyed to the specific magical signature of a child in distress, not just any magical distress, but the kind that came with suffering. Fear. Abandonment. A child whose magic was screaming because there was no one around who understood it. In 545 years, it had never fired. Until November 2, 1984, at 11 minutes past 2 in the morning, when Perenelle Flamel sat bolt upright in the four-poster bed of their Devon cottage, grabbed Nicolas's arm hard enough to leave a bruise, and said, "Get your coat." Nicolas was 674 years old and had been asleep for approximately 20 minutes after a 17-hour transmutation experiment. He was not pleased. Nellie, the charm fired. She was already out of bed, pulling on her dressing gown, her silver hair loose around her shoulders. The locating charm. From 1439. That woke him up. He sat up in the dark, and even in the darkness she could see the change in his face, the sharpening, the old intelligence clicking into place like tumblers in a lock. Where? Surrey. She was already at the wardrobe. A place called Little Whinging. Surrey, Nicolas repeated, in the tone of a man who had seen the Black Death and the 100 Years' War and the fall of 3 separate empires and was nonetheless surprised by Surrey. What would a child in distress be doing in Surrey at 2 in the morning? I don't know. That's why we're going. He was already reaching for his coat. They apparat to the end of a street called Privet Drive because Perenelle's locating charm pulled like a fishhook behind her sternum, and the pull got stronger as they walked down the pavement in the November dark. The houses were identical in the way of English suburban streets, same brick, same rooflines, same dead flower beds, and they were all dark except for one, where a light was burning on the ground floor, and voices were raised behind the double-glazed windows. Perenelle walked faster. The charm was burning now, a bright hot pull in her chest, and she turned onto the front path of number 4 without any hesitation at all, because the sensation was pointing here, at this door, at this ordinary house with its carefully edged lawn and its perfectly maintained hedge and she stopped. There was a bundle on the doorstep. Not a bundle. She was trying to make it something easier than it was, and it didn't work, because a bundle didn't have a tuft of black hair sticking up over a hand-knitted blanket, and a bundle didn't have a small round fist curled against a chubby cheek, and a bundle didn't have a lightning bolt scar standing out red and raw against a forehead that was furrowed, even in sleep, with something that looked too much like worry for a face that small. "Nicolas," she said, and her voice came out strange. He was already beside her, already crouching down, already reading the letter that had been tucked under the edge of the blanket. She watched his face as he read it, watched the initial professional calm give way to something more complicated, something that moved through the planes of his ancient face like weather moving across a landscape. He handed her the letter without speaking. To the occupants of number 4, Privet Drive, it began, in a handwriting she recognized immediately. She'd seen that handwriting on official ministry correspondence for 70 years. "This child is Harry James Potter, son of James Potter and Lily Evans Potter, who were killed last night by he who must not be named. Harry is your nephew, Petunia, and your responsibility under the terms of blood protection magic that will keep him, and you, safe for as long as he calls this house his home. I know this is a shock. I know it is a great deal to ask. But the wizarding world needs this child protected, and there is no safer place. He needs only an ordinary childhood. He will be collected for Hogwarts when he turns 11. I am sorry for your loss. I am sorry for the imposition. There is greatness in this boy, and the world needs him whole. Albus Dumbledore. Perenelle read it twice. Then she folded it with great precision and tucked it into the pocket of her dressing gown. The light inside number 4 was still on. She could hear the voices more clearly now, a man's, heavy and irritable, and a woman's, pitched higher, both of them sharp-edged with the particular quality of people who were doing the mental arithmetic of an inconvenience and didn't like the sum. But who'll see him? What will the neighbors think? We can't just. There's no room. He can go to the orphanage, surely, isn't there a... She looked at the child on the doorstep. He was not asleep, she realized. He was very still in the way of small creatures that have learned stillness as a defense. His eyes, enormous, very green, fringed with dark lashes, were open a crack, and they were watching her with an expression that had no business being on the face of a 3-year-old. It was the expression of someone who was waiting to see which way the world would fall. Perenelle Flamel had been waiting 545 years for this charm to fire. She had cast it because of Etienne, who had been 7 years old and had not been saved, and she had carried him with her for every one of those 500 years, the weight of not arriving in time, the specific grief of almost. She reached down and picked Harry Potter up off the doorstep. He was heavier than she expected and lighter than she feared. He didn't cry. He looked at her face with those grave green eyes, and he reached up, with one small hand, and touched her cheek, curious, careful, the way children touch things they're not sure about yet. "Hello," she said. He studied her for a moment longer. Then, apparently satisfied with whatever he found in her face, he tucked his head under her chin with a small sigh and went genuinely to sleep. Nicolas was standing behind her. She didn't look at him. "The letter," he said quietly. "I know. Dumbledore had reasons. Blood magic is, I know." She did know. She understood the mechanics of the charm Dumbledore had designed, the way blood protection worked, the way love crystallized into magical architecture that no dark wizard could break. She understood it because she and Nicolas had spent 3 centuries studying the fundamental properties of love as a magical force, and it was profound, extraordinary work, and she respected it entirely. She also knew what the voices inside number 4 sounded like, and she knew what the face of a child who had learned to be very still looked like, and she knew that the charm on her chest had fired because this boy had been here less than 4 hours. "He'll be angry," Nicolas said. "He can be as angry as he likes. The blood protection, we can replicate it." She turned to face him then, Harry warm and solid against her shoulder, and she said it the way she said things when she'd already decided, quiet, clear, no room for argument. "It will take time, but we can replicate it. We've worked with far more complex magic than blood ward architecture. We built the Philosopher's Stone, Nicolas. We can build this." Nicolas Flamel looked at his wife of 620 years. He looked at the boy in her arms. He looked at the house where the light was still on, where the voices had gone quiet in the way of people who were hoping the problem would solve itself if they waited long enough. Then he reached out and tugged the knitted blanket more securely around Harry's shoulders. "We'll need to leave a note," he said. "For Petunia. And we should owl Dumbledore before he notices the boy is gone. He'll panic." "Let him panic for an hour," Perenelle said. "It'll be good for him." Nicolas made a sound that was not quite a laugh but was adjacent to one. Then they walked back down the path of number 4, Privet Drive, and turned the corner, and were gone. They told Dumbledore via owl at 3:30. The owl came back 45 minutes later with a letter that managed, in Dumbledore's way, to be simultaneously furious and disappointed and eloquent, which was an impressive trick. He used phrases like "blood ward architecture is not replicated in a laboratory and the protections I have designed are irreplaceable, and I must insist, Perenelle, that you reconsider," and finished with a postscript that read, "I am coming to Devon in the morning and I would appreciate it if you would be awake." Nicolas read the postscript and said, dryly, "He's going to be terrifying." He's going to try, Perenelle said. She was sitting in the kitchen with Harry on her lap, and Harry was eating a piece of toast with the focused concentration of someone who had recently discovered that toast existed and found it extremely interesting. He'd been awake for an hour, during which time he had explored the kitchen with methodical thoroughness, located the cat, a large ginger tom named Arsenius, who was 300 years old in cat terms and deeply unimpressed by most things, and who had sniffed Harry's forehead and then sat down beside him with a purposeful air that suggested a decision had been made, found the cabinet where Nicholas kept his notes on the prima materia experiments and pulled out 17 scrolls, and said his first words to them, which were not mama or dada or any of the standard vocabulary but were instead, very clearly, and with great seriousness, "What's that?" pointing at the alchemical seal on the cover of Nicholas's journal. That, Nicholas had said, recovering admirably, is the Ouroboros. The serpent devouring its own tail. It means that everything cycles, beginning to end and back to beginning again. Harry had studied the seal for a long moment. Then he'd pointed at it again and said, again, which Nicholas had interpreted, correctly, as explain it again but with more detail. He'd spent 40 minutes explaining the philosophical underpinnings of alchemical symbolism to a 3-year-old, and at the end of it Harry had pointed at the Ouroboros and said, with tremendous satisfaction, snake eating, and Nicholas had laughed for the first time in what felt like years. Now it was nearly 4 in the morning and Perenelle was watching Harry eat toast and thinking about Dumbledore's letter, and more specifically about the line that said the boy who lived needs to grow up knowing what he is and what the shape of that sentence revealed about what Dumbledore imagined that knowledge would do to him. She'd been watching powerful people manage other people through the careful rationing of self-knowledge for 6 centuries. She recognized the architecture of it. She didn't hate Dumbledore for it, she understood that he believed, genuinely and completely, that what he was doing was right. That was almost the problem. People who believed completely were the hardest to argue with. Harry looked up at her from his toast, and she saw it again, that green-eyed attention, that small grave face, the quality of noticing. He was reading her expression the way a child reads weather, and he was too young to be doing it this well, which meant he'd been doing it for a while, which meant he'd needed to. "It's all right," she told him, which was not strictly true yet but was going to be. He looked at her for another moment. Then he held out a piece of toast. She took it. She ate it. Something in her chest settled. "Thank you," she said. He smiled, brief, bright, like sunlight through a crack, and went back to his toast. Dumbledore arrived at 9 in the morning, as warned, and he was every inch the headmaster of Hogwarts and the leader of the Order of the Phoenix and the only wizard Voldemort had ever feared, which was to say he was tall and silver-bearded and radiating the particular gravity of a man accustomed to being the most significant person in any room. He was shown into the kitchen by Nicholas, who had clearly been awake all night and was nonetheless perfectly composed, because Nicolas Flamel had lived through the 100 Years' War and a man who hadn't slept wasn't going to rattle him. Perenelle was at the kitchen table with a cup of tea and a 3-year-old who was currently attempting to climb the bookshelf beside the fireplace. Dumbledore took all of this in. He looked at Harry, who had reached the 3rd shelf, which contained Nicholas's early alchemical texts, and who turned to look at the visitor with a calm, appraising gaze, and he was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Perenelle." "Albus," she said pleasantly. "Tea." Yes, thank you." He sat down, which she hadn't expected. She'd expected him to stand, to make use of the height. He sat down in the chair across from her and he looked very old, suddenly, and very tired, and she remembered, it was easy to forget, with a man like Dumbledore, that he had also, last night, lost 2 people he loved. "He's taking to you," he said, looking at Harry. "He's a remarkable child," she said. "Yes." Dumbledore's voice was quiet. "He is." He wrapped both hands around the mug of tea Nicholas had set in front of him and looked at it for a moment. "The blood ward magic I designed, is based on the principle of sacrificial love as a magical anchor," Perenelle said. "Lily Potter died to protect her son, and the protection embedded itself in his blood. The ward activates because Lily's sister shares that blood, the magic reads her as family, the house as sanctuary, and extends the protection to cover everyone within. She set down her own mug. Yes, Albus, I know. We've read your papers. We've read around your papers, because you published the theoretical framework in '71 under a pseudonym, which was clever, but your prose style is distinctive. Dumbledore blinked. It was, she thought, probably the first time he'd been caught in 20 years. Replicate it, he said, after a moment. Not a question. Not identically. But functionally equivalent, and in some respects superior. She leaned forward. Albus. The anchor magic is love crystallized. Do you know how many centuries Nicolas and I have spent studying love as a magical force? It's the foundation of everything we've built. We understand it in ways that will take most researchers another 400 years to reach. She held his gaze. We can protect him. And we can do it without requiring him to call a place home that has already. She stopped. She looked at Harry, who had successfully reached the fourth shelf and was now sitting cross-legged on it with a book twice his size across his lap, turning pages with methodical interest. Dumbledore looked too. He needs to grow up understanding who he is, Dumbledore said, but the certainty in his voice had developed a fracture. He will, Nicolas said, from where he was leaning against the kitchen doorway with his tea. He'll grow up understanding who he is in every context that matters, the wizarding world, its history, what happened to his parents, what he survived, all of it. We won't hide any of that from him. He met Dumbledore's gaze steadily. What he won't grow up doing is sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs. The words landed in the kitchen like a stone in still water. Dumbledore went very still. We don't know that, he said carefully. We were there last night, Perenelle said. We heard Petunia Dursley's voice through the window, and we know what it sounded like, and you know it too, because you know Petunia Dursley and you know who she is to people like us. She met his eyes directly. He was on the doorstep, Albus. Not yet inside. Just, on the doorstep, in November, and my charm was already screaming. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Harry climbed down from the fourth shelf with the book under his arm, crossed the kitchen, and climbed onto the chair beside Perenelle with the focused effort of a mountaineer. He installed himself, opened the book, which was Nicholas's commentaries on the emerald tablet, written in Latin, and pointed at a diagram. He looked up at Perenelle. What's that? He said. That, she said, is an alchemical furnace. We call it an athanor. It keeps a fire burning at a constant temperature so that the work inside isn't disturbed. He studied the diagram with furrowed concentration. Then he looked up at Dumbledore, who was watching him, and said, with 3-year-old directness, Who are you? Dumbledore looked at the child for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was different than it had been, the grave certainty had given way to something more human and more complicated. I am a very old man, he said, who is trying to make good decisions in difficult circumstances, and not always succeeding. Harry considered this. Okay, he said, apparently satisfied, and went back to his diagram. Dumbledore picked up his tea. He drank it. He looked out the kitchen window at the Devon morning, grey and wet, silver light off the garden, frost on the grass. He looked at the walls, which were covered in Nicholas's diagrams and Perenelle's notation systems and, she saw, had acquired in the last few hours a new addition, a drawing in crayon, black and red, that was either a serpent eating its tail or a very optimistic caterpillar, tacked at small person height near the fireplace. The blood ward protections, he said finally. We'll have the framework in place within a fortnight, Perenelle said. I'd like you to review the theory when we're ready. 4 sets of eyes are better than 2, and you know more about Lily's original sacrifice than we do, the shape of it, the intent at the moment of casting. We'll need that detail. Dumbledore turned to look at her. He searched her face for a moment, and she let him, because she knew what he was looking for and she knew he'd find it, that she meant what she said, that this was an invitation rather than a dismissal, that she understood the weight of what he'd been trying to do even when she disagreed with how he'd done it. I'll need to speak with the Hogwarts governors, he said slowly. When the time comes. There are expectations, the boy's fame, the way the wizarding world sees him, he can't arrive at Hogwarts as a total unknown. The shock alone would be, the shock, Nicolas said, will be good for them. The corner of Dumbledore's mouth did something that was almost a smile. I see you formed opinions. We form very good opinions, Nicolas said. We've had time to practice. Dumbledore set down his mug. He stood. He looked at Harry one more time, Harry who was still frowning at the Athanor diagram, one finger tracing the lines of the furnace, utterly absorbed, and he said, very quietly, his parents were extraordinary people. Yes, Perenelle said. He will know that. And he'll know, Dumbledore paused. He should know, when he's ready, that there is a reason. For what happened to them. For what he survived. There's a shape to it that goes beyond tragedy. When he's ready, she agreed. Dumbledore nodded once. He put on his hat, extraordinary purple thing, very tall, and he turned for the door, and then he stopped, and without turning around, he said, take care of him, Perenelle. I always do, she said. I always have. He left. The kitchen went quiet except for the sound of Harry turning a page. Nicolas came to sit at the table. He and Perenelle looked at each other across it, the way people look at each other when something has shifted in the world and neither of them is quite sure yet what it means, but both of them understand that there's no going back. Well, Nicolas said. Well, she agreed. Harry looked up from the book. He looked at both of them with those grave green eyes, and then he pointed at the Athanor diagram again and said, with absolute conviction, I want to see the real one. Nicolas blinked. The real, you want to see the Athanor? Yes, Harry said. Nicolas looked at Perenelle. Perenelle looked at Nicolas. The crayon Ouroboros on the wall gazed at all of them with its cheerful red eye. He's 3 years old, Nicolas said. You started studying the great work at 12, Perenelle said. That's different, he's already reading your commentaries, she said. In Latin. He can't actually be reading it, what's prima materia? Harry said, still looking at the diagram. Nicolas opened his mouth. Closed it. It means, he said, slowly, leaning in, the way he always leaned in when a question was interesting enough to deserve his full attention, the first matter. The raw stuff of creation, before it becomes anything in particular. Every alchemist is looking for it. Some people think it's a physical substance. I think it's closer to a state, a potential. Harry looked up at him. Like before the toast is toast, he said. Nicolas was quiet for 3 seconds. Then he said, yes. Exactly like that. Before the wheat is flour, before the flour is dough, before the dough is bread, before the bread is toast, that possibility, that first moment, that's the prima materia. Harry nodded slowly, deeply satisfied. He turned another page. Nicolas looked at Perenelle with an expression she hadn't seen on his face in a very long time, something that was adjacent to wonder. He's going to be extraordinary, he said, very quietly. I know, she said. We're going to have to be careful. The world will want to use him. I know that too. And he's going to let it, unless he understands himself first. His own worth. Not the value they've assigned him. Perenelle looked at the child who was reading a 600-year-old text with the same focused ease with which other 3-year-olds looked at picture books, and she thought about Etienne at the bottom of the well, and about the voices through the window at number 4, and about the feel of Harry's small warm weight against her shoulder at 2 in the morning with the November dark all around. Then we'll make sure he does, she said. Before anyone else gets a chance to do it for him. The fortnight it took to construct the blood ward equivalent became 3 weeks, and then a month, and then 2 months, as Perenelle and Nicolas pulled apart the theoretical framework of sacrificial love magic and rebuilt it from the ground up, slower and more careful. Dumbledore came twice to review their work, and both times left looking thoughtful rather than objecting. The framework they built was different from his, instead of anchoring to a location and a blood relation, it anchored to a person, to Perenelle herself, using the same principle of crystallized love, 6 centuries of marriage and partnership compressed into something that functioned, magically speaking, as a kind of permanent protective field. More elegant, Nicholas thought privately. More honest about what it actually was. Harry spent both of Dumbledore's visits watching from the kitchen doorway with unnerving attention. When Dumbledore left the second time, Harry looked up at Perenelle and said, "He feels guilty." She'd stopped and looked at him. He was 4 now, 4 and a few months, and he'd been with them for nearly a year, and she was no longer surprised by the observations he made, startled, sometimes, but not surprised. "Why do you say that?" she asked. Harry thought about it seriously, the way he thought about everything. "His voice goes funny when he looks at me. Like when you accidentally break something and you can't fix it." Perenelle crouched down so she was at his eye level. "He feels responsible," she said. "For your parents. He thinks he should have been able to stop what happened to them." Harry absorbed this. Then he said, "Could he have?" "I don't know," she said, "because he was 4 and he deserved the truth." "Probably not. But feeling responsible and being responsible aren't always the same thing, and it can take a long time to see the difference." Harry nodded. He picked up a smooth stone from the floor, one of the 30-odd stones he'd collected from the garden over the past week and was apparently experimenting on, though he hadn't told them with what yet, and turned it over in his fingers, thinking. "Does he love me?" he said. "I think," she said carefully, "that he loves what you mean. What you represent. Whether that's the same as loving you, it might take him time to find out." Harry thought about this too. Then he set down the stone and looked at her with his father's face and his mother's eyes and said, "I think I like Nicholas and you better." She pulled him into a hug before she could stop herself, and he hugged her back with all 4 limbs the way small children do, completely, unself-consciously, as if the idea that she might not want it had never occurred to him. "That's all right," she managed, into his hair. "We like you better too." The garden of the Devon cottage was large and old and full of things that had been growing uninterrupted for a very long time. Nicholas had his laboratory in the north-facing wing of the house, with its stone floors and its athanors and its shelves of substances both mundane and arcane. Perenelle had her workroom on the upper floor, smaller, warmer, where she did the more delicate theoretical work and where the walls were covered, floor to ceiling, in carefully organized reference systems that predated the Dewey Decimal Classification by 400 years. Harry was given a bedroom that had been, in various previous incarnations, a guest room, a spare room, a room where Nicholas put things he wasn't sure where else to put, and a room where a very old telescope lived in the corner gathering dust. They cleared it out and painted it, let Harry choose the color. He chose blue, very specifically the blue of the Devon sky on clear mornings, and it took Perenelle 3 tries to get the shade right, and when she finally did he looked at it for a long time and then said yes, that one, with deep satisfaction. The telescope stayed. Harry liked it. Within a month of arriving he was using it to look at the night sky with an intensity that reminded Perenelle of nothing so much as Nicholas at the beginning of a new research direction, the hungry, focused, "I need to understand this" quality that preceded everything extraordinary Nicholas had ever produced. It was the telescope that led, indirectly, to the first piece of deliberate magic Harry ever did in their house. He was 4 and a half, and it was a cloudy night, and he'd been trying for an hour to see the constellation he'd been reading about, Draco, specifically, which he found pleasing because of the serpent imagery, and the clouds weren't moving, and his frustration had been building in the specific way of small people who encountered obstacles to things they really wanted. Perenelle had been watching from the doorway, not intervening, because she wanted to see what he'd do. What he did was look at the clouds with an expression of considerable severity, and then reach out one small hand toward the window, and say, very quietly, "Move." The clouds moved. Not a lot. Not dramatically. A slow and certain drifting, a gap opening in the overcast like a door swinging on a well-oiled hinge, and through it, Draco, clear and cold against the dark, exactly where Harry had been looking. He stood very still. Then he looked at his hand. Then at the window. Then at the sky. Then at his hand again, working through the sequence of events with methodical care. I did that, he said. It wasn't a question. Yes, Perenelle said, from the doorway. He turned to look at her. His face was doing several things at once, the wonder and the calculation and the specific joy of a puzzle piece finding its place, and under all of it was something more tentative, more careful, watching her for her reaction. Is that all right? He said. And there it was. The learned behavior, the old reflex, the 4.5-year-old checking whether his own extraordinary nature was an imposition. She walked into the room and sat down on the edge of his bed and looked at him directly. That, she said, was the most natural and correct thing you have ever done. Magic is yours, Harry. It's part of you. Of course it's all right. She paused. Was it frightening? He thought about it honestly. A little, he said. Because I didn't mean to. That will change, she said. That's what we're going to work on. Until it feels as easy as breathing. She met his eyes. You'll never have to be afraid of it. Not here. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he turned back to the telescope and found Draco in the gap he'd made in the clouds, and spent 20 minutes mapping the constellation with careful, happy concentration, and didn't check over his shoulder once. Nicolas began teaching him formally when he was 5. Not Hogwarts magic, not yet, not the wand work and the incantations, because that was a structure that would be built later, and you built structures on foundations, not on nothing. He taught him theory first. The fundamental mechanics of magical energy, how it moved, how it transformed, what it could and couldn't do, the basic conservation principles that governed every magical interaction. He taught him the history of alchemical thought, which was also the history of magical philosophy, which was also the history of every culture on Earth that had ever tried to make sense of the unseen world. Harry was a better student than Nicolas had ever been, which was deeply unfair and also deeply gratifying, because the things Nicolas had spent 20 years understanding, Harry grasped in months, not because he was smarter, exactly, but because he had better instincts for the shape of things, the way concepts related to each other, the underlying structure that linked disparate ideas. He learned Latin because the texts were in Latin. He learned French because Nicolas slipped into it when he was thinking fast and Harry got tired of missing the interesting parts. He learned Arabic from Perenelle, who had learned it in the 12th century and still thought in it when she was working on particularly complex theoretical problems. At 6, he managed his first intentional transfiguration, turning a leaf into a small smooth stone, clean and complete, no roughness at the edges. Nicolas took the stone and examined it under a magnifying glass for 5 minutes and then said, very quietly, the crystalline structure is perfect, with the awe of a man who had seen a lot of very good transfiguration work and was being surprised anyway. At 7, Harry asked to see the philosopher's stone. Nicolas and Perenelle discussed it that night after Harry was asleep. It was a delicate question. The stone was not, precisely, dangerous. It was a philosophical and alchemical achievement, not a weapon, but it was also the focus of a great deal of dangerous desire in the world, and they had been careful about keeping it secure, and introducing Harry to it changed the calculus of that security in ways that needed thinking through. In the morning, Nicolas brought Harry into the laboratory and showed him. The stone was smaller than Harry had expected, he'd said as much, and Nicolas had said that things of real significance often were, and it was red, deeply red, the color of garnets or of pomegranate seeds, sitting in a small iron box on a bed of dense cloth. Harry looked at it for a long time without touching it, which was the right instinct, and then he looked at Nicolas. It's complete, he said. The great work. This is what the prima materia becomes when it's fully realized. Yes, Nicolas said. How long did it take? Many years. He paused. Several lifetimes, in the ordinary measure. Harry absorbed this. And it makes things into gold. And the elixir? In a sense. The ability to transmute base metals into gold is a function of its completeness, its full realization. The elixir of life is a product of the same principle. Nicholas closed the box gently. But those aren't the point. Harry looked up. What is the point? Nicholas considered the question seriously, the way he always did when Harry asked something that deserved a serious answer. The point, he said, is the making of it. The understanding that the process requires. To create the stone, you have to understand matter at its most fundamental level, what things are, not just what they look like. What makes gold gold and lead lead, not just in chemical terms but in essential terms. He met Harry's eyes. The gold is almost incidental. The comprehension is everything. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he said, so the real philosopher's stone is the understanding you developed along the way. Nicholas stared at him. I read that somewhere, Harry said. I wasn't sure if it was actually true or just clever. It's both, Nicholas said, when he'd recovered himself. Come on. Let me show you the primary transmutation array. I think you're ready for the practical introduction. He was. That was the year Dumbledore came for the third time, and it was different from the other visits, quieter, somehow more tentative. He sat in the kitchen and drank his tea and watched Harry come and go with an expression Perenelle couldn't entirely read, and finally, when Harry had vanished back into the laboratory with Nicholas, he said, he's not what I expected. What did you expect? She asked. A child, Dumbledore said. I expected a child. He is a child. Yes, Dumbledore said. And also somehow rather more than that. He was quiet for a moment. He'll struggle at Hogwarts. He'll manage. I don't mean academically. I mean, he turned his mug in his hands, the same gesture, she noticed, that he'd been making since the first morning. Children who are different from their peers find it difficult. Children who are very different, more so. He's been isolated here, Perenelle, in the way that a greenhouse isolates a rare plant, it grows strong, but it hasn't had the wind. He has Arsenius, she said. Dumbledore looked at the cat, who was on the windowsill being enormous and judgmental. He needs children his own age. He'll have them in 4 years, she said. He's 7. Hogwarts at 11 is not a long wait. I'm not disputing the plan. Dumbledore looked back at her. I'm suggesting you think about who he'll be when he arrives there. Not magically. Socially. He'll need, he paused, choosing words carefully. People his own age who can keep up with him. Who won't be afraid of him, or resent him, or be overwhelmed. He'll need friends who are real friends, not admirers. Perenelle thought about this. It was, she admitted privately, a fair point, one she'd been thinking about herself, more than she'd mentioned to Nicholas. He's not arrogant, she said. No, Dumbledore agreed. That's actually what concerns me. He's confident and he's kind and he knows what he knows, and that combination, in a child surrounded by other children who have none of his background, will be isolating in a way that arrogance never is. Arrogance puts up walls. Confidence doesn't, it just means the walls exist somewhere else, and people on the other side of them wonder if they'll ever get through. She looked at him for a moment. You've thought about this. I've thought about him, Dumbledore said simply. Since the night I lost his parents, I have not stopped thinking about him. I don't always get it right. But I haven't stopped. She nodded. Outside, in the laboratory, she could hear Harry's voice asking something and Nicholas's answer, and then the two of them laughing, a big booming laugh from Nicholas and a bright, startled one from Harry, the sound of a genuinely funny thing happening. He'll be all right, she said, and meant it. We're going to make sure of it. There was a night, when Harry was 8, that she found him sitting outside on the garden steps in the dark, very still, looking up at the sky. Not at any particular star. Just up. She sat beside him without asking why, and after a while he said, Nicholas told me today about Godric's Hollow. She'd been waiting for this conversation for 5 years. What did he tell you? Everything. His voice was quiet and careful, the voice he used when he was being precise because the feelings underneath were too large for loose words. About my mum and dad. About what happened. About why I have the scar. He touched his forehead briefly, the automatic gesture he'd had since she first picked him up, checking that it was still there, or that it still hurt, or just acknowledging it, she'd never been quite sure which. I already knew some of it. I knew they died. I knew it was because of Voldemort. You can say his name, she said. We've always said you should say his name. I know. He was quiet for a moment. Nicolas said my mum died to save me. That she could have saved herself and she didn't. Yes. And that's why, he stopped. Started again. Her love did something. Changed something. Made it so he couldn't, so when he tried to kill me, it came back on him instead. He looked at his scar again. Because she loved me. Yes, Perenelle said. Harry was very still for a moment. I don't remember her, he said. No, she said gently. You were too young. I tried. I've been trying. He looked at his hands. I can remember, there's something, maybe, it might be a smell. Something warm. I don't know if it's real or if I made it up. The mind makes up what it needs, she said. That doesn't mean it's false. He sat with that for a while. Then, do you think she'd be alright with this? With you and Nicolas having me? She felt the question land in her chest, precise and careful, with the weight of 8 years behind it. I think, she said slowly, that she'd be grateful beyond what words can hold. And I think she'd probably have quite a lot of questions. And I think, she paused. I think she'd see you reading Nicolas's Latin texts and she'd laugh until she cried, because by all accounts your mother was one of the most brilliant witches of her generation, and she'd recognize you. Harry was quiet. She could see him filing this away, carefully, the way he filed everything, not to be done with it, but to come back to it again and again until it made sense. I'm angry, he said, at last. About them dying. I've been trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do with that. You don't have to do anything with it, she said. It can just be there. Anger is allowed. Even if there's no one left to be angry at. He's not dead, she said, and kept her voice steady. You know that. He went somewhere. He's not entirely gone. Harry looked at her. In the darkness his scar was invisible and his eyes caught the starlight and he looked like what he was, a child, a specific child, this child, and also like something larger than that, something that had not yet taken its full shape. When he comes back, Harry said, what happens? She thought about telling him not to worry about it yet. She thought about deflecting, or softening, or wrapping it in qualifications. She looked at him and thought about all the ways she'd protected him and all the ways she'd chosen honesty, and she chose honesty again. I don't know exactly, she said. But I know you won't face it alone. And I know you'll be ready. He nodded slowly. Then he leaned against her, his shoulder against her arm, and they sat in the dark of the Devon garden and looked at the stars together, at Draco, which he still loved, and at the rest of the vast quiet sky. After a long while he said, I love you and Nicolas. We know, she said. Her voice was steady. She was very proud of that. We love you too. The night went on. In the laboratory, Nicolas's Athanor kept its slow fire burning, constant and careful, the way good things are tended, patient, and warm, and thoroughly unwilling to go out. Chapter 2, The Alchemist's Apprentice. The first thing Harry turned into gold was a copper penny. He was 8 years old, it was a Tuesday, it was raining outside, and Nicolas had spent approximately 90 minutes explaining the conceptual framework of metallic transmutation in terms of elemental theory, essential properties, and the nature of base versus noble metals. And Harry had listened with the particular quality of attention that meant he was not just tracking the words but reconstructing the underlying logic from the ground up in real time. Then Nicolas had put the penny on the stone workbench and stepped back and said, whenever you're ready. Harry looked at the penny for a long moment. He didn't reach for a wand. They'd been working without wands since the beginning, which was unusual but not impossible, working through pure intention and conceptual clarity, the kind of magic that predated formal spellcasting by about 10,000 years. Most modern wizards couldn't do it at all. Nicholas had spent his whole life doing nothing else. Harry put his hand flat on the workbench beside the penny, not quite touching it, and closed his eyes. The penny went gold. Not slowly, not in stages, just a smooth, total conversion, the copper-orange becoming rich deep gold between one breath and the next. Nicholas picked it up and turned it in the light and said nothing for a very long time, and Harry opened his eyes and looked at him with an expression that was trying to be casual and was not entirely succeeding. Too fast. Harry said. Too, Nicholas set the penny down. No. No, the opposite. The conversion rate is perfect, no oxidation artifacts, no structural degradation. The lattice integrity is, he stopped himself. Harry. That took me 11 years to learn. Harry looked at the gold penny. Should I feel bad about that? Nicholas laughed, the big, genuine one that Perenelle always said was the most reliable sign that something had actually surprised him. Absolutely not. Come on. Let's do the lead. By the time Harry was 9, the Devon cottage had changed in ways that were subtle but unmistakable. There were diagrams in his handwriting on the walls of the laboratory now, beside Nicholas's, and some of them were corrections to Nicholas's work that Nicholas had framed rather than erased, because they were right and also because he found it privately hilarious that a 9-year-old was advancing alchemical theory. Perenelle's workroom had acquired a second desk where Harry did his reading, and the two of them had fallen into a habit of working in companionable silence in the mornings, broken every so often by one of them having a thought that required immediate verbal testing. He'd started wand work that year, formal spellcasting, the structured vocabulary of modern wizardry, and had taken to it with the ease of someone who'd already built the house and was now just learning to read the instruction manual. His wandless casting was already strong, which meant wand-mediated casting was extraordinary. Perenelle watched him practice in the garden and thought about what it would look like from the outside, to a person who didn't know him, this dark-haired, green-eyed boy casting intermediate-level charms with casual precision, then setting the wand down and doing the same thing without it, less from showmanship than from a genuine interest in understanding what the wand actually added. He'd asked her about that once, what the wand actually added. Focus, she'd said. For most wizards, the wand is the only way they can concentrate their intent tightly enough to produce a reliable effect. It's a focusing tool. A very precise one. Like a lens, he'd said. Exactly like a lens. So if you can focus the intent yourself, then the lens becomes optional, she'd said. Not useless, it still adds power and precision, and there are things the wandless casting simply can't replicate, but no longer the only path. He'd nodded slowly. The same way an Athanor controls the heat, but you could theoretically control the heat yourself if you understood it well enough. Yes, she'd said. He'd gone back to his practice with renewed energy, which was how he responded to most things that connected in interesting ways, with immediate, practical investigation. The Ministry of Magic sent a letter in September of Harry's 9th year. Not an official letter, or not only an official letter. It was signed by a man named Bartemius Crouch Sr., head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and it requested, in the pleasantly indirect language of official documents trying to mask a direct demand, that Harry James Potter be registered with the ministry as a magical citizen and that his magical education be reviewed to ensure compliance with the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. Nicholas read the letter at breakfast and said, Harry, who was eating porridge and reading a volume on the properties of phoenix feather as a magical conductor, said, without looking up, the ministry found out about me. It seems so. What are they going to do? Request a review. Nicholas set the letter down. Someone, probably several someones, wants to assess what you know and how you know it. It's less about the decree and more about, he paused, choosing words. There are people in the ministry who are nervous about the combination of your name and your abilities. They'd like to get a look at you and take a measure. Harry looked up from his book. Can they make us? They can request. We can decline. Dumbledore will almost certainly be involved. He'd view this as an infringement on educational autonomy, which would make it a Hogwarts matter rather than a ministry one. Nicholas folded the letter with the precise motions of a man who had received a great deal of official correspondence over 6 centuries and had developed opinions about it. The politics will be irritating. Do you want me to take the assessment? Harry said. Nicholas looked at him. The question is what you want. Harry thought about it for a moment. He was 9, and small for his age. He'd got Lily's build rather than James's, and the morning light through the kitchen window made him look younger than he was. But the eyes were ageless in the way they always were, watchful and warm and thinking through to the back of things. Let them come, he said. If they want to measure me, let them measure me. I don't mind. He turned a page. But I'm not going to pretend to know less than I do. I wouldn't dream of suggesting it, Nicholas said. The ministry assessor came in October, on a grey morning that smelled of wood smoke and wet leaves. Her name was Griselda Marchbanks, and she was the head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority, which meant she had spent the better part of 60 years assessing the magical capabilities of witches and wizards at every level, and she informed them at the door with the efficiency of someone who considered pleasantries a distraction, seen everything. Perenelle liked her immediately. Harry met her in the kitchen wearing his school clothes. They'd decided on this collectively, on the grounds that he should be comfortable and that comfort was sartorially best achieved by the clothes one actually lived in, and he offered her tea with the ease of someone who'd been hosting eccentric visitors his whole life, which was accurate. Thank you, Marchbanks said, taking the tea. She was looking at him with the quality of attention of someone taking notes on everything at once. You're smaller than I expected. I get that a lot, Harry said. All right, then. Let's skip the verbal portion. I've read your file and your guardian's summary of your work, and asking you to define the principles of elementary transfiguration would be insulting to both of us. Let's go straight to demonstration. She reached into her bag and produced a set of small objects, a pebble, a glass marble, a piece of wood, a copper disc. What can you tell me about these? Harry set down his tea. He looked at the objects without touching them, the same way he'd looked at the philosopher's stone when Nicholas first showed him, reading, assessing, running something underneath the surface observation. The pebble is limestone, sedimentary, trace iron deposits in the lower stratum. The marble is standard glass, no magical properties. The wood is oak, old growth, there's some kind of localized stasis on it, which I don't think is intentional, probably a residual from a spell cast nearby. He looked up. The copper disc has been transmuted before. Partially and incompletely. The lattice is irregular. Marchbanks had her teacup halfway to her mouth and had stopped moving. The localized stasis on the wood, she said, carefully. You could see that. More feel it, he said. There's a kind of texture to stasis charms, they have a flatness to the energy signature that's distinctive. Probably a preservation charm that didn't set properly. The wood's been kept in a bag with a poorly cast stasis on it. She put her teacup down. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she looked at Nicolas and Perenelle, who were by the kitchen doorway, and her expression had shifted from the professional neutrality of an assessor into something more unguarded. Right, she said. Let's see the wandless casting. 2 hours later, Marchbanks was still in the kitchen, except now she was at the table with a sheaf of parchment and a quick quotes quill, and she was going through Harry's work with the methodical intensity of a woman who had realized she was looking at something that needed to be properly documented. Harry had done everything she asked and a number of things she hadn't, not to show off. She'd asked a series of escalating questions and the honest answers happened to involve a lot of demonstration. He'd transfigured the pebble into a small, living beetle, complete, she confirmed, with working mandibles and full internal anatomy. He'd performed an advanced notice-me-not charm without a wand. He'd translated a page of archaic magical theory from medieval Latin at conversational speed. And then, when she'd set out a simple transmutation problem, convert the copper disc to silver using standard elemental theory. He'd done it, and then pointed out the three inefficiencies in the standard elemental theory approach and the alternative method that was faster and cleaner. She was writing very fast. The transmutation analysis, she said. The identification of the lattice irregularity in the copper disc. Where did you develop that? Nicolas's work on elemental lattice theory, Harry said. But I built on it a bit. The standard theory treats lattice conversion as a unidirectional process, but it's actually bidirectional. The source and target are in conversation the whole time. If you read it that way, you can use the target structure to guide the conversion instead of just imposing the change, and it's about 30% more efficient and you don't get the degradation artifacts. He paused. I wrote it up. Do you want the paper? You wrote a paper, Marchbanks said. It's only 12 pages, Harry said. Nicholas says I should publish it eventually, but I wanted to refine the theoretical section first. Marchbanks put down her quill. She looked at him over the rims of her glasses with an expression that was somewhere between professional dignity and complete bewilderment. You are 9 years old. Yes, Harry said. I have colleagues at the Department of Mysteries who haven't produced work at this level. Harry looked faintly uncomfortable, the way he always did when the emphasis was on the comparison rather than the work itself. I've had good teachers, he said. Yes, Marchbanks said dryly, and looked over his head at Nicolas and Perenelle, who were doing their best to look uninvolved and weren't quite pulling it off. I can see that. She gathered her parchment. I'll file my report with the ministry. The short version will be that this child is in full compliance with every applicable regulation and that any concerns about his magical development are the concerns of people who don't know what they're looking at. She stood up, squared her shoulders. The longer version will take me several weeks to write and will probably cause several people in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to have a very uncomfortable morning when they read it. Should we apologize? Perenelle asked. Absolutely not, said Marchbanks. She picked up her bag, and then paused, and looked at Harry directly. You know you're extraordinary, she said. It was not quite a question. Harry looked at her steadily. I know I've worked hard, he said. And I've had people who took the time to teach me properly. That's not the same thing as extraordinary. Marchbanks held his gaze for a moment. Then she said, No. It isn't. She picked up her hat. Good morning. She left. The kitchen was quiet. Harry looked at his porridge, which had gone cold. He heated it with a casual flick of intent, no wand, no incantation, and went back to eating. She was nice, he said. The paper got published the following spring, in the Journal of Advanced Magical Theory, under the title, Bidirectional Lattice Conversion, a revised framework for elemental transmutation. Nicholas had insisted on submitting it. The author was listed as H. J. Potter, with a brief biographical note that said only independent research, Devon. The editor's response had been a letter so full of exclamation marks that Nicholas read it aloud to the whole household at dinner, and even Arsenius the cat seemed briefly interested. Harry read the published version once, found 2 sentences he wanted to edit, accepted Nicholas's gentle point that this was not how publication worked, and moved on to his next project, which was an investigation into the relationship between Fidelius charm architecture and the fundamental properties of trust as a magical force. He'd come to it circuitously, through the work on love magic that he and Perenelle had done the previous year, which had led him to the broader question of human emotional states as magical anchors, which had led him here. Perenelle watched him work on it over several months and thought that Dumbledore, if he ever read the research, was going to have a very complicated reaction. There were things that happened that year that weren't about magic at all. There was the afternoon Harry found a hedgehog in the garden with a damaged foot and spent 3 days figuring out how to heal it properly, consulting Perenelle's herbology notes and Nicholas's research on magical healing compounds, and sitting with the hedgehog in a box by the fire every night talking to it in the calm, conversational way he talked to everything. The hedgehog was fully healed within a week. Harry named him Orem, because he was golden brown and because Harry had a theme, and Orem lived in a large, elaborate habitat in the garden for the next 2 years. There was the conversation with Nicholas one February evening about the nature of regret, which had started because Harry had made a mistake in a transmutation sequence and destroyed 3 months of experimental results, and had turned into one of the longest and most peculiar conversations Nicholas had had in decades, Harry asking whether regret was useful or just painful, Nicholas arguing that the distinction was artificial, Harry pushing back and saying that the usefulness was conditional on what you did next, not on the feeling itself. "You sound like Perenelle," Nicholas said. "Good," Harry said. There was the week Harry stopped talking, just for a few days, in the October when he was 10, not dramatically, not a crisis, just a withdrawal into himself that Perenelle watched carefully and didn't pressure. When he came back out of it, he told her he'd been thinking about his parents' graves, which were at Godric's Hollow, which they'd never visited. "Do you want to go?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "But not yet. I want to, I need to know them better first. Who they were. Before I go to where they ended." She found everything she could. Letters from James that Sirius Black, still in Azkaban, the thought of which made her and Nicholas both quietly furious, had left with Dumbledore before his arrest. A photograph album, assembled by Hagrid, that Dumbledore had held onto and released to them readily when asked. Notes and papers from Lily's Hogwarts years, found through the school's archival system. A small collection of James's early Quidditch memorabilia. Harry went through it all over the course of a week, methodically, with the same focused care he gave everything. Perenelle left him mostly to it, and found him one evening sitting at his desk with a photograph in his hands, one of his parents in their Hogwarts years, laughing at something outside the frame, young and alive and not yet knowing what was coming. He looked up when she came in, and his eyes were wet, which was rare enough that she remembered it. "She looks like she'd be a pain," he said, his voice a little rough. "In the best way. Like she'd argue with Nicholas about transmutation theory and probably win." "Almost certainly," Perenelle said. "I've read her Charms OWL paper. She searched for the right word. She was electric. That's the only word for it. Everything she touched seemed to light up." Harry looked at the photograph. "And my dad? Your father was brilliant in a completely different way. He was a strategist, he saw the shape of a situation in seconds and knew how to move within it. He was also, by all accounts, relentlessly ridiculous, and I mean that as a compliment." Harry smiled, a short, private smile. "Then, I think I'm both, a bit." "I think you're both, entirely," she said. "And also quite a lot your own thing." He set the photograph down carefully. He looked at it for another moment. Then he said, "All right. Can we go to Godric's Hollow? This year, I think. Before Hogwarts." "Yes," she said. "Whenever you're ready." They went in December, the 4 of them, Nicholas and Perenelle and Harry and, because Harry had asked him and he had appeared to consider it an invitation rather than a curiosity, Dumbledore. Godric's Hollow was a quiet village in winter, snow on the rooftops, the church spire against a grey sky. They found James and Lily's grave in the churchyard, marked by a simple stone with the inscription "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death," which Harry read twice and then stood looking at for a long time. He wasn't crying. He'd done that at home, privately, in the weeks before. She'd heard him once through his bedroom door and had stood in the hallway for a long moment and then walked away, because he'd needed that particular grief to be his own. He reached out and brushed the snow off the top of the stone with one hand, a careful, deliberate gesture. "They'd have liked you," Dumbledore said, very quietly. He was standing slightly apart, giving Harry space. "I know," Harry said. Not arrogantly, just certainly, the way you're certain about things that are true regardless of evidence. He stood there for a few more minutes. The snow fell lightly, settling on his hair and shoulders. Nicholas stood beside Perenelle and neither of them spoke because there was nothing to say that the moment wasn't already saying. Finally Harry stepped back. He looked at the stone once more, the full look of someone committing something to permanent memory. Then he turned around and said, "Nicholas. I want to work on the Fidelius framework when we get back. I think I've been thinking about the anchor wrong." Nicholas blinked. "Now?" "Not now, obviously. When we get back. We can stop for lunch first." Harry looked up at Dumbledore. "There's a pub in the village, isn't there?" "There is," Dumbledore said, and there was something in his voice that sounded like an ache, but underneath it something warmer. "I believe they do a very good shepherd's pie." "Right then," Harry said. And they went, the four of them, through the snowy village, and Harry walked between Nicolas and Perenelle with his hands in his coat pockets and his chin up, and Dumbledore walked alongside them, and the snow fell quietly on Godric's Hollow, and the graves were behind them, and ahead was a warm pub and a shepherd's pie and the rest of a long life still to be lived. The wand came in June, 3 months before Hogwarts. They took him to Ollivander's in Diagon Alley, which was Harry's first real immersion in the wizarding public, and the experience was instructive. The alley was everything he'd read about and a few things he hadn't, loud and vivid and smelling of wood shavings and spellwork and something that was uniquely the accumulated magical residue of centuries of commerce and human intention. Harry walked through it with bright eyes and a composed face, taking everything in. He was recognized twice before they'd gone 50 meters. The first time was by a pair of witches who simply stared. The second time was by a red-faced man in a green robe who said, loudly, "Merlin's beard, is that the Potter boy?" and reached for Harry's shoulder, and Harry sidestepped with casual precision and said, very pleasantly, "Yes, hello, sorry, we're in a bit of a rush," and kept walking. "Smoothly done," Perenelle murmured. "I practiced," Harry said. Ollivander's shop was dusty and small and smelled of age and wood and something sharp and indefinable. Ollivander himself materialized from the back as if he'd been waiting for a specific cue, which, Perenelle thought, he probably had. He was ancient and pale-eyed and had the quality of a man who paid attention to things that most people missed. He looked at Harry the way he looked at all his clients, which was to say very directly and with a complete absence of social ceremony. Then he said, "Harry Potter. I wondered when I would see you." "I wondered too," Harry said. "Your parents' wands," Ollivander said. "I remember them well. James Potter, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. Excellent for transfiguration. Lily Evans, willow, 10 1/4, swishy. Charming wand for charm work." He tilted his head. "But you, I think, will be something different." "I'm happy to let the wand decide," Harry said. "I've been working without one for 8 years, so I don't have strong preferences." Ollivander went very still. "Working without one," he said carefully. "Yes. At what level?" Harry considered. "Well, I published in JMT this spring." "If you read that, I did read that," Ollivander said, and his voice had gone to something between reverence and calculation. "H.J. Potter." "I didn't, I had wondered." He turned and disappeared into the shelves with sudden urgency. They heard rustling, boxes being moved, the particular focused sound of someone searching with purpose. He came back with 6 boxes. Opened the first one and handed it over. Harry took the wand, felt it, set it down. Second wand. Third. Ollivander was watching his reactions with extraordinary attention. The fourth wand, Harry picked it up and something happened that Perenelle felt rather than saw, a subtle shift in the air of the shop, a quality of settling, and Harry went still in the way he went still when something felt exactly right. "Holly," Ollivander said softly. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core." He paused. "Curious. Very curious." "The phoenix feather," Harry said. "Which phoenix?" "The feather in your wand and the feather in one other wand share an origin. The same phoenix gave 2 feathers, only 2 in all its life." Ollivander looked at Harry steadily. "The other feather is in the wand of Tom Riddle. Known now as Voldemort." The shop was very quiet. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. He held it up slightly, feeling the grain of the holly, the weight of it. "Brothers," he said. "Of a sort," Ollivander said. "Curious what that means. It has never happened before, in all my centuries of making wands. 2 cores from 1 phoenix, and 2 such wizards." Harry lowered the wand. He looked at it for one more moment. Then he tucked it under his arm and looked at Perenelle and Nicolas and said, with the serenity of someone who has already decided not to be frightened by symbols, "Can we get school supplies next? I've got a list somewhere." Nicolas made a sound suspiciously like a laugh. Ollivander was still watching Harry with those pale, uncanny eyes as they left the shop, and his expression was not quite what you'd call ordinary wonder. It was the expression of a man who had just confirmed something that he'd suspected for a very long time and was not entirely certain how to feel about being right. The September before Hogwarts, Harry spent 3 weeks doing something he'd been planning since June. He went through every piece of coursework he could get his hands on, first-year syllabi, standard textbooks, the ministry's curriculum requirements, and he worked through all of it with deliberate, systematic care, not because he needed to learn it but because he needed to understand what they were going to teach and why. He wrote marginal notes in the textbooks in the same way he always annotated his reading, observations, questions, the occasional polite correction, and organized them into a system that made sense to him. "You're planning," Perenelle said, watching him one afternoon. "I'm preparing," he said. "For what specifically?" He was quiet for a moment. "People are going to expect things from me," he said. "Some of them will expect me to be the boy who lived. Some of them will expect me to be a student who knows nothing and needs everything explained. And some of them will know my work and expect, I don't know, something else." He set down his quill. "I want to know what I expect. So I don't spend first year figuring that out at other people's expense." Perenelle sat down across from him. "What do you expect?" He thought about it seriously. "I want friends," he said. "Real ones. I've had you and Nicolas and Arsenius and Orem the Hedgehog, and that's been wonderful and I mean that entirely, but I want people my age who I can argue with and laugh with and, just, normal things." He looked at her. "Is that allowed? To want that?" "Harry," she said, and her voice came out with the warmth she felt, unfiltered, "not only is it allowed, it's necessary, and if anyone tells you otherwise I will deal with them personally." He smiled. "I'd pay to see that, actually. You'd be surprised how persuasive I can be." "I wouldn't, though," he said. "I really wouldn't." He spent 2 evenings before departure in the laboratory with Nicolas, not working on anything specific, just being in the space together, the way they always had been. Nicolas was running a monitoring sequence on a long-term experiment and Harry was reading at the second bench, and they talked intermittently about things that had nothing to do with Hogwarts, a problem in the theoretical framework of emotion-anchored magic that Harry kept turning over, an old debate about the nature of the elixir's longevity mechanism, a completely unrelated discussion about whether chess was a better model for magical theory than Nicolas insisted it was. On the second evening, Nicolas said, without preamble, "You know everything I can teach you in this context." Harry looked up. "I know. There are things Hogwarts will teach you that I can't," Nicolas said. "Not the curriculum. The curriculum will bore you, and I trust you to be gracious about it." He paused. "The other students. The experience of being one of many, with peers who have their own expertise and knowledge and blind spots. The friction of it, and the warmth of it." He looked at Harry directly. "I'm not worried about your magic. I'm not worried about your intellect. I'm worried, slightly, about," he stopped. "About whether I'll be kind," Harry said. Nicolas blinked. "I was going to say patient." "Patience is part of kindness," Harry said. "And it's the same worry." Nicolas was quiet for a moment. "You'll be kind," he said then. "You've always been kind. I just wanted to say it out loud." Harry nodded. He went back to his book. Nicholas went back to his monitoring sequence. Outside the laboratory window, the Devon evening was warm and gold, September light on the old garden. After a while Harry said, without looking up, "Thank you. For all of it." Nicholas didn't answer immediately. When he did, his voice was rough in the way that ancient people's voices got when they felt things they'd long since stopped expecting to feel. "It has been," he said, "the great privilege of my very long life." The Athanor burned steadily in the corner. Outside, the hedgehog Orem rustled in his garden habitat. Somewhere upstairs, Perenelle was packing Harry's trunk and complaining to Arsenius about folding charms, and Arsenius was being magnificently unhelpful. Harry closed his book and smiled at the wall. Not a performance, just the quiet, private happiness of someone sitting in a place where they belong, on the edge of leaving it, knowing they can come back. Chapter 3, The Express. September 1st was a Tuesday, which struck Harry as appropriate, not a dramatic day, not a beginning of week day, just a workday sort of day, the kind that got things done. He'd been on exactly one train in his life, a trip to Exeter that he and Nicholas had taken when Harry was 6 because Nicholas wanted to visit a second-hand bookshop he'd been corresponding with, and Harry had found the motion of a train deeply satisfying, the rhythm of it, the sense of measured forward progress, the world passing at exactly the right speed for observation without needing to react. He was looking forward to the train almost as much as everything else, which Nicholas found extremely funny. King's Cross was large and echoey and full of the particular controlled chaos of a busy terminus, and Harry navigated it with his trolley, one trunk, moderately sized, organized with a precision that had made Perenelle smile, plus a cage containing an owl that he'd named Mercurio on the grounds that Hedwig seemed like a lot for a snowy owl and Mercury was the messenger god and the owl was obviously going to be good at that, and kept his head down in the way of someone who was not hiding but was choosing their moments. Nicholas and Perenelle walked with him to the barrier. Platform 9 3/4 was everything he'd read about, the red Hogwarts Express brilliant against the steam, the noise and color of dozens of families, children in new robes and parents with damp eyes and a pervasive smell of coal smoke and what was probably cauldrons. He stood there for a moment and let it settle. "Well," Nicholas said. "Well," Harry said. Perenelle turned to face him, and for once the composure that was so much a part of her was doing something complicated around the edges. She straightened the collar of his robes with two brisk, definitive gestures that were really, he thought, an excuse to have her hands doing something practical. "Right," she said. "Every week," he said. "More often if, every week," he repeated, firmly. "You'll hover." "I will absolutely hover," she said, with no trace of apology. He hugged her, quickly and completely, arms around her neck, and she held on for exactly the right number of seconds. Then Nicholas, who was not demonstrative in public but who had made exceptions before and made one now, pulled him in with one arm and said, very quietly into his hair, "Remember, curiosity before cleverness, people before problems." "I know," Harry said. "I know you know. I'm saying it anyway." He pulled back. He picked up Mercurio's cage. He looked at them both, ancient and silver-haired and dressed oddly by any standard and absolutely his family, and he said, "I'll be all right." "We know," they both said, at almost exactly the same time. He grinned, the bright quick one, and turned, and boarded the Hogwarts Express, and didn't look back, because looking back was for people who were afraid of what was ahead, and he wasn't. He found a compartment 3 cars down that was empty except for a girl who was already there with a large book open across her knees and an expression of focused irritation that suggested someone had recently interrupted her and she was recovering. She had bushy brown hair and an extremely organized collection of books on the rack above her, arranged by subject, which Harry registered approvingly. "Is this seat taken?" he said. She looked up. Her eyes were sharp and brown and assessing, and they moved over him with the speed of someone who processed information quickly and filed it efficiently. "No," she said. "I don't know anyone yet. I'm Hermione Granger." "Harry Potter," he said, and stowed his trunk and sat down across from her. The name landed, he could see it, the tiny pause, the flicker of recognition, the quick mental recalculation. But what happened next surprised him, because what happened was that she leaned forward with her book and said, "Were you the H.J. Potter who published in the Journal of Advanced Magical Theory this spring?" He blinked. Yes. She sat up straighter. The bidirectional lattice conversion paper. Yes. I had 3 arguments with it, she said. I wrote them down. She produced, from a bag at her side, a notebook that was already significantly annotated, and flipped it open to a page with the heading JMT March, lattice paper, objections. The second argument I think you actually addressed in the appendix, but the appendix was unclear. The appendix is unclear, Harry said immediately. I wanted to revise it before publication, but the editor said it was fine and I've been annoyed about it since. She stared at him. Then she flipped to a new page and wrote something. Which part specifically? The bit about the directionality of informational transfer in the conversion matrix. I said bidirectional, but I meant multivalent, and they're similar but not synonymous, and it creates an implication in the conclusion that I didn't, that the target structure is equally influential to the source, she said. Yes. That's what I thought, she said, with the satisfaction of someone whose suspicion has been confirmed. It's not, is it? The target structure is influential as a constraint but not as an active participant. Exactly, Harry said. Or, actually, it's more nuanced than that, because at high conversion rates the target does become an active participant, but the threshold for that is much higher than the paper implies. I've been working on the follow-up. Hermione wrote very quickly. When you say high conversion rates, above about 60% elemental shift, Harry said. Below that threshold, constraint model. Above it, active participation model. She looked up. Her expression had moved from sharp assessment into something that he recognized, because he'd seen it in his own mirror when a problem got interesting, engaged, lit up, fully present. I spent 6 months reading everything I could get my hands on before I got on this train, she said, and I thought I was going to be ahead of the curriculum. You probably are, he said. The curriculum is, not this, she said, gesturing between the notebook and the space where his argument had been. Not any of this. This is, she stopped. Are you actually 11 years old? Yes, he said. How? I've had good teachers, he said. She studied him for a moment longer. Then she closed the notebook and held out her hand, very formally. I'm going to argue with you a lot, she said. About everything. I should warn you now. He shook her hand. I'm looking forward to it, he said, and meant it entirely. The door slid open about an hour later and a round-faced boy stuck his head in, looking apologetic and frantic in equal measure. Sorry, is there room? Everywhere else is full. Loads of room, Harry said. The boy came in, dragging a trunk that was nearly as big as he was, and settled across from them with a puff of effort. He had a kind face and the kind of anxious energy that suggested he was dealing with something, but underneath the anxiety was something calm and genuine. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. Sorry, my toad got out. I've been looking for him for an hour. Trevor, Neville said. He does this every time. He doesn't actually want to escape, he's just, I think he's anxious. Harry looked at him. Does he prefer warmth? Toads sometimes hide in luggage on cold days, they go toward heat sources. Neville blinked. I don't know. I never thought about, check your trunk, Harry said. There'll be something warm in it if you've packed warm clothes on top, and if he got in through the latch gap. Neville stared, then grabbed his trunk and opened it, and after a moment of rummaging produced a round, disconsolate toad from somewhere in the vicinity of a Gryffindor scarf. He was in my jumper, he said, with the relief of someone who's been dreading the worst. Warmth, Harry said. Right. Neville settled Trevor on his knee. He looked at Harry with an expression of uncomplicated gratitude. Thank you. I'm Neville, I said that. I forget things when I'm nervous. Harry. Hermione. Harry nodded to each in turn. What are you nervous about? Neville seemed surprised to be asked directly. Well, he said, then seemed to decide the directness warranted directness back. I'm not very good at magic. My family kept worrying I wasn't, that I was, they weren't sure I was actually magical until I was 8. My gran was quite, well, she was disappointed before we knew, and now she's less disappointed but she has very high standards. He stroked Trevor with a careful finger. I'm worried I'll be in the wrong house and I'll prove everyone right. Harry looked at him steadily. What house do you want? Gryffindor, Neville said immediately, and then seemed to surprise himself with how fast that came out. My whole family's been Gryffindor. My gran expects it. But, I don't feel very brave. Bravery isn't a feeling, Harry said. It's a choice. You feel afraid and you do it anyway. He paused. You spent an hour looking for a toad because he needed finding. On your first day at a new school, surrounded by strangers, feeling anxious. That's not nothing. Neville looked at him. Something in the anxious energy settled slightly, not gone, but quieter. You're not what I expected, he said. Nobody is, Harry said. The door opened again, and this time it was a boy with pale, pointed features and an expression of deliberate confidence that Harry recognized as the specific confidence of someone who thought social standing was a skill to be deployed. He was followed by 2 larger boys who appeared to function primarily as architectural features. He looked around the compartment with the air of someone assessing real estate. I heard Harry Potter was on this train, he said. His eyes settled on Harry. Is that you? Yes, Harry said. The boy looked at him, at the ordinary robes, the round glasses, Hermione's annotated notebook on the seat beside him, Neville's toad. Something flickered in the pale face, a small adjustment of expectation. I'm Draco Malfoy, he said. He extended a hand. Harry shook it. Harry Potter, he said. You knew that. Yes. Malfoy's grip was firm and his eyes were sharp and studying. You've been raised by alchemists. Word travels, Harry said. My father talks about the Flamels sometimes, Malfoy said. He's not sure whether to respect them or not. That must be complicated for him, Harry said pleasantly. A beat. Something shifted in Malfoy's expression, a recalculation. You're not what I expected, he said. I've been told, Harry said. Malfoy looked around the compartment once more. His gaze landed on Neville with the instinct of someone who identified hierarchies automatically, and his face did something subtle and unpleasant. Longbottom, he said. Malfoy, Neville said, and his voice was smaller, but he didn't drop his eyes. Harry looked at Malfoy with polite, even, completely unintimidated attention, and said, Did you need something, or were you just introducing yourself? Another beat. The large boys behind Malfoy shifted. Malfoy looked at Harry, looked at the handshake greeting and the even tone and the absolute absence of any response to status, and made a decision that was visible in the way his chin came up. Just introducing myself, he said. Welcome to Hogwarts, Potter. He left. The door slid closed. Neville let out a slow breath. That was Draco Malfoy, he said. I gathered, Harry said. Trevor all right? Neville looked down at the toad. Yes, he said, with a small smile. He's fine. Hermione had Hogwarts, a history memorized, which meant she knew about the Sorting Hat, which meant she'd spent part of the journey explaining it to Neville in the way of someone who found it personally offensive that anyone might not know the same things she did, but who was nonetheless trying hard to be helpful rather than condescending. Harry listened and contributed occasionally and watched the countryside go past, the gold of it going dark as evening came in. A girl with red hair put her head in around 5 o'clock to ask if she could share the compartment, and when Harry said yes she sat down and introduced herself as Ginny Weasley and then promptly said she wasn't going to Hogwarts until next year. She just sneaked onto the train to say goodbye to her brothers. Her 5 brothers, apparently, who were distributed across approximately 3 other compartments and who sounded, from her descriptions, like an entire climate system. "Ron's in the next car," she said. "He's got Scabbers the rat and he's trying to do a spell to turn him yellow, which is probably going to go wrong, but I didn't tell him that because it's more interesting this way." She looked at Harry. "You're Harry Potter." "Yes," Harry said. "Ron is going to be furious he didn't meet you. He's been reading about you since he was 6. She considered this. "Well. Reading about you and the Flamels. He did a report on Nicolas Flamel for school." Harry blinked. "A school report?" "He's obsessed with alchemy," she said, with the exasperation of a sister. "He's been driving Mum mad. Dad thinks it's wonderful, which is not helpful." She looked at him with bright, shrewd eyes. "Are you as good as they say?" "I have no idea what they say," Harry said. "Very good," she said. "Marchbanks told Dumbledore's deputy who told literally everyone." Harry said, which was not much of a response but felt appropriate. Ginny went back to find Ron just before the train slowed toward Hogsmeade. Harry changed into his robes and watched the dark begin to resolve into the silhouette of something enormous and lit up on a hillside. Beside him, Neville went very still, and Hermione sat up very straight, and even Trevor the Toad seemed to attend. The castle was larger than he'd imagined and more alive feeling than any building he'd been in. He registered this the way he registered everything, with the full open attention of someone who wanted to understand, and underneath it, quieter, a sense that this was where he was supposed to be, which was a feeling he'd had before but which was different here, larger, as if the scope of belonging had expanded. They crossed the lake in the boats with the first years, Hagrid, who was bigger than any description had prepared Harry for and who looked at him with an expression of barely restrained emotion, and Harry looked up at Hogwarts Castle reflected in the black water and felt his breathing slow to something steady and sure. He was here. He was ready. He was, in every way that mattered, exactly who he intended to be. The Sorting Hat smelled of dust and old wool and something that he associated with very old magic, the same smell as Nicholas's oldest texts, a smell like time compressed. He'd read about the sorting. He'd thought about it, the way he thought about everything, turning it over, examining what it meant. Gryffindor was the house of his parents. Of the Marauders. Of the woman he'd read about obsessively since he was 8 years old who'd thrown herself between her son and death without a second's hesitation. He didn't think he needed to be in his parents' house. But he knew which one he wanted. The hat went on his head and the world went dimmer and then a dry, ancient voice said, directly and privately into his mind, "Oh. Well. Isn't this interesting?" "Hello," Harry thought. "Good evening. I've been waiting for you for 10 years, you know. Dumbledore mentioned you'd be coming eventually. That must have been a strange decade. Stranger things have happened. Now. You're the most interesting head I've sat on since a young Tom Riddle, and you're better than that in every way that matters, so let's not dwell on the comparison." A pause. "I see what Flamel and his wife have made of you. Remarkable work. You could go anywhere, frankly. Ravenclaw would find you intoxicating. Slytherin would give you things to push against, which you enjoy. Hufflepuff would, Gryffindor," Harry thought clearly. "I know. I knew before you did." The hat's voice was warm. "The interesting thing is why. You could have argued for any house and you'd have been right. But you want Gryffindor because your mother was, and because you understand, better than most adults do, what bravery actually costs, and you want to be where bravery is valued as a practice rather than a performance. A beat. You're going to cause an absolute disruption, you know. In the best possible way. Looking forward to it, Harry thought. Gryffindor. The hat shouted. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry took the hat off, handed it back to Professor McGonagall, who was looking at him with an expression that managed to be both composed and slightly overwhelmed, and walked to the table. He sat down across from a red-headed boy who was staring at him with undisguised delight. Ron Weasley, the boy said immediately. I did a school report on Nicolas Flamel. Ginny told me, Harry said. Ron pointed at him. See, you already know Ginny, that's brilliant, she's the worst at keeping secrets, I told Fred and George. He stopped. Sorry, I'm doing the thing where I talk too much. I'm told I do that. I like it, Harry said. It's a useful quality. Ron grinned, and it was the specific grin of someone who found the world fundamentally interesting and funny and wanted company in that finding. Harry liked him immediately and completely. Hermione and Neville both got sorted into Gryffindor too, Hermione in the way of an inevitability, and Neville after a very long pause from the hat that made him grip the stool with white knuckles, and then a shout of Gryffindor that seemed to surprise Neville most of all. When he sat down at the table, his face was doing something complicated and bright and new, and Harry grinned at him and Neville grinned back, wobbly but genuine. Draco Malfoy went to Slytherin immediately, without pause. Their eyes met across the hall briefly and Malfoy gave him a nod that was assessing and competitive and not quite as uncomplicated as he was pretending, and Harry returned it and looked away. Dumbledore's start-of-year speech was exactly what Harry had expected, warm, eccentric, with the particular quality of a man who was addressing 300 people and nonetheless making it feel intimate. Harry listened and watched him, and at one point Dumbledore's gaze moved down the Gryffindor table and found Harry, and for a moment they were simply looking at each other across the great hall. Dumbledore raised his goblet slightly. Harry raised his. Ron, who was watching this exchange, said quietly, "You know Dumbledore." "A little," Harry said. "How does a person know Dumbledore a little?" "Very carefully," Harry said, and Ron laughed so suddenly that he nearly choked on his pumpkin juice. The first week of classes was a series of studies in contrast. Herbology was taught by Professor Sprout, a sturdy, earthy woman who knew her plants with a kind of loving specificity that Harry found genuinely respectable. The class itself was pitched well below his level, but he engaged with it as he engaged with everything, looking for what he didn't know, the specific knowledge of how these plants worked rather than just what they were, and Sprout was impressive enough in the practical depth of her knowledge that by the end of the first class he had 17 questions and they'd had a brisk, genuinely interesting conversation in the doorway about the relationship between mandrake root chemistry and standard alchemical plant preparations. Charms was Professor Flitwick, tiny and bouncing with enthusiasm, who introduced Wingardium Leviosa and demonstrated it with a cheerfulness that Harry found infectious. He performed it wandlessly the first time to see how Flitwick would react, and Flitwick stopped mid-sentence, stared, said very quietly, "No, use the wand, I need to see the wand technique," and watched the wand performance with the intense focus of a professional assessing professional work. Defense against the dark arts was Quirrell. Professor Quirinus Quirrell was a nervous man in a purple turban who stuttered and deflected and smiled too often and flinched at loud noises, and Harry sat through the introductory class with an expression of polite attention and a growing, quiet, unpleasant certainty that something was wrong. It wasn't anything obvious, nothing Quirrell said or did that was specifically alarming. It was subtler than that. An energy signature, barely perceptible, the way the partially transmuted copper disc had felt under his assessment, wrong at the lattice level, irregular in ways that shouldn't be there. Quirrell smelled of fear and garlic and something else, something beneath both, that had no business being in a room with 11-year-olds. He said nothing. He took careful notes. When the class ended and Hermione was telling him breathlessly everything she'd already known about the theory they'd covered, he walked out of the classroom and made a mental note to think about this carefully. He told the others at dinner. Not all of it, not yet. He wasn't sure enough of the shape of it to say it plainly. But they were at the end of the table, the four of them, him and Hermione and Ron and Neville, which had happened naturally and quickly, the way right things happened, and he said, keeping his voice low and level, "What did you all think of Quirrell?" Ron considered. "Bit jumpy." "He wouldn't make eye contact," Hermione said. "He smelled funny," Neville said, and then looked embarrassed, as if this were too strange a thing to say. "Yes," Harry said. "He did." They all looked at him. There's something off about him," Harry said. "I'm not sure what yet. I want to be sure before I say anything." To Dumbledore? Ron said. Eventually. Yes. He picked up his fork. In the meantime, can anyone tell me the current theoretical basis for the house point system? I want to understand the incentive structure. Ron stared at him. Then he laughed. You know, you're extremely strange, he said, and I think that's the best thing about you. Harry grinned. Coming from a Weasley, I'll take that as high praise. It is, Ron said firmly. It absolutely is. Saturday morning, Harry went to the library. Not for coursework. He went the way he always went to libraries, with a question and an intention to follow it wherever it led. He found what he wanted in the restricted section, which he accessed by asking Madame Pants with enough specific knowledge about what he was looking for that she concluded he must have permission and was just being politely uncertain about it, which was, he reflected, a technically honest way of getting into the restricted section. He found 3 references. Cross-checked them in the non-restricted stacks. Sat at a table for 2 hours with a piece of parchment on which he was writing a list, and the list was growing, and the shape of it was becoming clearer, and the thing at the center of it, the thing he was beginning to think he recognized, was both worse and simpler than most people apparently suspected. He was still sitting there when a shadow fell across his table, and he looked up to find Dumbledore. May I? Dumbledore said, gesturing to the chair across. Of course, Harry said. Dumbledore sat and looked at the list on the parchment and was quiet for a moment. Then he said, You've noticed Professor Quirrell. Day 2, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. I thought you might. You know what's wrong with him, Harry said. Dumbledore met his eyes directly. I have a strong theory. Then we're thinking the same thing, Harry said. Which is concerning, because if you've had the theory for a while and he's still teaching here, I need evidence, Dumbledore said. Theory is not enough for the actions I'd need to take. Harry looked at him. What's in the 3rd floor corridor? A pause. Something that will attract exactly the attention it needs to attract, Dumbledore said carefully. Something that I am working to protect. The Philosopher's Stone, Harry said. Nicholas's Philosopher's Stone. The quality of the silence that followed this was very particular. Nicholas told you, Dumbledore said. Nicholas told me you'd asked to borrow it and he'd said yes, though he'd been dubious about the plan. Harry looked at his list. He trusts you. He doesn't always agree with you, but he trusts you. I think that trust is earned. He looked up. So. You've set a trap. And Quirrell, or what's using Quirrell, is going to try to walk into it. Something like that, Dumbledore said. Are you going to tell me to stay out of it? Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. The candlelight of the library caught in his half-moon glasses, and his face was, as always, harder to read than most people's, layers and layers of thought behind it, the accumulated wisdom and guilt and strategic calculation of a man who'd been playing a very long game for a very long time. I am going to ask you, Dumbledore said carefully, to be patient. And to trust that the situation is more complex than it appears. And to come to me with anything you observe. Not to stay out of it, Harry said. No, Dumbledore said quietly. I suspect asking that would be both useless and unfair. Harry nodded. He folded his list and tucked it into his robes. I'll tell you what I find, he said. And you'll tell me what you can. Can we agree on that? Dumbledore extended his hand. We can agree on that. Harry shook it. Good. He picked up his books. I'm going to be late for lunch. Ron's been going on about the treacle tart all week. Dumbledore's mouth did the thing that was almost a smile. It's excellent, he confirmed. Go. Harry went, with his list in his pocket and his mind running at full speed, and the year had barely begun. Chapter 4, The weight of knowing. October settled over Hogwarts like a long exhale, the color draining from the grounds, the lake going silver and cold, the corridors smelling of stone and candle smoke and the specific damp warmth of a castle that had been absorbing weather for 1,000 years. Harry found he loved it with the same part of him that loved the Devon cottage at night, the part that responded to places with memory built into their walls. He was also, around the middle of the month, running out of things to learn in his classes. Not people to learn from, that was different, and he understood the difference. Professor Flitwick had 30 years of nuanced practical experience with charm construction and was genuinely worth talking to after class. Professor Sprout knew things about the living behavior of magical plants that weren't in any text he'd read. Professor McGonagall was formidable in a way that he found bracing and honest, and he genuinely liked her, even though her transfiguration classes covered material he'd mastered at 8. The classes themselves, though. The coursework. He sat through them with the patience Nicolas had recommended and Perenelle had practiced on him for years, the patience of someone who understood that a thing being easy for you didn't make it less important to the people it was hard for, and he helped where he could and didn't make performances of what he knew, and it mostly worked. Mostly. There was the day in potions. Severus Snape was exactly as advertised, cold, precise, and in possession of the most genuinely impressive potions knowledge Harry had encountered outside of dedicated alchemical texts. He also had a particular quality of attention toward Harry that was not quite hostility and not quite anything else, a measuring quality, the look of someone who had formed a theory and was waiting for evidence. The first potions class, Snape had looked at the class with his particular brand of controlled contempt and asked a series of questions clearly designed to establish dominance through ignorance, standard pedagogical strategy for a man who decided that mastery was demonstrated by knowing things others didn't. What would you get if you added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Harry had sat quietly through the first 2 questions as other students failed them, watching. When Snape said, "Clearly fame isn't everything," with the specific inflection that made it a deliberate poke, Harry had simply answered, "Draught of living death," which is a variant on the Amorpha base. The bezoar is in a goat's stomach, not always easy to get a good one, but they're worth the effort. And monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant, which is aconite, which you know, so the question is about whether we know, which I'd say is a reasonable thing to check. A pause. We do. The class had gone very quiet. Snape had looked at him for a long moment with an expression that didn't move, and said, 5 points from Gryffindor for talking without being called upon. Fair enough, Harry said. Ron, at his elbow, had made a sound like a nearly suppressed laugh. Snape took another 2 points from Gryffindor that class for reasons Harry assessed as genuine irritation rather than fairness, and he filed this information under Snape is a more complicated problem than he appears and moved on. He hated your dad, Ron said that evening in the common room. Everyone knows it. He and James Potter were like, mortal enemies, basically. That's going to be an interesting year, Neville said. He's brilliant, though, Harry said. Genuinely. The potions theory he was covering in the second half of class, he went off the textbook, which is interesting. There's a modification to the standard brewing sequence that I've seen in one other place, a research paper from 1978, and the modification is his work. He modified it. He looked at the fire. He's innovative. Most of what he does in there is being defensive and territorial, but underneath it he's actually interested in the subject, not just in authority over it. You can see all that from one class. Hermione said. The modifications to his teaching examples tell you what he finds interesting. The way he deflects questions tells you where he's uncertain. The way he watches the brewing process tells you he still finds it fascinating. He shrugged. People don't hide as well as they think. Hermione was writing in her notebook. Are you doing this for all the professors? I'm doing it for everyone, Harry said. I'm interested in people. How they work. What they want. What do I want? Ron said immediately. To be recognized for yourself rather than your family, Harry said. You love them, but you want something that's specifically yours. Ron was quiet for a moment. He stopped. Yeah, he said. Okay, that's accurate. What about Hermione? Hermione wants to be taken seriously, Harry said. She wants her knowledge to be real, not just impressive, to matter, to do something. Hermione had stopped writing. She was looking at him with an expression that was trying to be offended and wasn't quite managing it. "And Neville?" Ron said. Harry looked at Neville, who was sitting with Trevor on his lap and who met his gaze with the steady quiet look he always had when he was paying full attention and not covering it with anxiety. "Neville already knows what he wants," Harry said. "He just doesn't think he's allowed to want it yet." Neville looked at the fire. His throat moved. "Herbology," he said, after a moment. "I want to study herbology." "Seriously?" "My Gran thinks it's not, she thinks it's not impressive enough. She wants," he stopped. "She wants Auror training, eventually. Like my dad." The fire crackled. Harry looked at him. "You don't have to be an Auror," Harry said, simply. "Your Gran is wrong." Neville looked up. "About that," Harry said. "She loves you, probably, and she wants you to be great, probably. But what makes a person great and what impresses the people around them aren't always the same thing, and the mistake of confusing them is the kind that costs years." He held Neville's gaze. "You know plants the way I know elements. I can tell. The way you handled the devil's snare in herbology, you weren't following the notes, you were reading the plant. That's not something you learn. It's something you are." Neville stared at him. "You should be a herbologist," Harry said. "A serious one. You'd be extraordinary." The fire popped. Trevor made a small sound. Neville looked down at the toad and back at Harry and said, with a wobble in his voice that he was clearly working to manage, "How do you just say things like that? Like it's easy." "Because it's true," Harry said. "True things should be easy to say." Ron was looking between them with an expression of careful respect. Hermione's quill was still. The common room hummed around them, warm and full of the life of the castle, and for a moment they were just 4 people at a fire, and it was enough, and Harry felt it settle into him, this specific thing, this thing he'd wanted, these 3 particular people, and was glad. He'd been observing Quirrell for 6 weeks. The observations were systematic. He'd built a framework, the same way he'd build any theoretical model, identifying variables, establishing baseline behavior, looking for deviations. He went to every defense class with full attention and let most of what was said in those classes wash over him while he watched the professor. Quirrell's magic was strange. Stuttered in ways that stuttering magic usually didn't, real nervousness produced inconsistency, shakiness, lack of precision, but what Quirrell produced was occasionally too precise, disturbingly controlled, in ways that didn't match the surface behavior. And there were moments when the energy signature shifted, brief, barely perceptible, but consistent, always in the same circumstances, when Quirrell thought no one was watching, when he turned toward the back of the room, when the class was noisy enough to cover small things. And there was the smell. Harry had written to Nicolas about the smell in his first-week letter, describing it in alchemical terms, an energy signature with a quality of diffusion, as though a substance is present that is not entirely material, with decay characteristics inconsistent with the local environment. Nicolas's return letter had been 2 pages long and included a footnote that said, in the careful handwriting of someone trying to be measured, the signature you're describing is consistent with the theoretical literature on what we would call a disembodied state. Not death, something between. I hope I'm wrong. Perenelle hopes I'm wrong. Write again soon. Harry had sat with that letter for a while. Then he'd written back and said that Nicolas probably wasn't wrong, and that things were under control, and that Perenelle should stop hovering, and that the shepherd's pie at Hogwarts was very good. Perenelle's reply had included 17 instructions, for protective charm patterns, and a PS that said, I am not hovering. I am monitoring from an appropriate distance. There is a difference. There was not a difference. He was coming back from the library on a Wednesday evening in late October when he turned a corner and nearly walked into Quirrell. Not bumped into, nearly. He sidestepped with the same automatic precision he'd used on Diagon Alley, the body's response to its own alertness, and looked up at Quirrell with a polite expression and found Quirrell looking back at him with something in his face that was not the usual nervous deflection. "Professor," Harry said. "Mr. Potter," Quirrell said. The stutter was there, but below the stutter was the thing Harry had been watching for, a quality of attention, directed and sharp, the quality of being observed by something that was not precisely Quirrell. "Late for study hours," Harry said pleasantly. "I'll get back to the common room." He stepped around Quirrell and walked, without hurrying would have been wrong, a signal, and Harry didn't send signals, down the corridor and around the corner and then stopped in the shadow of a doorway and stood very still and listened. The sound of footsteps, very quiet, that paused where he'd been standing and then continued in the other direction. Moving toward the third floor. Harry stayed where he was for another minute. Then he went back to Gryffindor Tower. He found Hermione and Ron in the common room and sat down and said, without preamble, "I need to tell you what I've been working out about Quirrell." They both set down what they were doing. Hermione said, "We've been waiting for this." "How long?" "Since you went to the library that Saturday," Ron said. "We're not completely oblivious." "Fair," Harry said. He laid it out, the energy signature, the stutter inconsistencies, Nicolas's response, the thing in the corridor tonight. He didn't dramatize it, he talked about it the way he talked about problems, with precision and a degree of controlled urgency. Hermione was writing. Ron was listening with his arms folded and an expression of someone who was worried and also furious about being worried. When he finished, they were all quiet for a moment. "Voldemort," Hermione said. Her voice was steady, which Harry noted with respect. "Something that's left of him," Harry said. "Some portion of him that survived the night at Godric's Hollow. Using Quirrell as a host, or as a means. And trying to reach something that's in the castle." "The stone," Ron said. "The stone," Harry confirmed. Neville had come over from across the room during the last few minutes of this, drawn by the quality of quiet concentration they were emanating, and he sat on the arm of the sofa and listened to the summary Ron gave him without interrupting. When Ron finished, Neville nodded once and said, "What do we do?" "We keep watching," Harry said. "We tell Dumbledore what we have. And we're ready." "Ready for what specifically?" Hermione said. "For what comes next," Harry said. "It's moving toward something. Quirrell's been moving toward the third floor more frequently, and whatever's there to stop him, it won't stop him forever." "How can you be so calm about this?" Ron said. Not accusatory, genuinely puzzled, and a little awed. Harry thought about it. "It's not calm exactly," he said. Voldemort scares people because he's unknown. He's become a symbol people are afraid to look at directly. But he's not a symbol. He's a wizard who made some very bad choices and developed a very specific magical problem and who's currently bottled in a professor's turban." He met Ron's eyes. "When you look at things directly, they're always smaller than the fear. Easier to say when you've been trained by the Flamels," Ron said, but it wasn't resentful, just honest. "Yes," Harry said. "That's fair." He paused. "But I'd argue the same thing works for you, with your chess." Ron blinked. "My chess? You've been playing since you were 4. You see the whole board at once. You know where every piece is and how it relates to every other piece and what's going to happen in 12 moves." Harry looked at him steadily. "That's not nothing, Ron. When we need someone who can see the whole board," he let it sit. Ron was quiet for a moment. Then he said, a little gruff, "All right." "Yeah. All right." "All right," Harry said. "Now, Hermione, do you know the specific architecture of the protections Dumbledore would have set up in the third-floor corridor?" She was already opening a book. "They had a system by mid-November. Not an organized, formal system, more a natural division of focus, the way things arranged themselves among people who'd spent enough time working together. Hermione tracked everything textual, the academic literature on possession, on Voldemort's known capabilities, on the historical records of Quirrell's teaching career. She'd found 3 inconsistencies in his official biography. Ron tracked the social dynamics, who was noticing what in the castle, what was being said in corridors, what information was moving through the rumor networks of Hogwarts, which were, he explained, extremely efficient information transmission systems if you knew how to read them. Neville, quietly and without announcing it, had begun monitoring the plants in the greenhouses with the kind of close attention that involved, he told Harry sheepishly, sensing disruptions in the natural behavior of ambient magical organisms, which apparently plants were. Plants no, Neville said simply, when Harry asked him to explain this. They don't think, not like us, but they respond. There's something that's been making the plants near the 3rd floor stairs anxious. You can read plant anxiety, Harry said. Yes, Neville said, then added, is that strange? Neville, Harry said, that's extraordinary. I need you to keep detailed notes. Neville kept detailed notes. They were extremely useful. Harry did the direct observation, Quirrell specifically, and the castle broadly, and spent the nights when he couldn't sleep sitting by the Gryffindor Tower window and practicing the refinements to his protective charm work that Perenelle had sent him. He'd developed a quiet cast that was essentially undetectable, no light, no sound, and he spent those hours making it second nature, the way Nicolas had always taught him, practice until you don't have to think about it. Then you'll have the thinking for the important parts. Quidditch happened. He'd gone to the first Gryffindor tryouts because Oliver Wood had been recruiting with the desperation of a general who needed cavalry, and Harry had climbed on the broomstick more from genuine curiosity than ambition and had discovered within 30 seconds that flying was, well. Flying was the most natural thing he'd done since magic, which was saying something. He'd caught the snitch 11 times in the tryout. Oliver Wood had made a noise like a man who'd seen a vision. You're our seeker, Wood said, with the conviction of someone reciting an article of faith. All right, Harry said. He was still 10 feet in the air because he'd found he didn't want to come down yet, which was itself interesting information. You're the youngest seeker in a century, Wood said. Right. Aren't you? Wood seemed to be looking for awe. Isn't that extraordinary? Harry considered the question. Flying is extraordinary, he said. That I can do it well seems correct. I'm not sure why. He finally came down to earth. When's the first match? He told the others about it at dinner. Ron said, yes, loudly enough that several people from Slytherin looked over, and Hermione said, I suppose you're going to be insufferable about this, and Neville smiled with uncomplicated happiness and said, you were born to it, weren't you, somehow? Harry thought about his father and his father's Quidditch letters in the photograph album and said, maybe a bit. The November Quidditch match against Slytherin was a study in contrasts. Marcus Flint was a large person with the sporting ethics of a mountain troll and a strategy that relied heavily on intimidation, which meant that when Harry arrived on the pitch and was not visibly intimidated it created an immediate operational problem for the Slytherin team. Flint spent the opening minutes trying to crowd Harry off course, which would have worked on someone who was uncertain of their flying, and which failed utterly because Harry flew the way he worked, decisive, precise, always exactly where he intended to be. He found the snitch 11 minutes into the match. It was 20 feet above and to the left of the Gryffindor goalposts, barely moving, vibrating with that distinctive snitch quality that was more sensed than seen. He went into a dive, fast, steep, the wind flat against his face, and the Slytherin seeker, Higgs, was already 3 seconds behind him, and Harry pulled out of the dive with the snitch in his closed hand and 600 feet of altitude still beneath him. The Gryffindor stands erupted. He landed with a bounce and opened his hand to show the snitch to Wood, who was making sounds that weren't quite words. 11 minutes, Harry said. 11 minutes, Wood said. 11 minutes. We should celebrate, Harry said. Can we celebrate? Ron keeps talking about the kitchens. The letter from Nicolas came in the middle of November, in the Morning Post that Mercurio delivered with his usual reliable precision and slightly superior air. It was in Nicolas's distinctive handwriting, the cramped, left-leaning script of someone who'd been writing in the same hand since the 14th century and had developed a personal calligraphic tradition. Harry, it began, which was always how Nicholas started letters when the content was serious but not alarming. I've been doing additional research on disembodied states following your observations. There is a theoretical mechanism by which a fragment of a powerful wizard's essence might survive the destruction of their physical form. It requires an act of dark magic of considerable complexity and moral cost, the details of which I will explain when you're home for Christmas and we can talk properly. The relevant practical point is this: such a fragment would be attracted to objects of great magical concentration, the stone being the most obvious example in a given radius. This confirms your theory, but also suggests a timeline. Such a fragment needs, periodically, to draw on magical energy from its host. When that energy becomes insufficient, it will be driven to act, regardless of consequences. I would estimate, based on the pattern you've described, that you are looking at a window of weeks rather than months. I have written to Albus. I hope he has told you something similar. Please be careful. Perenelle says to tell you she is not hovering, which is the least accurate thing she has ever said. With love, Nicholas. He read it twice over breakfast, then folded it and looked at Hermione and Ron, who were watching him with the alertness of people who'd gotten good at reading his expressions. Weeks, he said. How many? Hermione said. Nicholas doesn't say. He's not the kind of person who estimates when he's uncertain. Harry poured himself more tea. I'm going to see Dumbledore today. And if Dumbledore can't or won't move the stone? Ron said. Harry considered this. Then we make sure we're ready for what comes next. We, Neville said, from across the table. Quietly, steadily. We, Harry said. Dumbledore was in his office, which was everything it was rumored to be, circular, magnificent, full of silver instruments making complicated noises, and he received Harry with the specific quality of attention that he gave things when he was thinking and listening at the same time. Harry gave him Nicholas's letter. Dumbledore read it without visible reaction except for a barely perceptible tightening around his eyes at the phrase dark magic of considerable complexity and moral cost. He's right about the timeline, Dumbledore said, when he'd finished. I've been thinking the same. Possibly sooner. Could you move the stone? Harry said. Moving it carries its own risks, Dumbledore said. The safeguards are in place for reasons that, he paused. There are political realities involved. Involving the Flamels and the stone creates complications I've been trying to avoid. The stone is already involved, Harry said. Nicholas knows it's here. He consented to it being here. The political reality of explaining why it had to be moved seems manageable compared to what happens if Quirrell gets through. He held Dumbledore's gaze. What's actually stopping you? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. He looked at Harry, really looked, the way he did sometimes, with the full weight of all those years behind it. Nothing, he said. If it comes to that. When it comes to that, Harry said. Another pause. Yes, Dumbledore said. When? Tell me what's in the corridor, Harry said. Dumbledore folded his hands on the desk. He told him, all of it. Fluffy. The devil's snare. The winged keys. The chess board. The troll. The potions logic puzzle. The mirror. He told it methodically, and Harry listened methodically, and at the end Harry was quiet for a moment. The mirror, he said. It shows the person who wants the stone only to someone who wants to find but not use it. Yes. That's elegant, Harry said. That's very elegant design. Thank you, Dumbledore said, and the almost smile was there. Voldemort, the fragment, whatever it is, won't be able to get through that, Harry said. Which is also the problem. That will be the point of confrontation. Yes. And you're going to be there? I intend to be. Dumbledore met his eyes. I have obligations that may take me away from the school in the near term. An issue that requires my presence elsewhere. It's possible that's not a coincidence. Harry felt the pieces of this settle into clarity. If you're drawn away, he said slowly, and someone gets through the protections, what's the position? Dumbledore looked at him steadily. The position is that the last defense is the mirror, and what stands between the mirror and whoever wants to use it depends on who's there. The fire crackled. An instrument on the shelf made a gentle, complex sound. I'll be there, Harry said. I know, Dumbledore said, quietly. Harry, he paused. You don't have to do this alone. I know, Harry said. I won't be. He stood up to leave, and Dumbledore said, How are you finding Hogwarts? Harry stopped. He thought about the question honestly, the way he thought about everything. It's the best thing that's happened to me, he said, that I wasn't already expecting. He left. Dumbledore sat for a while in his circular office with its silver instruments, listening to the sounds of the castle around him, and looked older than usual, and not entirely unhappy. December came in on a cold wind that rattled the windows of the Gryffindor common room and made the fire the most popular spot in the tower. The four of them had developed a rhythm around that fire, Hermione reading and making notes, Ron playing chess against himself with an obsessive focus that was more interesting to watch than he apparently realized, Neville writing letters home and occasionally to Professor Sprout about a specific hybrid cultivation experiment he'd started in the third greenhouse, Harry working through whatever he was working through, which was often more than one thing at once. The Hogwarts ghost, nearly headless Nick, had told Harry one evening that in his 400 years of haunting the castle he had never seen a first-year who worried as little about the curriculum and as much about everything else. Harry had taken this as a compliment. Nick seemed pleased. You're doing the thing where you're planning but not telling us what, Hermione said one evening, looking up from her book. I plan all the time, Harry said. This is different planning. This is the planning. He looked at her. She looked back with those sharp brown eyes that missed nothing, and he thought about what he'd said about people not hiding as well as they think. Yes, he said. Christmas. When everyone goes home. The castle's emptier, Ron said, immediately understanding. Easier to move. If he's going to try, that's when. Yes, Harry said. Are we staying? Neville said. I'm staying, Harry said. All of you, Harry, Hermione said, with a firmness that was entirely characteristic and entirely non-negotiable. Right, Harry said. We're staying. Ron was already writing to his mother to explain he wouldn't be coming home for Christmas. His expression was apologetic but resolute, the expression of someone who had decided where he needed to be. Neville was doing the same, a very different letter, to his grandmother, that he wrote and rewrote 3 times to find the right words. Harry wrote to Nicolas and Perenelle. He told them what Dumbledore had said. He told them his own assessment. He asked them to be ready to come quickly if he sent word, and he emphasized that he didn't expect it to come to that. Perenelle's reply arrived the next morning. We will be ready, it said, in her handwriting, which was more precise than Nicolas's and had the quality of absolute certainty built into every line. We will also be furious with you for underestimating how ready we intended to be regardless. I have packed a bag. Nicolas has been in the laboratory for 17 hours. We love you. Be careful. Be clever. Be you. Perenelle P.S. I am still not hovering. Harry read this twice, folded it, and put it in his inside pocket where he put things he intended to keep. He went flying on the 15th of December, just himself and the Nimbus 2000 in the winter sky. The grounds were empty, the castle lit up behind him against the grey, and he went high, higher than he usually went in practice, and hovered there in the cold, looking out at the mountains and the lake in the darkening afternoon. It was, he thought, a remarkable year. He had friends. Real ones. The kind that stayed, that chose to stay, at Christmas, when going home would have been easier. He had this place, this strange, living, ancient castle that had become, in 4 months, something that felt very much like home alongside the Devon cottage, a second belonging. He had Quidditch, which was pure joy with no complications. He had Flitwick, who had started giving him advanced charm theory to work through after classes because the curriculum was visibly insufficient. He had Hermione's arguments, which sharpened him. He had Ron's chess games, which had become their own language. He had Neville, quietly, steadily, becoming the person he'd always been. And ahead of him there was Quirrell and what lived under Quirrell's turban, and a corridor on the 3rd floor, and a mirror that would show you your heart's desire, and whatever came after that. He put his hand in his pocket and felt the outline of Perenelle's letter. B.U. The wind picked up and the stars were coming out over the mountains, cold and clear and numerous, and Harry Potter, alchemist's apprentice, son of James and Lily, ward of Nicolas and Perenelle, first-year Gryffindor, youngest seeker in a century, 11 years old and as ready as anyone had ever been for anything. Harry Potter looked at the stars and breathed the cold mountain air and went back to the castle for dinner. Chapter 5, Fire and Stone, continued and completed. They moved through the darkness beyond the devil's snare into a chamber that resolved itself by degrees, the ceiling first, then the walls, then the floor, and finally the contents of the room, which were 1,000 birds. Not birds. The movement was too erratic, too fast, catching the faint light from above with flashes of color. Keys. Hundreds of them, winged, circling the chamber with the mindless industry of a stirred beehive, and at the far end a locked wooden door. Harry looked at the door. Looked at the keys. Looked at the ceiling. One of these fits that lock, he said. Old-fashioned, iron, probably large. Most of the keys up there are decorative, look at the wing patterns. The functional ones will have a different shape to the wings, more structural. There are hundreds, Ron said. There are 4 broomsticks, Hermione said, pointing. Harry was already on the nearest one. He went up and moved through the swarm with none of the showing off his Quidditch talent invited, just clean economical flying, scanning the keys with the same focused attention he gave to snitch hunting, looking not for motion but for the thing that was slightly wrong about the motion, the anomaly in the pattern. The functional key would be heavier. Its wings would beat differently. He found it in 40 seconds, large, silver, slightly bent wing on the left side where it had been caught against the lock in a previous attempt, recent scratches on the barrel. He caught it and was at the lock in another 10 seconds and then they were through. The chess room stopped them briefly, and then Ron looked at it for 3 seconds and stopped being stopped. The pieces were enormous, waist height on Harry, taller on Ron, and they were set for a game that had been partially played already, by whatever had come through before them. Quirrell's pieces were still on the board, one side cleared enough to show passage. But the board had reset itself, which was how these things worked, and to get through they'd need to play. "I'll take black," Ron said, and his voice had changed, flattened, focused, the voice he got when he was looking at a chess board and the whole world had contracted to the 64 squares and the mathematical certainty of what lived there. Harry looked at him. "Ron, I know the board," Ron said. He was already moving, studying the pieces with quick, evaluative attention. "You don't. You're very good at a lot of things, Harry, but chess is," he turned and met Harry's eyes directly, without apology. "This one's mine." Harry held his gaze for a moment. Then he nodded once. "Tell us what to be," he said. Ron placed them, Harry as a bishop, Hermione as a rook, Neville to one side to watch. He took the knight himself, which Harry registered as significant because the knight was the piece most likely to be sacrificed in the kind of play Ron was clearly planning, and then the game began. It lasted 9 minutes. Harry moved when Ron told him to and trusted the instructions completely, because trust when it was earned was simply logic, not sentiment. He watched Ron work and understood something that he hadn't quite articulated before, that what Ron did with chess was not calculation, not exactly. It was something more intuitive than that, an understanding of the board that lived below conscious reasoning, the way Harry's understanding of elemental conversion lived below formal theory. Ron had been doing this since he was 4 years old and he'd done it so long it had become its own form of genius, and it was extraordinary. The white pieces fought hard. Ron's knight took 3 of them and Harry's bishop took 2 before a white queen moved with predatory speed toward Ron's position and Ron stepped directly into its path. "Ron," Neville said, sharp. "I know," Ron said. "You don't have to, the knight goes here, the rook can checkmate from there, and the queen has to come through me to stop it." He looked at Harry without sentimentality. "So the queen comes through me. It's chess. I'll be knocked unconscious, I won't be dead. A beat. Go when I'm down. Don't stop." The queen moved. Ron hit the floor of the chamber with a sound that landed on all of them hard and immediate, and Hermione made a sound she immediately suppressed, and Neville was still, and Harry looked at Ron's unconscious form on the stone floor for exactly 1 second, 1 full second of the specific feeling of someone who didn't lose people and was confronting the fact that losing people was a real shape of a thing, and then looked at the board. "Checkmate," he said, and his voice was steady because he made it steady. The White King threw down its crown. "Neville, stay with Ron," Harry said, moving for the door. "Get him clear of the board when the pieces stand down. He'll wake up." "I know," Neville said. He was already beside Ron, calm with purpose, the kind of person you wanted in a crisis because he didn't waste energy on fear when there was something useful to do. "Go." Harry and Hermione went through. There was a troll in the next chamber, already knocked unconscious. Someone had gotten there before them, and they went around it without stopping and through the door beyond and into a room that smelled of cold stone and logic. The potions puzzle. 7 bottles on a table and a fire ahead and a fire behind and a piece of paper with a riddle, and Hermione picked up the paper and read it once and Harry watched her face go through several things rapidly. "I can see which is which," she said. "Which is safest forward?" "The smallest bottle." She picked it up. "There's only enough for 1. She handed it to him. He held it and looked at her and she looked at him with her brown eyes entirely steady. "I'll go back through the purple fire for Ron and Neville," she said. "The small bottle forward, the second to left bottle back." "I already know which." She reached into her bag and handed him the notes she'd written. "In case there's something you don't know at the end." "There's a mirror," he said. "I know. Dumbledore told you it works on desire." She held his gaze. "You'll be fine." "I know," he said. She put her hand on his arm for a half second, quick, deliberate, and then she turned and walked back through the purple fire and was gone, and Harry was alone in the small room with the stone and the bottles and the fire and what was ahead. He looked at the note in his hands for a moment. Then he pocketed it and drank the smallest bottle. The cold hit him like a river, total and immediate, a wave of ice that dissolved the moment he stepped into the black fire and was through. The chamber beyond the fire was large and dark and lit by a sourceless light that came from everywhere and nowhere, the way light worked in places that were primarily magical in their construction. The ceiling was lost in darkness. The floor was smooth, cold stone. And at the far end, on a dais, surrounded by the same sourceless light, was the mirror. It was tall, taller than it had looked in Dumbledore's description. The frame was ornate gold with the inscription running along the top, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. Harry read it reversed without effort, "I show not your face but your heart's desire," and looked at what it showed. He stopped. His parents looked back at him. James Potter was tall with messy dark hair and the same round glasses, and he had his arm around Lily who was red-haired and bright-eyed and was looking at Harry from the mirror with an expression that he tried to construct from photographs and descriptions and had never quite managed to build, and now here it was, love, pure and whole and without condition or complication, the real face of it. He stood and looked at them for a long moment. His mother raised her hand in a small wave. His father's expression broke into a grin, his grin, or rather the original of his grin, the one he'd inherited. "Hello," Harry said, to the mirror. His voice was barely above a whisper. He let himself have 10 seconds of it. The exact shape of what he'd lost, made visible. The specific grief of it and the specific joy of it existing at all, even here, even this way. Then he stepped aside. Not because the mirror's power didn't work on him, it did, absolutely and completely, in the way it was designed to, but because he understood what the mirror was doing and what he was there for, and he had not come here to stand and want. He positioned himself to the left, slightly behind the axis of reflection, and reached into his pocket, and waited. He didn't wait long. The door opened. Quirrell came in quickly, without the stutter, without the nervous deflection, moving with a purpose and a straightness that confirmed what Harry had suspected, that whatever had been using Quirrell was no longer bothering with the surface disguise. He stopped when he saw Harry. His eyes, in the strange light of the chamber, were different. The color was right but the quality was wrong, too fixed, too focused, with something behind them that didn't belong to Quirrell. "Harry Potter," Quirrell said. No stutter. A different voice quality, very slightly, in the way a room sounds different when there's another person in it you can't see. "Professor," Harry said. "Or, I'm not sure that's still the right title, is it?" Quirrell tilted his head. "Clever. The Flamels made you clever." "They made me a lot of things," Harry said. "Where are you trying to get to?" "I think you know," Quirrell said, and he stepped toward the mirror with the specific hunger of someone who'd been moving toward this for months. He stopped in front of it. He looked at it. Harry watched his face. What moved across Quirrell's face while he looked at the mirror was terrible, not because it was frightening but because it was recognizably human, a want so enormous it had consumed the person feeling it, had made a ruin of him. Harry felt something that wasn't quite pity but was adjacent to it. "I can't see it," Quirrell said, after a moment. His voice had gone rough. "All I see is myself, presenting the stone to my master." "But I can't, it's not," he turned sharply. You've seen it. You looked at the mirror. What did you see?" "My family," Harry said. "Alive." Quirrell was quiet. "The mirror shows what you most desire," Harry said. "If you most desire to give the stone to someone else, you can't use it, the enchantment requires that the desire be for the stone itself, not its use. You don't want the stone. You want what it will get you." "My master wants the stone," Quirrell said. "Your master isn't looking at the mirror," Harry said. "You are." Quirrell stared at him. Then he moved, fast, a wand raised, a curse that came bright and quick and purposeful, the kind of spell cast by someone who knew what they were doing. Harry sidestepped and deflected, not with a counter-curse but with a contained redirect. The curse went sideways and scattered against the chamber wall. Quirrell stopped. "You deflected that wandlessly," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "You're 11 years old." "People keep mentioning that," Harry said. "As if it's relevant." Quirrell raised his wand again and this time the magic that came with it was darker, not a simple curse but something structured, something with intent layered into it, the kind of casting that took real ability. Harry felt the weight of it before it landed and moved with more purpose, throwing up a ward that caught it and held it and sent it back fractionally reduced, and Quirrell absorbed the reduction with a grunt and reset. They circled. Harry was assessing as he moved, the technique, the power behind it, the signature. Quirrell's casting was strong and precise and experienced, and Harry had no illusions about the fact that whatever was using the man was adding something to it, a depth, a darkness, a driven quality that pushed the magic harder than Quirrell's own ability would have. But there was a problem with being two things at once, the coherence was imperfect. Every so often the signature stuttered in the way that two forces pulling in slightly different directions always stuttered, and in those stutters was a vulnerability that Harry had been mapping since the first curse landed. "My master," Quirrell said, during a pause in the exchange, and his voice had developed a new quality, rougher, more layered, as if the thing beneath the surface was pushing up, "wants to speak to you." Harry kept his weight balanced and his attention fully present. "Tell him he can write." The quality of stillness that followed this was different from any stillness that had preceded it. Then Quirrell reached up and, with both hands, unwound the purple turban. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was no face at all, or it was a face the way a reflection in broken glass is a face, the correct features in the wrong arrangement, something that had once been human and had moved decisively away from it. The eyes were the worst of it, red, and present, and intelligently watching, and carrying in them the absolute conviction of someone who had chosen what they were and did not regret it. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, the way the light did, and it was cold in a way that weather wasn't cold, a deliberate cold, chosen, the cold of absence rather than temperature. Harry looked at him directly. Not because he wasn't affected, the presence was deeply, physiologically unsettling, the hairs on his arms and the back of his neck, a primordial response to something that registered as fundamentally wrong, but because Nicolas had told him, years ago, about the first time he'd encountered a dangerous entity in an alchemical context, the ones that want to terrify you are gambling that you'll look away. The moment you look at them directly, you take the gamble away. "I've been wondering what you'd sound like," Harry said. "Have you been frightened?" Voldemort said. "No," Harry said. "You should be." "Probably," Harry said. "But I'm not. So we can either stay on the subject of whether I should be frightened, which isn't going to change, or you can tell me what you actually want." A pause. Then something that was almost amusement moved across the ruined face. "The stone," Voldemort said. "You know where it is." "So do you, I'd imagine," Harry said. "It's in the mirror." "I know it's in the mirror. The mirror won't give it to someone who wants to use it." "But you," the red eyes studied him. "You've been here. You've looked in the mirror. If you want to find but not use, I see where this is going," Harry said. "You'd like me to reach in and hand it to you." "Give me the stone," Voldemort said, and the voice did something different now. It didn't rise, it went deeper, a quality of absolute authority, the kind of voice that had made people comply for 50 years because something in the animal part of the brain recognized it as the sound of unquestioned power. "Give me the stone and I will reward you beyond anything you can imagine. You could join me. What the Flamels made of you in 8 years, I could refine in 1. Everything they were too cautious to teach you, every limit they placed, they didn't place limits," Harry said. "They have none to place. The Flamels made the Philosopher's Stone, the real one, not a copy, not a theory. They've been alive for 6 centuries because they understand magic at a level that makes most of what you've done look like early experiments." He met the red eyes steadily. "You're not offering me something better. You're offering me the same thing through a door that leads off a cliff." "They'll die," Voldemort said. His voice was still quiet. "The stone will be destroyed, Dumbledore has already decided this, one way or another. The elixir will run out, and they'll die, and whatever they've given you will be all you have. I can give you more." Harry felt that land. He let it land, let himself feel the true weight of it, because it was a true thing, that was the cruelty of it, that the core of the argument was real. The stone would eventually be destroyed. Nicolas and Perenelle would eventually die, and they both knew it, had spoken of it with the equanimity of people who'd had 6 centuries to make their peace, and Harry had listened to those conversations with the careful attention of someone who was not yet ready to make the same peace. He let himself feel it for exactly as long as it took to feel it fully. Then, "No," he said. "Potter, you can't give me more," Harry said. "You can't give me anything. You don't have a body. You're sharing a skull with a man who's dying because of you. You've spent 10 years as, whatever this is. All that power, all those choices, all that deliberate dark magic, and the night you met a woman who loved her son enough to stand in front of him, all of it came apart." The red eyes went very still. "My mother," Harry said, "defeated you without a single spell. With nothing except the choice she made. And you want to make me an offer?" He tilted his head. "No." The stillness shattered. What came next was nothing like dueling, it was raw magical force, unstructured, the kind of power that comes from an entity that has shed the need for technique in favor of sheer overwhelming weight. It hit the air of the chamber like a physical thing, like pressure, like the air itself deciding to be hostile. Harry had no illusions about matching it force for force. He wasn't supposed to. What Nicolas had spent 8 years teaching him was not power, he had power, but power wasn't the point. The point was understanding. The point was the bidirectional relationship between intention and effect, the way an experienced transmutation artist didn't fight a metal's inherent structure but worked with it, found the path of least resistance, guided rather than forced. He let the wave come. Not passively, he was active in every nerve and intent, but active in a specific way, the way water is active when it flows around stone rather than breaking against it. He felt the force hit his ward structure and moved with the redirect rather than against it, the way he'd sidestepped Quirrell's early curses, and the force scattered sideways and the chamber wall groaned. Voldemort was not capable of Quirrell's technique, he had no body to cast from, no wand, nothing but will and the borrowed magic of a dying host. Enormous will, real enough, terrible enough. But will alone was blunt. Harry moved forward. He crossed the chamber quickly, not running, running was imprecision, and Quirrell/Voldemort turned with him, and the force hit again, and again Harry moved with it rather than against it. He reached the mirror, stood in front of it. Looked in. His parents were still there. Still smiling. And there, in his reflected hand, his own hand closed. He opened it. The stone sat in his palm. Small. Red. The warmth of it was unmistakable to him, as familiar as anything he'd ever held, the same warmth as the Athanor, the same warmth as the Devon kitchen at night, the warmth of known things, the warmth of a thing that had been understood through and had become, in the process of understanding, something close to alive. "Give it to me," Voldemort said, from behind him. Harry turned around. He looked at Quirrell's face, the front of it, the professor's face, the face of someone who had once been an ordinary person and had allowed something extraordinary and terrible to hollow him out. Quirrell was suffering. It was visible in the set of the jaw, the tension of the muscles, the way the eyes, his own eyes, not the eyes on the back of his head, were wet with something that might have been pain or might have been shame or might have been both so long intermingled they'd become the same thing. "Give it to me," Voldemort said again, and now Quirrell's hands came up, reaching for Harry's wrist. Harry caught both of Quirrell's hands. The result was immediate and total. Quirrell screamed, a sound that came from somewhere below pain, from some fundamental level of the body's protest against what was happening, and where Harry's hands held his, the skin blistered and burned and cracked as if touched by fire, and Harry held on because what he felt in his own hands was not fire but warmth, the same warmth as the stone, the same warmth as the Devon kitchen. And he understood with the clarity of something that didn't require explanation what was happening. His mother's protection. Crystallized love, woven into his skin at the cellular level, the consequence of a choice made years ago in a small house in Godric's Hollow. Meeting something that had no love left in it at all. The two things, the presence of it and the absolute absence of it, reacting at the boundary like opposite charges. He held on. Quirrell screamed. The thing on the back of his head howled, something wordless, enormous, ancient fury at being stopped by something so simple, so unrepeatable, so fundamentally human as love. Voldemort's force hit the air again, and this time it was less structured than anything that had come before, wild and frantic, and Harry absorbed it through the same understanding as before and held on. "Let go," Voldemort said, and the voice was different now, not commanding but something closer to desperate, which was the most frightening thing it had been yet. "Let go." "No," Harry said. The darkness came up fast. Not from outside, from the exhaustion of holding a burning contact and sustaining the redirection of force simultaneously, the two things that together were reaching the limit of what his body could support. He felt it at the edges of his vision first, then in the floor beneath his feet, which seemed less certain than it had been. He held on anyway. He held on until the howling stopped. Until Quirrell's hands went slack in his grip. Until the force in the air collapsed to nothing like a tent losing its poles, sudden and total. Until the only sound in the chamber was his own breathing and the cold silence of a room that had been full of violence and was now full of its aftermath. Then he let go. Quirrell crumpled. Harry stood over him and looked at the professor's face, both faces, the front and the back, and the face on the back of the head was not there anymore. It was just the back of a head. The red eyes were gone. What remained was Quirrell, and only Quirrell, and that was both better and worse than what had been there before. Harry looked at the stone in his hand. He closed his fingers around it. Then his legs informed him that they were done, and he went down, and the stone floor came up and met him, and the darkness that had been at the edges of his vision came to the center of it, and for a while there was nothing at all. He woke up in the hospital wing. This was apparent before he opened his eyes, the smell of it, antiseptic and healing potions and the particular damp warmth of a room being magically climate-controlled. He lay still for a moment and catalogued himself from the inside out, hands sore, very sore, with the specific deep ache of prolonged contact with a reactive surface. Head aching. Ribs intact. Everything else present and accounted for. He opened his eyes. Perenelle was sitting in the chair beside his bed. She wasn't looking at him, she was looking at the wall across the room with the focused, faraway quality of someone who had been sitting in the same place for a while and had run out of things to think about that weren't distressing. Her silver hair was down, which meant she'd come quickly enough that she hadn't had time for it, and she was wearing a coat over what looked like her workroom clothes, which confirmed the speed of arrival. "I said I didn't need you to come," he said. She turned to look at him. Something moved through her face, relief, and the specific fury that lives just underneath relief, the fury that is only possible because you love someone. "Yes," she said. "You did say that. I meant it. I know you did. Nicolas is downstairs arguing with Dumbledore." "About what?" "About everything. The stone. The security arrangements. The decision to use an 11-year-old as an unannounced part of the last line of defense." Her voice was level in the way that level voices are level when what's underneath them is volcanic. "It's been a productive conversation." Harry sat up. His hands were wrapped, clean, careful bandaging, the kind Madame Pomfrey did, precise without being fussy. He held them up and looked at them. "It worked," he said. "Your mother's protection," Perenelle said. "Yes. In a way I don't think anyone fully predicted." She paused. "What was it like?" He thought about this seriously. "Warm," he said. "It was warm. It didn't feel like a weapon. It felt like you, actually. That specific warmth. Like the kitchen." She was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was different, less carefully controlled. "The mechanism makes sense," she said. "The protection is love crystallized. It would carry her specific signature, the texture of her particular love, and you'd recognize it because I grew up in a house full of the same thing," Harry said. She looked at him directly. "Yes," she said. "Because of that." He nodded. He looked at his wrapped hands again. "Quirrell. Is he died," Perenelle said. "Shortly after you lost consciousness. The deterioration was too advanced. Whatever had been using him had already," she stopped. "He'd been dying for months." Harry sat with this. "He wasn't a bad person," he said, eventually. "I think he was frightened, and someone very good at exploiting frightened people found him." He looked at the ceiling. "I don't know if that makes it better or worse." "Both," Perenelle said. "Things can be both." He nodded. "Voldemort," he said. "Gone. For now. Nicolas thinks, the fragment you encountered was not capable of surviving without a host, and the host is gone, and the fragment itself was damaged by the encounter." She paused. "He's not dead. Whatever that word means for whatever he's become. But he's less than he was, and the next time he tries something it will take him longer to attempt it." "Good," Harry said. "Not satisfying, exactly. But good. The stone. You had it in your pocket when you were brought up. Dumbledore has it. He's already spoken to Nicolas about," she stopped. "We had a conversation this morning. Albus and Nicolas and I. About the stone, and what comes next, and, she looked at her hands. I think Nicolas has made his decision. About returning the stone and allowing it to be destroyed. Harry looked at her. What about the elixir? How long? Long enough, she said. To set things in order. To finish what needs finishing. She met his eyes. We've had a very long time, Harry. Longer than anyone was supposed to have. He felt the weight of this. The real weight of it, not as an abstract fact but as a thing that was going to happen, that was moving toward him at the slow inevitable speed of true things. I'm angry about it, he said. Good, she said. So am I. That doesn't seem like something you should be able to be. At 600 years old, she said, I've earned the right to be angry about anything I want. He almost laughed. The ache in his hands pulled, and he didn't quite, but it was close. How long have you been here? He said. Since yesterday evening, she said. Nicolas arrived before me, which is impressive as he is less aerodynamically suited to rapid travel. She paused. Madame Pomfrey nearly had a crisis. She's been wonderful, actually. You told her who you are. I told her who we are. She sat down and then stood back up and then said, the Flamels. Well. All right then, and made us tea, which I thought was an excellent response to discovering that a pair of 600-year-old alchemists had turned up in your hospital wing at midnight. The best possible response, Harry agreed. He heard the door of the hospital wing open at the far end, and footsteps, and then Nicolas appeared around the curtain. He looked, Harry thought, like someone who had been having an extremely vigorous conversation for several hours and had not lost any of it. His silver hair was slightly disordered and he was still in his argument posture, shoulders square, chin up. He looked at Harry and his face did the thing it did when something mattered more than he wanted to show. Good morning, Nicolas said. Morning, Harry said. How was Dumbledore? Infuriating, thoughtful, and ultimately correct about most of the things that mattered, Nicolas said, pulling up the second chair with the air of a man installing himself for a long stay. We've reached a series of understandings. About the stone. Among other things. He settled into the chair. You are not injured in any way that won't heal. Your hands will be fine within the week. You were, by every account, extraordinary. I was effective, Harry said. I had good preparation. Both, Nicolas said. Both can be true. Both, Perenelle agreed. Harry looked at them, these two ancient, silver-haired, extraordinary people in their mismatched traveling clothes with their tired faces and their absolute certainty of presence. His family, by every measure that mattered. The people who had picked him up off a doorstep in November with the same decision he'd seen Perenelle make 100 times since, not after deliberation, not after calculation, but immediately, because it was right and obvious and to do otherwise would have been to be less than who they were. I want to go home for Christmas, he said. We know, Nicolas said. Not yet, when Madame Pomfrey, we've spoken to Madame Pomfrey, Perenelle said. Tomorrow morning, if your hands are progressing. Tomorrow, Harry said. He lay back. His hands ached. The hospital wing was warm and smell of healing, and outside the windows the sky was the particular gray of a winter morning that was thinking about becoming a winter afternoon. Somewhere in the castle his friends were presumably awake and worried and knowing him, probably doing something useful with the worry. My friends, he said. Ron, he was, awake and entirely fine, Perenelle said. He came to this door approximately 4 hours ago to check on you, and Madame Pomfrey told him you were sleeping and he should come back later, and he said, all right, and then stood outside the door for another 20 minutes just in case. Harry stared at the ceiling and felt something warm in the center of his chest that had nothing to do with his mother's protection. He's good, he said. Yes, Perenelle said. He is. A pause. They all are. The Longbottom boy stayed with him until midnight. And the Granger girl left us a 3-page summary of the night's events in bullet points, with a note at the bottom that said, "Mr. and Mrs. Flamel, I hope this is useful. Harry is the best person I've met. Please take care of him." Harry closed his eyes. "That's Hermione," he said. "Yes," Perenelle said, with a warmth in her voice that he recognized as Perenelle having decided about a person. "It very clearly is." He slept. Outside the windows the grey morning went on, and the castle breathed around them, and the year moved toward its end. He was at the door of the hospital wing the next morning, hands re-wrapped and aching only moderately, when he heard running feet in the corridor, and then all three of them, Ron and Hermione and Neville, came around the corner and pulled up short in front of him. They looked at each other for a moment. "You're upright," Ron said. "I'm upright," Harry confirmed. "And your hands will be fine." He looked at all three of them. "You all stayed." "Obviously," Hermione said. "We had nowhere better to be," Neville said. "I had somewhere better to be," Ron said. "Home with my family. I stayed anyway." He said it plainly, without drama, as a statement of fact that was also everything. "How are you actually?" "Actually?" Harry considered. "Tired. Sore. Glad it's done. Thinking about a lot of things." He looked at them. "Ron, what you did on the chessboard, don't," Ron said. "I mean it, I know you mean it. Don't." He shoved his hands in his pockets. "I'd do it again. That's all. I'd do it again and I'd make the same choice. So don't thank me, because it wasn't, it was just chess. It was just the thing I knew how to do." Harry held his gaze. Then he nodded. "I would," Neville said quietly, "also do it again. With the plants. For the record." "Me too," Hermione said. "The potions. Obviously." The four of them stood in the hospital wing doorway in the December morning, in the aftermath of the thing they'd done together, and the weight of it and the rightness of it settled between them in the way of things that are going to be carried for a long time, not as burdens, but as the kind of ballast that helps a ship go straight. "Right," Harry said. "I'm going home tomorrow. Come and have breakfast with me and Nicolas and Perenelle before I leave." "Your guardians are 600 years old," Ron said. "Of course I'm having breakfast with them. I have so many questions." "Ron, questions I will ask very politely," Ron said firmly. Hermione already had her notebook out. Neville was smiling, the full, unguarded version that Harry had seen getting more frequent, the version that had no anxiety underneath it. "I'd like that," he said. "Good," Harry said. "Let's go find them." Perenelle was interrogating Madame Pomfrey about healing charm theory last time I checked. "We should probably rescue someone from that situation and I'm not sure which one." They walked down the corridor together, four of them, and the castle went on around them, ancient and full of the future. Chapter 6, What We Carry. The breakfast happened in a room that Dumbledore had made available, a small sitting room off the main corridor, warm and firelit, with a table large enough for 7 and a house elf who appeared and disappeared with plates of food so efficiently that Ron watched the process 3 times before stopping himself from commenting. Nicolas had brought cheese from Devon. Nobody asked how, given that he'd arrived in the middle of the night, but he produced it from his coat pocket with the quiet satisfaction of a man who had his priorities entirely in order and laid it on the table alongside the castle's excellent toast and the marmalade that Hermione requested, and Madame Pomfrey had sent up with a note that said she was glad Harry was upright and would they please stop borrowing her reference texts. Perenelle sat at one end of the table, Nicolas at the other, and Harry's friends arranged themselves between them with the kind of unconscious ease that surprised Harry and shouldn't have, because of course they were easy with his guardians, because they were the kind of people who took the world as they found it and found it interesting, and because Nicolas and Perenelle were the kind of people who made you feel, immediately and completely, that your presence was not an imposition but a pleasure. Ron had his questions. He'd apparently organized them overnight, which Harry found both impressive and extremely on-brand, and he asked them with the courtesy he'd promised and the genuine curiosity that made him impossible to be irritated by. Nicholas answered 3 of them before catching fire on the 4th, a question about the relationship between Flamel's own early alchemical work and the later medieval theory of the 4 elements, and then they were off, the 2 of them, a 74-year gap between them and approximately 0 conversational distance. Ron's chess-trained pattern recognition meeting Nicholas's 6 centuries of structured thought and finding an immediate and productive friction. Perenelle watched this exchange for a minute and then said, to nobody in particular, he's going to be extraordinary. Ron. Harry said. He already sees the whole board, she said. He just needs practice seeing which boards are worth playing. Hermione was writing notes. This was not unexpected. What was unexpected was that she paused, partway through a sentence, and looked at Perenelle directly and said, Mrs. Flamel, the theory of love as a magical anchor that Harry's protection is based on. I've been reading about it. Is there published work I can access? The primary sources I've found are all incomplete. Perenelle looked at her for a moment. The primary sources are incomplete because most of them are our private research, she said. Unpublished. Hermione's pen stopped. You can write to us, Perenelle said. If you have questions. Specific questions. We will answer them. A pause. You have good instincts for theory. They want developing. Hermione looked at her with an expression that was very still in the specific way of someone who was receiving something larger than expected and was trying to hold it steadily. Thank you, she said. Don't thank me, Perenelle said. Work. Hermione's pen started moving again, faster. Neville, at the corner of the table, had been talking to Harry quietly throughout, the kind of conversation that happened in a room full of noise and existed in its own space. He'd been in the greenhouse before breakfast, he said, not anything specific, just to check on the plants, and the thing that had been making them anxious was gone. The castle felt different. The ambient field had shifted back to something clean. Good, Harry said. I've been thinking, Neville said, very carefully, about what you said. About herbology. About being allowed to want things. He looked at his hands. I wrote to my gran. What did you say? I told her that I wanted to study herbology seriously and that I thought I could be very good at it and that I needed her to believe that was enough. He was quiet for a moment. She wrote back. She said she was, he stopped. She said she was proud of me for the Gryffindor sorting. That she'd been frightened, for a long time, that I'd disappoint her. And I think she realized, when she wrote back, that she'd been disappointing me first. His voice was steady. She said we could talk about it at Christmas. That's good, Harry said. It might not go well, Neville said. No, Harry agreed. But you said the thing that needed saying. What happens after that is just, what happens. You did the hard bit. Neville nodded. He looked at the fire for a moment. Do you ever, he stopped. You said once that anger was allowed. About your parents. Yes. I'm angry at what happened to mine, Neville said, very quietly. They're alive and I can't, they don't know me. They give me gum wrappers and they don't know they're doing it, and I'm angry about that all the time, underneath everything. He looked at Harry. Is that, it's allowed? Yes, Harry said. He meant it completely and without qualifications. Yes. Absolutely yes. Neville nodded once more. He picked up his toast and ate it with the steadiness of someone who had put something down that had been heavy, not because the weight was gone but because he'd acknowledged it existed. Across the table, Ron had pulled out a parchment and was drawing a chessboard from memory while explaining something to Nicholas, and Nicholas was listening with his chin in his hand and his expression of fully engaged attention. Hermione was writing and eating simultaneously, which she developed into an art form. Perenelle had conjured a small warming charm over the teapot without wand or incantation, and Harry felt it in the ambient field of the room, neat, precise, contained, and thought about his mother's kitchen, which he'd built from photographs and letters, and about this kitchen, which was real and warm and full of people, and about the nature of home as a thing that could exist in more than one place without being diminished. Dumbledore arrived after breakfast, which Harry suspected was deliberately timed. The man had a quality for arriving when a scene had set itself. He knocked on the open door and came in without particular ceremony, which was its own ceremony given who he was, and he looked at the table, the remnants of breakfast, the assembled people, Ron's chessboard diagram, Hermione's notes, and said, with something approaching warmth, "Good morning." "Albus," Nicolas said. The word had layers, not unfriendly, not quite easy either, the word of two people who had arrived at something through a difficult night. "May I?" Dumbledore gestured to the empty chair. "Of course," Harry said. He sat. He looked at the table, at Harry's friends, and then he said to Ron, Hermione, and Neville directly, "What you did last night was reckless, dangerous, and entirely above what could reasonably be expected of first-year students." He paused. "It was also exceptional. All three of you. You should know that." Ron opened his mouth and then appeared to change his mind and closed it. "Thank you," Hermione said. Neville said nothing, but something in his posture straightened. Dumbledore looked at Harry. "How are your hands?" "Sore," Harry said. "Fine. Good." He folded his hands on the table and looked at Harry with the full attention he sometimes deployed, the kind that felt like being examined rather than observed. "I owe you an explanation," he said. "Several, in fact. But one in particular." The room had gone quieter. Nicolas and Perenelle were still at either end of the table but had become very still, the stillness of people who knew what was coming. "The reason," Dumbledore said, "that your parents were betrayed." Harry looked at him. "There was a spy," Dumbledore said. "Within the Order of the Phoenix. Someone who told Voldemort the location of your parents under the Fidelius charm." He held Harry's gaze. "The person who was believed to have been the spy, the person who was imprisoned for it, is Sirius Black. Your godfather." Harry went very still. He knew Sirius's name. He'd read it in the letters from James, Padfoot says, and Sirius did the most extraordinary thing last Tuesday, and the photograph album had Sirius in it, young and laughing with James and Lily. He'd read the newspaper reports of the arrest. He'd processed them as a fact, a historical fact, with the same careful distance he applied to things that were painful. "I know who he is," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "What you may not know is that there is reason to doubt he is guilty." The room was very quiet. "The evidence was largely circumstantial," Dumbledore said. "There was no trial. Sirius was imprisoned without one, in the urgency of the aftermath. And there are elements of the situation that I have been re-examining." He paused. "The actual spy, I now believe, was Peter Pettigrew." Harry's knowledge of Peter Pettigrew was thinner, a name in letters, less vivid, a photograph figure at the edge of group pictures. "He's dead," Harry said. "He may not be," Dumbledore said quietly. "That is what I've been investigating. If Pettigrew faked his death, if Sirius was falsely imprisoned," he stopped. "I wanted you to know. I don't have certainty yet. But I wanted you to have the information." Harry sat with this. The shape of it was enormous and he knew it, felt the edges of it, understood that what Dumbledore was telling him had the potential to rearrange significant portions of what he believed to be the fixed landscape of his history. He sat with it the way he sat with large things, without rushing, without forcing a response, letting it find its level. "How long have you suspected?" he said. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "Longer than I should have allowed myself to. The evidence against Sirius was compelling, and I was grieving, and I let those two things work on each other in ways I should have resisted." He held Harry's gaze. "That is not an excuse. It's an explanation." "I know the difference," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I believe you do." Harry looked at the fire. Sirius Black, in Azkaban. Peter Pettigrew, possibly alive. His parents, betrayed, not by the person they'd trusted most, but by someone who had moved through their lives like a shadow, useful and overlooked. If he's innocent, Harry said. Serious. Then we rectify it, Dumbledore said. Whatever it takes. I want to be involved, Harry said. In the investigation. I'm not asking to run it. But I want to know what you know when you know it. Dumbledore held his gaze for a moment. Then, yes. All right. Nicholas made a sound at the other end of the table. Perenelle looked at Dumbledore with an expression that contained entire continence. That, Nicholas said, is the correct answer. The rest of the morning sorted itself in the way mornings do when the important things have been said, and what remains is the ordinary warmth of people choosing to be in the same place. Ron and Harry played chess. Ron demolished him in 12 moves, which Harry accepted as entirely fair and also as data, and Hermione asked Perenelle 4 more questions, each more specific than the last, and received 4 answers that sent her back to her notes at velocity. Neville found a pot of something on the windowsill, a small, overlooked plant, some kind of fern, that Madame Pomfrey had clearly been struggling with, and spent 20 minutes with it in a kind of focused quiet communication that resulted in the fern sitting noticeably more upright and greener when he was done. He reported this to no one. Harry noticed. Dumbledore left mid-morning, with a gravity and a warmth that were, Harry was beginning to understand, his natural state, always both, always at once. He shook Harry's hand at the door, carefully, given the bandages, and said, "Next year will be different." "Next year always is," Harry said. Dumbledore smiled, "The real one, not the almost." "Yes," he said. "It is." They packed Harry's trunk that afternoon, Harry and Nicolas and Perenelle in his Gryffindor dormitory while his roommates were elsewhere, and the process was the way it always was at home, efficient and comfortable, punctuated by the occasional comment that was either professional or affectionate or both. Nicholas found a pebble in Harry's trunk pocket and identified it immediately as a limestone specimen with iron deposits. "The one from the Ministry assessment," Harry said. "I kept it." Nicholas put it back without comment. Mercurio watched from his perch with the air of an owl who had had enough of castle life and was ready to go home to Devon. Arsenius, who had come in Nicholas's coat, had somehow commandeered the highest shelf in the dormitory and was surveying the room from there with profound disapproval. "He's going to knock something over," Harry said. "He never knocks things over," Perenelle said. "He judges them. There's a difference." The trunk closed. Harry sat on the edge of his bed and looked at the dormitory, the red and gold hangings, the other beds, the dormitory windows that showed the sky going copper in the late afternoon. "It's home," he said, slightly to himself. "Yes," Perenelle said. "Both places." He looked at her. "Is that all right?" "Is that, Harry," she said, with the patient warmth of someone who has answered this question in 500 different forms across 6 centuries and finds it no less important for that. The capacity to love more than one place is not a division of love. It's more of it. It's always more. She met his eyes. Devon will be exactly as it was. We will be exactly as we are. And this, she gestured at the room, the castle beyond it. This is also yours. It can be both. He nodded. Then he picked up the photograph that he'd propped against the head of his bed, his parents, young and laughing, and tucked it carefully into the inside pocket of his trunk. His friends came to say goodbye on the platform, all 3 of them, in the cold of the December afternoon, breath misting. Ron had his hands in his pockets and was doing the thing he did when he was about to say something that mattered and was building up to it. "Right," Hermione said. "I have 17 questions I couldn't fit into this morning." "You have a notebook," Harry said. "I have 3 notebooks now." Perenelle recommended additional research directions. She looked slightly dazed and entirely delighted. "Right," Harry said. "Every week. Daily would be more efficient." "Every week, Hermione." Neville stuck out his hand, which Harry shook, and Neville said, "Thank you." "For," he stopped, searched for the right word. For the herbology thing. For saying it plainly. You knew already, Harry said. I just said it out loud. Sometimes that's what you need, Neville said. Ron was last, and he was still building. Finally he said, look, I know you're extraordinary, and I know you've been trained by the Flamels and you've published papers and you're going to make the whole wizarding world feel slightly underprepared, and all that's true, and I think it's brilliant actually. He held Harry's gaze. But you're also you're my friend. And I wanted to say that, because I don't think anyone else is going to say it quite that simply. Harry looked at him. You're my friend too, he said. That's the better part. Ron's grin broke through. Yeah, he said. Obviously. They shook hands, properly, and it was not just a handshake. The train home was quiet in the way long-distance travel is quiet when you're tired and content and have nothing urgent left to do. Harry sat in his compartment with Nicolas and Perenelle, Arsenius on the seat beside Nicolas, Mercurio in his cage in the overhead rack with the air of an owl contemplating retirement, and watched the countryside move past in the winter dark. He told them everything. Not the broad strokes, he'd covered those in letters, but the details. Hermione in the first compartment with her annotated notebook. Neville and Trevor the toad and the thing about the hedgehog and warmth. Malfoy at the compartment door and the measuring quality he'd had. Flitwick's expression when Harry performed Wingardium Leviosa wandlessly. Snape and the modifications to the standard brewing sequence. The chess room, and what Ron had done. He told them about the mirror. Perenelle and Nicolas listened to the mirror part without interrupting. When he was finished, Nicolas said, "What did you feel, seeing them?" "Grief," Harry said. "Joy." "Both at once." "I felt both at once before." He looked at his wrapped hands. "The grief doesn't go away. I've stopped expecting it to." "Good," Nicolas said. "Grief that doesn't go away is love with nowhere to go. The nowhere is the loss, not the love." He paused. "The love is always there. It doesn't diminish." Harry looked at him. Nicolas was looking out the window at the dark countryside, his ancient profile against the glass, and Harry thought about what he'd said to Voldemort in the chamber, about his mother, about love as a force, about the night at Godric's Hollow, and thought that he'd understood it academically, theoretically, in the way he'd always understood love as a magical force, and that what had happened in the chamber was the difference between the theory and the experience of it. "Can I ask you something?" he said. "Always," Nicolas said. "When it ends, when the elixir," he stopped. "Started again. Are you afraid?" Nicolas turned from the window. He looked at Harry with the full weight of all his years, and the answer was visible in his face before he spoke, not the easy comfort of someone who has made peace with something distant, but the complicated truth of someone who was currently, actively, living alongside that question. "Not of death itself," he said. "Of incompleteness. Of things I haven't finished. He stopped. "Of you," he said, simply. "Of leaving me," Harry said. "Yes." Harry looked at his wrapped hands. "You'll have left me everything," he said. "You have already left me everything. Everything that matters, how I think, how I see things, how I work. That doesn't go anywhere." Nicolas was quiet for a long moment. "No," he said. "I suppose it doesn't." Perenelle reached across and took Nicolas's hand, and he turned his palm up and held hers. They'd been doing this for 620 years and it looked exactly as old as that and exactly as new. Harry looked out the window. The dark countryside moved past, and the train moved steadily forward through it, and the night was full of stars. Devon was cold and dark and exactly itself when they arrived, the cottage lit from the inside with the warm amber that meant the Athanor was running, which meant the laboratory had been left in operational mode, which meant Nicolas had been working right up to the moment they'd left. Harry carried his trunk through the front door and stopped in the hallway and breathed the specific smell of home, old wood and stone and something chemical from the laboratory and the faint sweetness of whatever Perenelle had been burning in her workroom, and felt the year settle around him like something laid down. He was different than he'd been in September. Not more capable, he'd been capable before. Something else. The friction Dumbledore had talked about, maybe, the experience of being one among many, the specific warmth of friends who chose to be there. The knowledge of what it felt like to hold on when something enormous was trying to make you let go. The mirror, and what it had shown him. He put his trunk in his room. He changed out of his traveling clothes. He found Orem the hedgehog in his garden habitat and checked on him, healthy, fat, quietly contemptuous of winter, and came back inside where Perenelle was making tea and Nicolas had already gone directly to the laboratory without taking his coat off, which was so entirely typical that Harry felt something ease that he hadn't known was tight. He sat at the kitchen table with his tea and looked at the Ouroboros drawing that was still on the wall, the crayon one, from when he was 3 years old, still exactly where he'd put it, still with its cheerful red eye. He'd offered, when he was 6, to replace it with a better version, and Perenelle had said no with such immediate certainty that he'd understood this was a thing that was going to stay. The serpent eating its tail. Beginning to end and back to beginning again. He thought about the year ahead, Sirius Black, and whatever truth was underneath the official story. Voldemort, diminished and driven off but not finished, somewhere in the world gathering whatever was left of himself. Snape, complicated and brilliant and carrying something dark beneath the surface. Draco Malfoy, who had potential that was going to become something interesting or something terrible depending on what he chose and who was around him when he chose it. Hermione with her 17 questions and her new correspondence with Perenelle. Ron and his chess and his grin and the particular courage of someone who stepped in front of a queen. Neville and his grandmother and the plants and the slow, quiet becoming of who he actually was. Hogwarts. The castle that had become home alongside home. And the mirror. Not what it showed him, he knew what it showed him and he'd carry that, but what it had done when he'd stepped aside. The trust it required. The choice to want something without being consumed by the wanting. His mother had loved him without condition, without strategy, without reservation. He could honor that by living that way, by letting people in the way she'd let love in, completely, without hedging. He could do that. He was already doing it. Nicolas came out of the laboratory still in his coat, holding a piece of parchment covered in notation. The follow-up on the emotion anchor research, he said, without preamble. The bidirectional model has a flaw in the third postulate that I've been thinking about on the train. Look. Harry looked. Nicolas was right about the flaw. He pulled the parchment toward him and found a pen. If you reconfigure the directionality here, he said, and treat the anchor as a field rather than a point, yes, Nicolas said immediately, pulling up a chair. Yes, exactly. Perenelle set 2 more cups of tea on the table and sat down across from them. She picked up her own current notes and her pen and settled into the companionable working quiet that was the texture of their evenings, had been the texture of their evenings since before Harry could remember. Outside the Devon window, the winter night was clear and deep and full of stars. Inside, the kitchen was warm and bright, and the Athanor kept its steady fire in the laboratory, and the old cat Arsenius installed himself on the windowsill with the authority of something that had been here much longer than the occasion, and the Ouroboros on the wall turned its red eye on all of them with the patience of a symbol that had been true for 600 years and intended to continue. Harry wrote in the margin of Nicholas's notation, and the pen scratched in the quiet, and his tea steamed, and the year had ended and the next one was already beginning, the way years do, without ceremony, in the middle of things, at a kitchen table with people you love. He wrote his first letter home from Hogwarts the following September on the train, with Mercurio sitting on his knee looking alert and willing. Nicolas and Perenelle, I'm on the train. Hermione has already organized her books by subject and Neville is reading about Abyssinian shrivelfigs. Ron beat me at chess this morning before we boarded. He was very gracious about it, which means he's in a good mood. I spoke to Dumbledore before we left. He has new information about Peter Pettigrew. I'll tell you more when I know more. I thought about the Ouroboros this morning. Beginning to end and back again. I'm ready. Harry he gave it to Mercurio, who took it with the dignity of an owl who had done this job since the beginning and would do it well until the end. The train moved forward through the countryside, and Harry looked out the window at the September morning, gold and green and moving fast, and felt, in his chest, the specific compound feeling of someone going towards something good. Across the compartment, Hermione was already deep in a textbook with her pen moving. Ron was setting up a chess problem. Neville had Trevor on his knee and his herbology notes open and was talking quietly to the toad about something that was, knowing Neville, probably botanical. The Hogwarts Express moved through the bright September morning, and Harry Potter, alchemist's apprentice, Gryffindor seeker, son of James and Lily, grandson of Nicolas and Perenelle in every way that mattered, watched the world go past and thought about the year ahead, the shape of it, the people in it, the things that needed doing and the things that needed caring for. He was not afraid. He was not hiding. He was, in every particular, entirely himself. That was going to be more than enough. Chapter 7, Warnings. The summer smelled of cut grass and Athanor smoke and the particular chemical sharpness of a transmutation experiment that Nicholas had been running since April and which had produced, by July, 3 interesting failures and one result that he described over dinner one evening as genuinely unprecedented, which from Nicholas meant approximately what revolutionary meant from anyone else. Harry was in the garden when the house elf appeared. He'd been working on the follow-up to his bidirectional lattice paper, the theoretical extension he'd been building in margins and notebooks since October, sitting now in a proper draft form on the garden table with 3 reference texts open around it and Orem the hedgehog conducting unsolicited inspections of the lower pages. The afternoon was long and warm and the kind of Devon summer afternoon that felt like it had always been happening and would continue indefinitely, and Harry was at the part of the work where thinking had given way to the specific productive state that felt less like effort and more like listening. He noticed the house elf because Orem stopped moving. The hedgehog had excellent threat assessment for a creature whose primary defense was standing still and hoping, and when Orem went completely immobile on top of page 12, Harry looked up. The house elf was standing at the garden gate, small, enormous-eared, wearing what appeared to be a collection of knotted rags worn with the dignity of formal wear. Its eyes were very large and very green and were fixed on Harry with an expression of concentrated purpose that was also doing something else, something uncomfortable, like barely contained distress. Harry set down his pen. "Hello," he said. The house elf's ears quivered. "Harry Potter," it said. Its voice was squeaky but careful, every word placed deliberately. "Dobby has come to warn Harry Potter." "All right," Harry said. "Would you like to sit down?" The house elf, Dobby, blinked. This was apparently not the expected response. "Harry Potter is," Dobby was told Harry Potter would be, "great wizards do not usually invite Dobby to sit." "I'm not great, I'm working," Harry said, pulling out the garden chair across from him. "Sit down. Tell me what you need to tell me." Dobby sat down with the careful precision of someone who had sat in very few chairs and was treating the experience with appropriate respect. He placed both enormous hands on his knees and looked at Harry and said, very seriously, "Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts." Harry looked at him. "That's not something I'm going to do," he said. "Harry Potter does not understand, walk me through it," Harry said. "Why specifically, and who sent you?" Dobby went very still. Then he said, in a smaller voice, "No one sent Dobby. Dobby came himself. Dobby has been wanting to come for months, and Dobby knows terrible things are going to happen at Hogwarts this year, terrible things, and Harry Potter must not go back." "What kind of terrible things?" "Dobby cannot say," Dobby said, with the specific quality of someone who cannot say something for binding magical reasons rather than reluctance. "Can you say who knows about these terrible things?" A longer pause. "Dobby's master knows." "And your master is?" Dobby's eyes filmed over. He looked at Harry's writing things on the table and then, with the expression of someone about to do something drastic, picked up the nearest reference text, a bound copy of Merton's Advanced Elemental Theory, and hit himself on the head with it. Harry reached across the table and took the book gently away from him. Don't do that, he said. Dobby looked at him, his eyes huge. Dobby must punish himself when he speaks badly of his family. You didn't speak badly of anyone, Harry said. You said your master knows something. That's a fact, not an insult. He put the book aside. Dobby, who is your master? Dobby's mouth moved without sound. He looked desperately at the book, which Harry was keeping out of reach. All right, Harry said, reading the situation. You can't tell me. That's binding magic and I understand it. Let me ask you something else. Is what's going to happen at Hogwarts connected to Voldemort? Dobby flinched at the name, a full-body flinch, ears flat, the reflexive cringe of someone who'd been flinching at that name for years. But then he steadied himself, and the look he gave Harry was complicated and frightened and something else underneath, something that looked like the effort of great courage. Not in the way Harry Potter thinks, Dobby said, carefully. What is coming is old. Older than what happened 10 years ago. Ancient, Harry said. Yes. Dobby's eyes were very bright. And it will happen if Harry Potter returns, and Dobby does not, Dobby cannot, he stopped. If Harry Potter dies, who will, he stopped again. Harry looked at him steadily. Dobby. Do you have a choice about your situation? Your master, the binding, Dobby is a house elf, Dobby said simply. House elves serve. That's not an answer to my question. Dobby looked at him with those enormous green eyes and the expression of someone who'd had a question asked that they'd spent years not letting themselves ask themselves. No, he said, finally. Dobby does not have a choice. Harry was quiet for a moment. He looked at the page of his draft that was visible under Orem, who had restarted his inspections now that the immediate crisis seemed to have de-escalated. He thought about the binding magic of house elf servitude, which he'd read about in the context of ministry magical labor law, and about the difference between a magical bond freely entered and one that was inherited from birth, which was a distinction the theoretical literature treated as significant and which the practical reality apparently didn't honor. I'm going back to Hogwarts, he said. I want you to know that I've heard you, and I take what you're saying seriously, and I'll be ready for what you're describing as best I can. But I have people there, and there are things happening that need me present. He met Dobby's eyes. And what you've told me is more useful than you know. Dobby has not told Harry Potter anything, Dobby said, distressed. You've told me the thread is old and connected to someone powerful enough to have a house elf, Harry said. That's a starting point. Dobby looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, very quietly, as if the words were getting out through a gap in the binding rather than through his intention, the Chamber of Secrets. Harry kept his expression still. Dobby's eyes went very wide. He looked at his own hands in horror. Then he stood up from the chair and his face resolved into something that was distress and resolution simultaneously. Dobby must go, he said. I know, Harry said. Dobby, whoever your master is, you don't have to be who he tells you to be inside your own head. What you did today took courage. Dobby stared at him. Something moved across the large, complicated face. Then he was gone, a sharp crack of displaced air, and the garden was quiet again. Orem the Hedgehog looked at the empty chair and then at Harry with the philosophical expression of a creature that had learned to take the world as it came. Harry picked up his pen. He wrote, in the margin of page 12, 3 words, Chamber of Secrets. Then he went inside to find Nicolas. Nicolas was in the laboratory being unprecedented, which meant Harry had to wait until the experiment reached a stable point before walking in, which was lab etiquette they'd established when Harry was 6 and which Harry had broken precisely twice, both times for reasons Nicolas had subsequently agreed were sufficient. This was not one of those times. He stood in the doorway and watched Nicolas work and turned the conversation with Dobby over in his mind methodically. A house elf. Bound to a family of sufficient standing to have one, that narrowed the field considerably. A threat that was old and connected to Hogwarts specifically. The Chamber of Secrets, which was not a rumor if you read the right texts, it appeared in 3 separate historical accounts of Hogwarts as a space supposedly constructed by Salazar Slytherin and sealed when he left, containing, depending on which account you trusted, either a monster of terrible power or an architectural mystery or both. He thought about Quirrell's particular signature, the diffused, damaged quality of a host carrying something not his own. He thought about what Dumbledore had told him, carefully, over the past months, that Voldemort's survival had been accomplished through an act of dark magic of considerable complexity and moral cost, and that the theoretical literature suggested this act could be performed more than once, and that if it had been performed more than once then there were more pieces of Voldemort in the world than just the fragment that had briefly inhabited Quirrell. He thought about a diary. He wasn't sure why he thought about a diary. It seemed like the kind of vessel, intimate, personal, designed for the pouring in of one's inner life, that a piece of someone might inhabit. He was thinking through the implications of this when Nicholas brought his experiment to a stable point, looked up, saw Harry in the doorway, and said, "How long have you been standing there?" 10 minutes, Harry said. "You looked busy." "I was." "Come in." Nicholas was already wiping his hands on his work cloth, reading Harry's expression with the ease of long practice. "What happened?" "A house elf came to warn me not to go back to Hogwarts," Harry said. "And then accidentally told me there's something called the Chamber of Secrets." Nicholas set down his cloth. He looked at Harry for a moment. Then he crossed to the bookshelf on the north wall, the one with the oldest texts, the ones in cases, the ones Harry was still technically working toward access to. He ran his finger along the spines with the precision of someone who knew exactly where everything was, and pulled out a slim volume bound in dark green. He handed it to Harry. The title was in Latin, De Camera Secretorum, a consideration of Hogwarts's hidden architecture. The author was unnamed. The date on the frontispiece was 1502. "You have this," Harry said. "I've had a lot of things for a long time," Nicholas said. "Read it. Then tell me what you think we're looking at." Harry sat down on the laboratory stool and opened the book. Nicholas went back to his experiment, but with the particular quality of someone who was listening with half his attention while appearing to be wholly engaged elsewhere. Harry read fast and retained cleanly, which he'd always done. It wasn't quite photographic memory, more a combination of genuine interest and the trained ability to recognize structural patterns in information, so that what he built as he read was not just a record but a model. The book was dense and sometimes unreliable, the author had strong opinions and variable evidence, but the core content was clear enough. Slytherin had built a chamber beneath the castle. The chamber housed a creature of extreme magical danger. The chamber could only be opened by an heir of Slytherin, which meant, in practical terms, a Parselmouth. Harry set the book down and looked at the Athanor. He was a Parselmouth. He'd known this since he was 9. It had come out of nowhere one afternoon in the Devon garden when he'd been sitting near the wall and a grass snake had come through a gap in the stones and he'd said, quite naturally, "Hello, are you coming through?" And the snake had stopped and said, "Yes, just passing, is there food here?" And Harry had said, "There's a hedgehog, probably best not to bother him, he's prickly," and then had become aware that this conversation had happened and had looked at the snake for a long moment and then gone to find Perenelle. Perenelle had been unsurprised in the way she was unsurprised by most things Harry produced, thoughtful rather than startled, turning the fact over for what it meant rather than what it was. "Parselmouth," she'd said. "Yes. The ability runs in Slytherin's line. It's genetic, transferred through blood." "My blood," Harry said. "But James wasn't, the night at Godric's Hollow," Perenelle had said carefully. "The rebounded curse. When Voldemort's essence was driven out of his body, he'd had Parseltongue his whole life, and some portion of his magical self was driven into you. The ability may have transferred with it." Harry had sat with this for a while. "So I have a piece of Voldemort's magic. A capability that originated with him," she'd said. "What you do with it is entirely yours." He'd thought of that conversation often. He thought of it now. "Nicholas," he said. If the chamber can only be opened by an heir of Slytherin, and I can speak Parseltongue because of what happened the night Voldemort tried to kill me, then you may be the only person in the castle currently capable of opening it, Nicolas said. Yes. And also the only person capable of speaking to whatever's inside it. Yes. Nicolas was quiet for a moment. Then, write to Dumbledore today. Already planning on it, Harry said. Dumbledore's reply came in 4 days, in his distinctive tall handwriting. Harry, the Chamber of Secrets is not a legend. I have spent considerable time over the past 40 years looking for it without success. Your information about the elf is valuable, more valuable than you may realize. The connection you've identified between the chamber and current events is one I have been building toward independently, and your letter has accelerated my thinking considerably. I am taking precautions. I would ask, in return, that you share everything you're thinking as you think it, not once it's complete, but in process. 2 minds working in parallel on this problem is preferable to 1. Nicolas may also have thoughts, and his knowledge of Hogwarts's architectural magical history will be useful. The Parseltongue question is one we should discuss in person. There is more to it than the ability itself. Sirius, the investigation has produced a significant development. I will tell you in September. It is, I believe, very good news, though the path from here to resolution is not short. Albus Harry read the letter twice. Then he went back to the garden, retrieved his draft, and spent the rest of the afternoon working on the theoretical extension, because the problem was there and it was interesting and because thinking clearly about one thing kept his thinking clear for others. The letter had said very good news about Sirius. He filed this carefully, not away, not out of reach, but in the place where things were held that you weren't ready to hope about yet, where the hope could sit without requiring daily attention. He went to collect his school things in August, which meant Diagon Alley, which meant the 3 Weasley brothers who were in his year or adjacent, Fred, George, and Ron, and Hermione, who had arranged to meet them with the logistical precision she brought to everything, and Neville, who had arrived with his grandmother Augusta Longbottom. Harry had not met Augusta Longbottom before. He assessed her immediately and completely, a formidable woman, upright and watchful, wearing a hat with a stuffed vulture on it that she apparently considered appropriate, which told you something about her relationship to convention. She looked at Harry with the same direct appraisal she presumably applied to everything, and Harry returned it, which seemed to surprise her and then, he thought, please her, in the way that people who respect directness respond when they find it. Harry Potter, she said. Mrs. Longbottom, he said. I've heard about you, she said. From Albus, and from the examination authority's report, and from, she paused, almost imperceptibly, from Neville. Good things, I hope, Harry said. He said you told him to study herbology, she said. Seriously? Yes, Harry said. I meant it. He has a genuine gift. Augusta Longbottom looked at him for another moment. Then she looked at Neville, who was standing slightly to her left in the way of someone accustomed to being slightly to their grandmother's left. Something moved across her face, complicated, layered with history that Harry didn't have full access to but could sense the shape of. He does, she said. It came out quieter than her other words. Like a thing that had been held back for a long time and was choosing this specific moment to be let out. Neville went completely still. Then he looked at his grandmother with an expression that Harry had to look away from, because it was too private to watch. Right, said Fred Weasley, appearing at Harry's elbow with the timing of someone who understood that moments needed interrupting before they became too large to carry comfortably in public. Bookshop. Apparently there's an author event, some bloke who's done a defense series, Lockhart, Hermione said, appearing from the other side. Her face had a specific quality that Harry had learned to read as complicated relationship with available information. Gilderoy Lockhart. He's written 7 books and won Which Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award 5 times. Is that a real award? Ron said. Apparently. Ha, Ron said. Flourish and Blots was, when they arrived, in a state of controlled chaos centered on a large golden banner and a man who was approximately as golden as the banner. Gilderoy Lockhart was handsome in the way of someone who had made handsomeness into a professional asset and maintained it with considerable effort, and he was smiling the smile of a man for whom smiling was as natural and automatic as breathing and about as meaningful. He had a signing cue that stretched to the door and he was working it with the specific efficiency of someone who'd done this many, many times. Harry looked at him for about 30 seconds. He looked at the books, 7 of them, all featuring Lockhart's face on the cover in various heroic attitudes. He read The Spines, Magical Me, Break with a Banshee, Voyages with Vampires, Wanderings with Werewolves. He opened the nearest one and read the first 3 pages. Hermione, he said. Yes, she said, with the particular tone of someone who'd already had this thought and was waiting for company in it. The narrative voice is consistent in a way that suggests these events didn't happen to someone who was actually there, he said. The emotional descriptions are generic. The magical combat sequences use nonspecific terminology throughout, no wand movements, no incantations, just results. And there are 0 acknowledgments of any supporting witnesses in any of the accounts. He closed the book. These are other people's stories. I know, Hermione said. She stopped. I've been trying to find the original accounts. The actual events the books describe. I think they happened. I just don't think he was there when they did. Harry looked at her. That's good investigative work. She went faintly pink. I wanted to like the books. I read them first and thought they were excellent, and then I reread them and noticed the inconsistencies, and I hate that I noticed them. No you don't, Harry said. A beat. No, she said. I don't. I'm furious about it, which is different. Lockhart had noticed Harry. The recognition moved across his face in a specific way, not surprise exactly, more like the activation of a prepared response, like a system loading. He was moving through the crowd before Harry had fully processed this, and then his hand was on Harry's shoulder and the smile was directed at him like a lamp. Harry Potter. Lockhart said, with the specific warmth of someone performing warmth at volume. I've been hoping I'd run into you. Gilderoy Lockhart. He pumped Harry's hand. Perhaps a photograph? The 2 of us? It would be wonderful for both our profiles, and, I'd rather not, thanks, Harry said pleasantly. Lockhart blinked. The smile held by muscle memory while something behind it recalibrated. Ah, modest, I see, not modest, Harry said. I'm here for books. Thank you for the offer. He took his hand back and turned to the shelf with the calm finality of someone who has ended a conversation and is now elsewhere. Lockhart stood for a moment. The crowd around them was watching. Harry picked up the copy of Magical Me from the shelf and turned it over and read the back with polite, scholarly attention, and put it back. In the end, Lockhart signed their school copies of his books with an expression of professional grace and some portion of genuine bewilderment, and Harry thanked him and meant neither more nor less than the words contained. That was brutal, Ron said, outside. It wasn't meant to be, Harry said. That made it worse, Ron said, but he was grinning. The books aren't his, Harry said. He'll be our defense teacher. That's going to be an interesting year. Brilliant, Fred Weasley said, from somewhere to Harry's left. I've been bored. He was at the Burrow for the last week of August. This had been Molly Weasley's suggestion, extended through Ron in the particular way that Molly Weasley made suggestions, which was that they arrived as statements of fact regarding what was going to happen rather than questions about preference. Harry had said yes immediately because the Burrow was exactly what it sounded like and looked like and was, a house that had been added to whenever someone needed another room, tilted slightly on the hill, full of the noise and warmth and organized chaos of a family that had more love than square footage and had decided this was fine. He'd arrived by Flo Powder, which he'd done before but which still produced the sensation of being briefly inside a hurricane, and emerged into the Burrow's kitchen to find Molly Weasley making a noise of pleased welcome and 6 Weasleys in various stages of existing. Arthur Weasley shook his hand with the enthusiasm of a man who found everything interesting and had decided that Harry specifically was one of the most interesting things currently available. "You've worked with alchemical transmutation," Arthur said, beaming. "Have you ever worked with Muggle chemistry?" "Fascinating parallels, Arthur," Molly said. "Just asking," let the boy put his bag down. "No, it's fine," Harry said. "Yes, I've done Muggle chemistry. The periodic table maps reasonably well to the alchemical system of elements, better than most practitioners acknowledge, actually." Arthur's beam intensified to the point of being a navigational hazard. Ginny, at the kitchen table with a book, looked at Harry with an expression that he registered as something to pay attention to, and then looked quickly back at her book, which he also registered. He found Ron and they went up to Ron's room, which was everything Ron's room should be: chess pieces on every surface, a Chudley Cannon's poster that kept repeating the same optimistic gesture, the kind of general inhabited warmth of a room that belonged to its person completely. "Your family is excellent," Harry said. "They're a lot," Ron said. "Both." Ron grinned. They played chess. Harry lost in 17 moves, which was improvement, and Ron was magnanimous about it in the way of someone who wanted you to improve because it made the game better. Over dinner, a long, loud meal with everyone talking simultaneously in the way of people who'd been talking simultaneously all their lives and had found it worked fine, Harry sat next to Ginny and noticed, in the way he noticed things, that she wasn't quite joining the loudness. She was present and she was laughing at the right moments, but there was something underneath it that was doing a different thing. "Are you all right?" he said, during a moment when the table noise was sufficient to make a private conversation possible. She looked at him directly. "Yes," she said. Then, because he'd asked genuinely rather than socially, "I'm nervous." "About starting Hogwarts?" "I've been waiting my whole life," she said. "All my brothers, every single one. And I've built it up so much in my head that the actual thing is going to be," she stopped. "Either everything I imagined or nothing like it, and I'm not sure which is worse." "It'll be itself," Harry said. "Probably the best thing about it is the thing you haven't imagined yet." He paused. "What are you most afraid of?" She considered this honestly. "Being average," she said. "After 6 brothers who've all been extraordinary in different ways. Being the one who didn't." "The one who didn't," Harry repeated. "Who decided that metric?" She blinked. "Being extraordinary isn't a fixed resource," he said. "It doesn't run out. It's not a prize that only a certain number of people in a family get." He met her eyes. "What do you love? What's the thing you'd do if no one was measuring?" She thought about it. "Defense," she said. "Practical defensive magic. I've been reading about it since I could read. I practice in the garden when no one's watching." She paused. "Mum worries." "About what?" "That she thinks I'm too focused on fighting things. She says I should." She stopped. "Anyway." Harry looked at her. The Weasley family knows, the red hair, the bright eyes, and underneath the brightness, something focused and certain that was working hard at being quiet. "Keep practicing," he said. "And stop doing it when no one's watching. Let people see." She looked at him for a moment. Then she smiled, the real version, quick and sudden, and turned back to her dinner. At the end of the table, Fred Weasley was explaining something to Arthur that involved a lot of hand gestures and at least one sound effect. George was eating with one hand and transfiguring a spoon into a caterpillar and back again with the other. Molly was watching all of it with the expression of a woman who had made peace with the fact that her house would always be this loud. Harry thought that love as a magical force, in theory, was a beautiful and precisely documented phenomenon. He thought that love as a room, as a sound, as a smell, as the quality of light through kitchen windows in the evening, was something the theory couldn't quite reach. He was glad to be here. He was glad to be going back. He was going back knowing what was in the walls of Hogwarts, what old thing was waking in them, and he was going back prepared and certain and not alone. 3 days before the end of August, a letter arrived from Dumbledore. Not an ordinary letter. 2 pages, close-written, with a weight that was visible in the handwriting before you read the words. Harry, I write with news that requires careful handling. Peter Pettigrew is alive. He has been living, for the past 10 years, as a rat in the Weasley family household, specifically as a pet called Scabbers. I discovered this through a combination of the trace records from the night of the Potter's death, a piece of evidence I had overlooked in the immediate aftermath and should not have, and an analysis conducted with the assistance of an auror I trust absolutely. The evidence is now sufficient for ministry action. Sirius Black is innocent. He has been in Azkaban for 10 years for a crime committed by Pettigrew, who faked his death and has been hiding in animal form ever since. The ministry process will take time. Fudge is cautious and the Dementor situation is politically complicated. But I am confident. The wrongful imprisonment of an innocent man, your father's best friend, your godfather, is a matter I intend to resolve with the full weight of everything I have. I wanted you to know before you return to school. This is very good news, Harry, even though the road is still long. Sirius Black is alive, and he is innocent, and we are going to get him out. With every confidence in you, Albus Harry read the letter at the kitchen table of the burrow, in the early morning before anyone else was awake except Molly, who was at the stove and who looked at his face when he lowered the letter and said, "Good news or bad?" "Good," he said. His voice came out steadier than the thing in his chest. "Very good. It's a lot." "Good lotta can be harder than bad sometimes," she said, with the wisdom of a woman who had been managing a great deal of both for a long time. She set a cup of tea in front of him without being asked. "Drink that." He drank it. He sat in the warm kitchen of the burrow with the morning coming in through the windows and the tea warm in his hands and the letter on the table in front of him, and he thought about Sirius Black, who was alive, who was innocent, who was his godfather, who had known James and Lily, who had sent him to find a family and then had been taken away before Harry could remember him. He thought about James Potter's letters. Sirius is the best of us in a crisis. He's also the worst possible influence. Both of these things are true and both make him essential. He thought about Perenelle's voice saying, "We'll get him out." She hadn't said it yet, but she would, and she'd say it the way she said everything important, with the certainty of a woman who had never encountered a problem she couldn't work on. He picked up his pen. He wrote 2 letters, one to Nicolas and Perenelle, one to Hermione, because Hermione needed to know and would also need something to do with the information, which would result in research, which was always useful. He sealed both letters. Carried them to the garden. Sent them with Mercurio, who took both without complaint, which was why Mercurio was the best owl Harry had ever met. Then he went back inside, to the burrow kitchen, and helped Molly Weasley make breakfast, because it was a good morning and mornings like this should be used. The night before they went back, the Weasley twins did something extraordinary and appalling to the garden gnomes that resulted in the garden looking like a gnome catapult range for a period of approximately 40 minutes, and Ron taught Harry a chess variant he'd invented himself that Harry found genuinely challenging. And Ginny practiced a shield charm in the corner of the sitting room that was clean and strong and impressed Harry enough that he said so directly, which made her look surprised and then pleased and then focused in the way of people who've had a capability confirmed and are now thinking about what to do with it. Harry went to bed in the room he was sharing with Ron and lay in the dark and thought about the year ahead. A chamber beneath Hogwarts. A creature of extreme magical danger. A house elf's desperate warning. A diary. He kept coming back to the diary, some pattern recognition instinct that wouldn't leave it alone. And Sirius Black, alive and innocent and waiting for a process that was going to take time, which was all time would ever do. He thought about what Dobby had said, "It is old, older than what happened 10 years ago." Old meant patient. Old meant the threat had been dormant before, and had woken before, and had been sealed before, and might have left traces of that sealing if you knew where to look. Old also meant it had been waiting for the right conditions. He thought about Tom Riddle, not the fragment he'd encountered in Quirrell, but Tom Riddle as a person, as a history, a student who had walked Hogwarts' halls 50 years ago and who had been, by all accounts, extraordinary and brilliant, and something else underneath, something that had been building for decades before anyone named it. He thought about heirs. About Slytherin's heir. About a Parselmouth opening a chamber that hadn't been open in 50 years. He thought about who might want it open now, and why, and what they might use to open it. Across the room, Ron was asleep. The Gnome catapult range had been restored by Molly with a precision and efficiency that suggested she'd done this before. The burrow creaked around them, old and warm and layered with the history of a family that had lived loudly in it for a long time. Harry closed his eyes. He was ready for what was coming. He was not entirely sure what was coming. These two things, he'd learned, could both be true. He slept. Chapter 8, The Fraud. The Hogwarts Express left on time, which it always did, and the platform was its usual chaos, families compressing a year's worth of feeling into a send-off, the steam from the engine making everything slightly golden and indistinct, the sheer volume of trunks and owls and cats and one very anxious toad. Harry found his compartment. The others arrived in stages, Hermione first, organized, already reading, who looked up when Harry came in with the expression of someone who had been thinking about Sirius Black since she got his letter and had 17 questions and was deciding which one to lead with. Neville second, with Trevor and a new confidence in how he moved that was subtle but unmistakable, not arrogance, just the straightness of someone who'd had a weight shifted. Ron last, slightly breathless, dragging his trunk. Scabbers, Ron said immediately, setting down the trunk and looking at Harry with an expression that mixed several things at once. I know, Harry said. I've had him for 3 years. He was Percy's before that. He's been in my family for 12 years. Ron sat down heavily. He's a person. Who was hiding? Yes. Who let Sirius? Yes. Ron was quiet for a moment. Dumbledore's taking him, he said. For evidence. Mum was, she was very calm about it in the way she gets when she's actually furious about something and is choosing not to be furious in front of us. He looked at Harry. Dad told me last night. About Sirius. That he's innocent. Yes, Harry said. Your godfather. Yes. Ron looked at him with his direct, uncomplicated attention. How are you? Harry thought about this seriously. Complicated, he said. I'm hopeful about Sirius. I'm angry that it took 10 years. He stopped. I'm thinking about what it means to have someone who knew my parents who's still alive, and I'm trying not to think too hard about it yet, because the process is going to take time, and hoping too hard about something you can't make happen faster is just a way of making the waiting worse. Right, Ron said. Yeah. He nodded once. Right. Hermione had been listening. She looked like she wanted to say something and had decided against several options. What she landed on was, we'll help. Whatever it takes. The legal research, the evidence documentation, I've already started reading about wrongful imprisonment precedent in magical law. Harry looked at her. Of course you have, he said. There's quite a lot of it, she said. The ministry has a terrible track record in this specific area. Which is appalling and also useful. Yes, Harry said. It is. Neville, from the window seat where he'd been looking out at the passing countryside, said, without turning, my dad has rights even though he can't speak for himself. Gran worked for years on that. If you need someone who knows how that process works, Augusta Longbottom, Harry said quietly. She's formidable, Neville said. Yes, Harry said. She is. Ginny stuck her head in at the second hour, still in Muggle clothes, her red hair loose. She looked at the four of them with the particular look of someone who has been deciding for several minutes whether to interrupt. I wanted to say something, she said, before we get there, and I'm surrounded by 150 people I don't know. Come in, Harry said. She came in and sat on the edge of the seat. Thank you, she said, addressing no one specifically and therefore all of them. For last year. I know you don't, I mean, you didn't do anything specifically for me, but watching what you all, Ron told me what happened, and I've been, she stopped, recalibrated, started again. I'm glad to be going. And I'm glad to know people already. We're glad too, Hermione said, with more warmth than Harry usually heard from her in first meetings, which meant she'd made a decision about Ginny as well. She's going to be a Gryffindor, Ron said confidently. Obviously, Ginny said. I'm a Weasley. Could be Slytherin, Fred's voice said from the corridor. Could be the one who breaks the streak. I will end you, Ginny said, without heat. There she is, George's voice said. The natural talent. Harry listened to this and thought about families, the architecture of them, the specific warmth and friction of people who'd been in each other's way their whole lives and loved each other entirely because of it rather than despite it. The great hall at the start of your feast had the quality of a room that had been waiting for them. Harry walked in and felt the castle's ambient field settle around him like something recognizing itself, and took his seat at the Gryffindor table with the ease of someone returning to a place that had kept their spot. Ginny was sorted third in the Gryffindor run, the hat barely touched her head, and she walked to the table with her chin up and sat down across from Harry and Ron with an expression of pure, concentrated joy that she wasn't trying to hide. I knew it, Ron said. You'd better have, she said. Dumbledore's start-of-year remarks included a welcome for new students, various announcements about the Forbidden Forest and Mr. Filch's extended list of prohibited items, and then, with the particular quality of a man building towards something, this year, we welcome a new professor of defense against the dark arts. A pause. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart stood. He was wearing robes of a blue that was extremely confident about its own excellence. He smiled at the hall with the smile that had won 5 awards. The hall, especially a significant portion of the female population, responded with appreciable enthusiasm. Hermione, at Harry's left, had her hands folded on the table with the precise stillness of someone exercising self-control. Hermione, Harry said, very quietly. I know, she said, equally quietly. You can still appreciate the books as stories, he said. Even if, I know, she said. I'm working on it. How's that going? Poorly, she admitted. I feel betrayed by my own previous enthusiasm and it's very irritating. Harry smiled. He looked at Lockhart, who had sat down now and was receiving compliments from Professor Sprout with the ease of someone for whom compliments were the ambient temperature of all social interaction, and thought that a fraudulent defense teacher in a year when there was actual darkness moving in the school's foundations was a specific category of problem. Not insurmountable. Just requiring a workaround. He would, he decided, have to do something about the actual defense education. Lockhart's first class was, from a pedagogical standpoint, a disaster. Harry sat in the middle of the room and watched it happen with the patient attention of a scientist observing a controlled failure. The lesson opened with a quiz, 20 questions, all about Gilderoy Lockhart. His favorite color, lilac. The date of his first publication. His greatest achievement, his most impressive creature encounter, his preferred method of hair care. Harry filled in the portions of the quiz that were answerable from the books he'd been required to buy and left the rest blank, which covered approximately 12 questions. Lockhart collected the quizzes and said, with enormous satisfaction, that he could see they had a lot to learn, and then released a crate of Cornish pixies. Harry looked at the pixies for about 2 seconds. They were small and electrical blue and moving at the speed of barely contained chaos, and within 30 seconds they had his classmates' possessions in the air, 2 students hanging from the light fixtures, and Neville's bag disassembled into its component parts across 4 different locations in the room. Lockhart cast his counterjinx with the confidence of a man performing for an audience, and it did absolutely nothing, and the pixies registered this by immediately stealing his wand. Harry said, very quietly, immobilis, wandlessly and without incantation, and the pixies froze. All of them. Every single one, mid-motion, mid-theft, mid-destruction, hanging in the air in a tableau of interrupted chaos. The room went very quiet. Harry got up and started putting them back in the crate methodically, collecting the suspended pixies from the air, unhooking his classmates from the light fixtures, recovering Lockhart's wand from the pixie that was still technically holding it mid-flight. He handed the wand back to Lockhart. Lockhart took it. He looked at Harry with the expression he'd had in Flourish and Blots, the recalibration, the loading of the prepared response, and said, with recovered smoothness, "Excellent work, Harry." "I was just about to." "No, you weren't," Harry said, pleasantly. The class was very still. Lockhart smiled. "Modest, as ever." "I'm genuinely not being modest," Harry said. "The freezing charm works on pixies because they're primarily emotionally driven in their chaos pattern, interrupt the emotional driver and the behavior stops. Your counter-jinx was aimed at the magical energy rather than the behavioral root. It's a common theoretical error." He met Lockhart's eyes without anything hostile in it, just the straightforward quality of someone delivering accurate information. "You're welcome to teach the class that distinction, if you like. It's a useful one." Lockhart looked at him. The smile was still there, it was always there, bless it, but behind the smile was a man doing extremely fast mental arithmetic. "Quite right," Lockhart said. 20 points to Gryffindor. He gave the class a reading assignment for next week and dismissed them 5 minutes early. In the corridor, Ron said, "You can't keep doing that." "Doing what?" "Making teachers feel incompetent by being helpful." "I wasn't trying to make him feel incompetent," Harry said. "I know," Ron said. "That's what makes it devastating." Hermione was quiet, which meant she was thinking. "Then, he's going to either hate you or overcompensate by assigning you increasingly complex tasks to try to catch you out." "Probably both," Neville said. "In sequence." "The actual problem," Harry said, "is that we need real defense education and he's not going to provide it. So we need to provide it ourselves." "What does that mean specifically?" Hermione said. "It means we practice," Harry said. "Properly. Together." He paused. "The 4 of us, plus Ginny if she wants, she's already ahead of most second years in practical work. We find a space and we run proper sessions. Like a study group," Ron said. "Like a defense cohort," Harry said. "That's a study group," Ron said. "A cooler study group," Hermione said, with the very slight smile she deployed when she was being funny and enjoying it. "Yes," Harry said. "Exactly that." The first petrification happened on a Thursday in October. Harry found out about it the way most of the school found out, the spreading word through corridors method that Hogwarts used in the absence of official communication. The victim was Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, and the site was a second-floor girls' bathroom, and there was writing on the wall in what turned out to be rooster blood, which Harry had catalogued as significant before the day was over. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." He stood in front of the writing. By the time he got there, most of the school had already seen it, and there was a crowd, and Filch was devastated in the specific undone way of someone who has lost a beloved companion, and Dumbledore was present and was doing something with his wand near the wall that Harry recognized as an energy signature analysis, and read the words twice. Enemies of the air. He thought about heirs. He thought about what it meant to be an heir of Slytherin. He thought about Tom Riddle, who had walked these corridors 50 years ago, who had been a Parselmouth, who had opened the chamber before and concealed what he'd done. He thought about the diary. He was still thinking about the diary, still hadn't worked out why, exactly, the instinct kept returning to that specific vessel, when Hermione appeared at his elbow and said, very quietly, "The writing matches the handwriting style documented in Hogwarts historical records from 50 years ago." Harry turned to look at her. "Which records?" "The disciplinary records from 1943. There was an incident, a student died." "Myrtle." "The records describe the event and there's a sample of the perpetrator's handwriting in the adjudicating file." She met his eyes. "The handwriting is similar. I'm not saying identical, the sample is small, but similar." "Tom Riddle," Harry said. She nodded. Someone's trying to do what he did, Harry said. Or someone's using something he left behind to do what he did. Or both, Hermione said. Or both, Harry agreed. He looked at the writing on the wall. Myrtle, he said. The student who died. Is she a ghost? Hermione said. She haunts the second-floor girls' bathroom. She's been there for 50 years. A pause. Nobody talks to her much. I think she's lonely. Harry filed this. We should talk to her. Obviously, Hermione said, with the efficiency of someone for whom talking to a 50-year-old lonely ghost in a bathroom was simply a logical research step. The dueling club was Lockhart's idea, which meant it was at least partly about Lockhart, but it was also a genuinely useful structure, and Harry went with genuine interest and kept both of these things simultaneously in mind, which was how he tried to hold most things. It was held in the Great Hall, the tables moved aside, and the student body was there in force with the particular energy of people who were looking for something active to do with the ambient anxiety that the chamber writing had produced. Lockhart had recruited Snape as his co-demonstrator, which was a choice with visible consequences. Snape's expression throughout the demonstration was the expression of a man who was technically cooperating and spiritually somewhere else. The demonstration duel was instructive in the way that unequal demonstrations always were. Lockhart cast with flourish and energy, Snape cast with economy and precision, and Snape sent Lockhart across the hall with a disarming charm so restrained it was almost polite, and the watching students registered the gap between the two and filed it. Harry was paired with Draco Malfoy. They faced each other across the assigned distance, and Harry assessed him the way he assessed everyone, quickly, fully, without telegraphing the assessment. Malfoy was good. Better than average for a second year, actually. His footwork was correct, his wand grip was proper, his casting was technically clean. He'd had private instruction, which was visible in the polished quality of his technique. And he was watching Harry with the specific attention of someone who had been thinking about this matchup since September. Bow, Lockhart said. They bowed. Go, Lockhart said. Malfoy cast first, Serpensortia, which was not a standard dueling opener. It was a creature conjuration, and it dropped a medium-sized black snake onto the hall floor that rose immediately into striking posture and turned toward Justin Finch-Fletchley, who was nearest. Harry looked at the snake. The snake looked at the crowd with the uncomplicated intention of something that has been dropped in a confusing place and is defaulting to threat assessment. Harry said, quite naturally, don't. They're not prey. Leave them be. The snake stopped. It looked at Harry with the focus snakes used when they were processing something unexpected. You speak, it said. Yes, Harry said. Don't hurt anyone. Stay still. The snake settled. It put its head down with the air of an animal that has been talked out of something reasonable and is making the best of the situation. Harry looked up. The great hall was very quiet. The quality of the quiet was one he'd encountered before, not the comfortable quiet of a room that had nothing to say but the stripped-back quiet of a room that was doing something other than making noise. He looked around and saw the faces of the people looking at him, and read the faces the way he read everything, and what he read was complicated, fear and wonder and something less comfortable than either, the specific human response to something that doesn't fit into existing categories. Lockhart said, weakly, wonderful, wonderful. Snape vanished the snake with a single efficient gesture. He looked at Harry with his dark eyes and his inscrutable expression and said nothing at all, which was its own kind of communication. Malfoy looked at Harry from across the dueling platform. His face had done something interesting, the surface confidence was still there, but underneath it was something that looked like genuine uncertainty, which was, Harry thought, probably the most real expression he'd seen on Malfoy's face. The Serpensortia had been meant to create a threat, and Harry had talked to the threat in front of 200 people, and Malfoy was now recalibrating. Good match, Harry said. Malfoy looked at him for another moment. Yes, he said, which was not what Harry had expected, and then turned away. The hall began its noise again, a rush of it, everyone talking at once, and Harry stood in the center of it and waited for it to resolve. He heard the word Parselmouth moving through the crowd like a ripple through water, heard the specific quality of it, the way it was being processed. Most of the school had never heard Parseltongue outside of theory, didn't know what it sounded like, didn't know what it meant about the person using it. What they knew was what they'd been told, that Salazar Slytherin had been a Parselmouth. That the heir of Slytherin was supposed to be a Parselmouth. That Parselmouth was dark. He knew the connection they were drawing, and he knew it was wrong, and he knew that knowing it was wrong wouldn't change the weight of it landing on him. He felt the weight of it land and stood under it and stayed standing. Harry, Hermione, at his side. "I know," he said. It'll be complicated," he said. "That's fine. Complicated is what we have, so we work with it." She looked at him, that sharp, full attention. "Are you actually all right?" "Hermione," he said. "I talked to a snake in front of the whole school. I have a dead man's magical ability that makes everyone think I'm the heir of Slytherin, which I absolutely am not. My defense teacher is a fraud, there's a monster loose in the school walls, and we haven't found the diary yet." He looked at her steadily. "I'm fine. Let's go find the diary." She stared at him. "The diary," she said. "You keep coming back to, something that can open the chamber needs a reason to open it," he said. "Not just an ability. A reason, an instruction, a will behind it. And whatever Riddle left in the school 50 years ago, if he was arrogant enough to come back from the dead and quarrel, he was arrogant enough to leave behind a contingency." He started walking. "Come on." "Where are we going?" she said, following. "Myrtle's bathroom," he said. "We're going to talk to the ghost." Myrtle was, as Hermione had described, lonely. She was also prickly and self-pitying and quick to take offense and, underneath all of that, deeply interested in having visitors who took her seriously. Harry had been in the bathroom for 90 seconds before he understood this, and another 30 seconds before he acted on it, which was to say he sat down on the edge of one of the sinks and looked at her directly and said, "Myrtle. Can I ask you about the night you died?" Myrtle looked at him. Then she wailed, briefly, and then stopped, and said, with less self-pity than her opening suggested, "No one ever asks properly." "I'm asking properly," Harry said. "I want to know what you saw." What Myrtle had seen, in 1943, was a pair of great yellow eyes looking at her through one of the sinks. "Which sink?" Harry said. She pointed. He went to it. He crouched down and looked at it with the same attention he gave to things he was trying to understand at the level below the surface, and there was a small mark on the side of the basin. Not a crack. A carving. Tiny and deliberate, a serpent, almost invisible unless you were looking for it, and looking for it at exactly this angle. He looked at it for a moment. He said, "Open." In Parseltongue. The sink moved. Slowly, with the weight of 50 years of stillness, the basin rotated aside and revealed what was below it, a pipe, wide enough for a person, that dropped into darkness. Hermione, behind him, was completely still. "I found the entrance," Harry said. "Yes," she said. "Let's not go down it today." "Absolutely not," she said, with the relief of someone who agrees with a sensible decision they hadn't been sure was coming. Harry looked at the open pipe for another moment, memorizing the mechanism, the depth of the drop, the sound of the air coming up from below. Then he said, "Close," and the sink rotated back. He stood up. He looked at Myrtle, who was watching with enormous eyes and an expression of someone who had just seen 50 years of history revisited. "Thank you," he said. "Myrtle. You've been more helpful than anyone else in this school. I mean that." Myrtle went through several emotions at speed. What she landed on was something approaching dignity. "No one else asked," she said. "Their mistake," he said. "We'll come back." He and Hermione walked out of the bathroom and into the corridor, and Hermione said, immediately and rapidly, "We need to tell Dumbledore about the entrance tonight, and we need to look at this from a strategic angle, because knowing where it is and being able to open it doesn't mean going in is the right move, and there's still the question of the diary." "Yes," Harry said, "to all of this." "But Harry," she stopped walking. You found it. You actually found it. He more actions right the next chapter now. Chapter 9, The Heir. He found the diary on a Thursday, in the last week of November, in the way that things you've been looking for appear when you've stopped anticipating and started paying attention to everything equally. It was in the girls' bathroom. Not Myrtle's bathroom, a different one, on the 3rd floor, which had been closed since the first petrification and which Harry walked past every morning on the way to Charms and which he'd taken to registering with the same background attention he gave to everything in the school that might be significant. That Thursday morning, the door was slightly open, and inside the slightly open door was a flooded floor, and inside the flooded floor, wedged against the base of a sink, was a small black diary. He stopped. He looked at it for a moment, the careful, full attention look, the one below the surface. It was unremarkable as a physical object, black cover, no title, sodden with water from the flood, the kind of ordinary blank diary that anyone might have. The name T.M. Riddle was embossed on the inside cover, which he found when he crouched and turned it over without picking it up. What he felt when he was close to it was the thing that confirmed what he'd been turning over for months. Not a sound, not a sight, a quality, like the transmuted copper disc in the ministry assessment, like the energy signature below the surface of a thing that was pretending to be simpler than it was. An attention. The diary had an attention to it, the way a room with a person in it has a different quality than an empty room. He sat back on his heels and looked at it. Tom Riddle had been 16 or 17 when he'd last walked these corridors. He'd been, by every account, brilliant, extraordinary, Dumbledore had said carefully, once, in the way he said things when the honest word was also a dangerous one. He'd had charm and capability and the particular intelligence that found systems and learned to move within them faster than the systems expected. And he'd been, under all of it, something that had chosen, by choice and by degree, to become what it became. The diary was a piece of him. A living piece, Harry was almost certain of that. Not a ghost, not a memory, but an active intelligence preserved in the same way that Quirrell had hosted an active intelligence, except that this one had been patient enough to wait 50 years inside a book. He was not going to touch it with his hands. He transfigured a piece of the doorframe into a pair of tongs, neat, contained, no residual, and used them to lift the diary and put it carefully into the empty bag he'd had slung over one shoulder. He sealed the bag with 3 layered wards, the kind that would prevent any emanation from the object within from reaching outward. Then he stood up and went to find Dumbledore. Dumbledore was in his office, which he usually was at this hour, and he looked at the bag Harry set on the desk with the careful attention of someone who was already ahead of the explanation. "A diary," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "T.M. Riddle. It has an active energy signature. Not residual, active. Something's in it." He paused. "Something that can write back, I think. When you write in it." "You haven't written in it," Dumbledore said. "No." "Good." Dumbledore looked at the sealed bag without moving to touch it. The firelight played across his face and for a moment he looked old in a way that wasn't his usual age. Not the age of accumulated years but the age of something specifically and personally difficult. "Where did you find it?" "3rd floor bathroom." "Flooded floor, wedged against the base of a sink." Harry paused. "Someone put it there, or someone dropped it. The flooding might have been an attempt to destroy it, the diary's been completely submerged, from the look of it. But it's not damaged. Nothing that runs on the kind of power I'm feeling in that object is going to be destroyed by water." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "Your instinct about a vessel," he said. "You've been thinking about this since summer." "Since I read the theoretical framework on disembodied states," Harry said. "The fragment in Quirrell, that was one instance. Nicolas said the act could be performed more than once. If Riddle was arrogant enough, he was," Dumbledore said. "Yes." He looked at the bag. "This is the most dangerous object currently in this castle, Harry. More dangerous than anything in the 3rd floor corridor last year, because what's in that corridor is a creature. What's in that bag is a person, or a version of one, and persons are always more dangerous than creatures. I know, Harry said. What do you want to do with it? Harry looked at him. The question was deliberate, a choice being offered rather than a decision being imposed, and he took a moment with it. I want to understand it, he said. Before we destroy it. What it is, how it works, whether destroying it has consequences for, he stopped. For anything else. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. For Voldemort, he said. If the diary is a piece of him, Harry said carefully, and there might be other pieces, destroying one might affect the others. Or it might not. I'd rather know before we act. He held Dumbledore's gaze. Nicolas can help with the theory. He's been working on the disembodied state framework since last year. I'd appreciate his input, Dumbledore said. Sincerely. I'll write today. Dumbledore nodded. He looked at the bag once more. Leave it here, he said. The wards on my office are sufficient. And Harry, he paused. The fact that you found this before anyone else was, writing in it is, very important, Harry said. Yes. He understood what Dumbledore was not quite saying, that someone had had the diary, and had tried to use it or had been used by it, and the fact that it had ended up flooded in a bathroom suggested that someone had tried to get rid of it. And the fact that the petrifications had started this year, right around the time the diary turned up, the two things were connected, and the connection ran through a person who was currently in the school. He understood this and said nothing about it because he wasn't sure yet, and being unsure was a reason to be precise rather than a reason to fill the gap with a wrong answer. He went back to his morning. The defense cohort had been meeting twice a week in a disused classroom on the 6th floor that Harry had found by the simple method of trying every door and identifying which ones had rooms behind them that were large enough, empty enough, and sufficiently distant from everything else to be useful. The current membership was him and Hermione and Ron and Neville and Ginny, and it had been 4 of those 5 from the beginning, with Ginny joining at Harry's specific invitation after he'd watched her shield charm in the Burrow Garden and formed a view. Ginny had arrived to the first session with the contained, forward-leaning energy of someone who'd been practicing alone for years and was now being given an audience, which was not the same as a show. She wasn't performing, she was finally working at the correct scale. She'd also arrived with the specific quality of attention that Harry had noticed across the Weasley family dinner table, which was that she saw the whole room at once, which was a different skill from Ron's chessboard vision but related. She's better than me at shield work, Neville had said to Harry after that first session, with simple admiration rather than competitive injury. She's better than most third years at shield work, Harry had said. Don't tell her yet. Let her find it herself. The sessions covered what Lockhart's classes didn't, which was everything. Harry taught from principle rather than from curriculum. He'd been taught this way his whole life and knew no other method, which meant they started with why charms worked before they practiced how, which was slower initially and then, once the framework was in place, dramatically faster. Hermione had taken to organizing the theoretical components with the systematic precision of someone who'd found her ideal environment and was furnishing it. Ron assessed tactics with the chess player's instinct for the board as a whole. That particular Thursday evening, after finding the diary, Harry arrived at the 6th floor classroom later than the others and found them mid-practice, Ron and Ginny in a free-form defensive exchange that was, he noted with quiet satisfaction, both of them working hard, and Neville and Hermione on the far side running through a non-verbal casting sequence that Hermione had written up and distributed last week. Sorry, he said. I had something to deal with. The thing you've been looking for. Hermione said, without stopping her work. Yes, he said. Found it. She stopped. They all stopped. The room had the particular stillness of people who know how to be still when something important is being said. He told them. Not everything, not the energy signature analysis, not all of the theoretical framework, not the full conversation with Dumbledore. But the core of it, the diary, where he'd found it, what he thought it was, the fact that it was now with Dumbledore and warded. Someone had it before today, Ron said. Yes, Harry said. Who? I don't know yet. I have a thought, but I want more before I say it. Ron looked at him steadily, the way he looked at chessboards when something wasn't adding up, that particular focused quiet. "It's not one of us," he said. "Not a question." "No," Harry said. "Of course not." The room settled. Ginny, by the window, had gone quiet in a way that was different from Ginny's usual quiets. Harry noted it with the same precision with which he noted everything, filed it, kept it, didn't push yet. "All right," he said. "Back to work. Ron and Ginny, you were in the middle of something and it looked excellent, keep going. Hermione, the nonverbal sequence, I want to add a variation that accounts for moving targets." "I've been thinking about that," Hermione said immediately. "I know," Harry said. "Show me." He wrote to Nicholas that night. The letter was long and precise, and he laid out the theoretical framework he'd been building and the specific questions it raised. What happened to the other pieces, if there were other pieces, when one was destroyed? Whether the destruction needed to be total or whether partial damage changed the whole. What the mechanism of the anchor actually was. Nicholas's reply came in 48 hours, which meant Nicholas had written back immediately, which meant the questions were as interesting as Harry had thought. The theoretical framework is this: if a consciousness is divided and distributed across multiple vessels, then the vessels are connected at a level below ordinary magical interaction. The connection is fundamental, it has to be, because what you're describing is an act of self-division, which is against every principle of natural magical law. To accomplish it, the person doing it has to create a binding between the pieces that keeps them individually coherent. Which means that the pieces know about each other. Not in any communicative sense, but each piece carries the structure of the whole, the way a fragment of a hologram carries the image of the entire hologram, though with less resolution. Destroying a piece damages the resolution of the whole. It does not necessarily destroy the whole. The critical question is, how many pieces? The act becomes more costly with each repetition. The magical and, I want to be careful with this word, but I'll use it, the moral cost compounds. There is a theoretical limit. Finding that limit requires knowing the initial state, which we don't have. What you found is important, Harry. Be careful with it. Not because it can harm you at a distance, it can't, ward it as you describe, but because what's inside that diary is not the Tom Riddle who became Voldemort. It's the Tom Riddle who decided to become Voldemort. That decision, and the intelligence that made it, will be very good at finding vulnerabilities and very patient about exploiting them. We're coming for Christmas. Perenelle says she's not hovering, which she is. I am also hovering, but I'm more honest about it. With love, Nicholas. Harry read this twice. He put it in his inside pocket. He lay back on his bed in the dormitory and looked at the ceiling and thought about a 17-year-old boy who had decided, deliberately and with full intelligence, to divide himself. He thought about what you had to not believe about yourself to be capable of that. What you had to believe, instead, that you were not a finite thing, that your value was not in your humanness, that the self was a resource to be exploited rather than a thing to be lived in. He thought about the mirror, and what it had shown him. He thought about his parents' faces. He thought that whatever the diary contained, however clever and patient and real it was a piece of someone who had chosen to be less than human in the pursuit of being more than mortal. And he had been raised by people who had been alive for 6 centuries and who were still, entirely and completely, themselves. He thought this was a significant difference. Hermione was petrified on the 4th of December. He found out in the morning, before breakfast, when Madame Pomfrey's voice was audible from the hospital wing as he passed, and the quality of it, controlled but sharp, the voice of someone dealing with something urgent, made him stop. He pushed the door open. He saw Hermione. She was on her back on one of the beds, her eyes open and unseeing, her body rigid in the precise way of the petrification curse. Her hand was clenched around a piece of parchment, not an ordinary grip, a death grip, the grip of someone who'd been holding something important and had frozen mid-holding. Harry looked at her for 5 full seconds. Then he walked in, and he said to Madame Pomfrey, "How long ago?" "She was found an hour ago," Madame Pomfrey said. Mr. Filch, he was doing his morning rounds. Which corridor? Second floor, near the library entrance. Harry looked at Hermione's clenched hand. Is it, can I take what she's holding? Without hurting her? Madame Pomfrey looked at him. She was a practical woman, and she made decisions at practical speed. Carefully, she said. The petrification locks the muscles in their current state. You can move the hand if you're slow about it. He was very slow about it. He worked the parchment free from Hermione's fingers with the same precision he used for delicate transmutation work, fiber by fiber, and eventually the parchment came free. He unfolded it. Hermione had been in the library. She'd been researching, of course she'd been researching, and she'd found something, and whatever she'd found had found her first. The parchment was a page torn from a library book, and across the top she'd written in her neat handwriting, Basilisk, King of Serpents, direct eye contact kills, reflection kills imperfectly, petrification. Hearing the voice kills, hearing through walls or around corners, petrification. Spiders flee from it. Pipes. Plumbing. It travels through the pipes. He read it twice. He stood in the hospital wing with the parchment in his hand and looked at Hermione, rigid and open-eyed on the hospital bed, and felt several things at once, the cold focused anger that came with things happening to people he loved, and the click of understanding, the pieces fitting together into something complete. The basilisk. The creature in the chamber. Salazar Slytherin's monster, which was not a metaphor but a specific species, the king of serpents, which was exactly the kind of creature that a Parselmouth would keep and that he, specifically, could speak to. That was why Myrtle had died and not been petrified, she'd had direct eye contact. Every other victim had seen the basilisk's reflection, or heard it through a wall, or through the pipes, which was how it was moving through the school without being seen, because the pipes ran everywhere, under the floors and behind the walls, from the chamber all the way up. And it was being directed. The diary was being used to direct it, which meant whoever had been writing in the diary had also, through the diary, been communicating with Riddle's preserved intelligence and had been directed by that intelligence, following instructions that felt like friendship or guidance or understanding until they felt like nothing at all because the person following them had been hollowed out. He looked at Hermione. I'm going to get you out of this, he said. His voice was steady. He meant every word. The mandrakes will be mature by spring and Sprout's been working toward that, and there's nothing wrong with you that isn't fixable. You found what we needed. Now let us use it. He turned and walked out of the hospital wing and went directly to find Ron. Ron was at breakfast, which was where Harry had expected him to be, and the moment Ron saw Harry's face he stood up. That was the thing about Ron, he didn't need the words first. He read the situation and he moved. Hermione, Harry said. Ron said nothing. His jaw set. She's all right, Harry said quickly. Petrified, not, she's all right. And she found it, Ron. She worked it out before, he set the parchment on the table. Ron read it. His face went through several things. Basilisk, he said. Yes. In the pipes. Yes. Which means, Ron looked at the parchment again. It's been right there the whole time. The pipes run everywhere. We've been walking over it every day. Yes, Harry said. The diary, Ron said. The diary was directing it. Someone was using it, someone wrote in it, talked to whatever Riddle left in there, and Riddle used them to direct the basilisk. Harry paused. I need to work out who. Ron was very still. Ginny, he said. Harry looked at him. She's been, since the start of term. Ron's voice was careful, precise, the voice of someone being accurate because accuracy was what the situation needed. Quiet in a way she's not normally. Mum thinks it's first-year jitters. But Ginny isn't, jitters isn't how she works. She goes toward things, not away. She's been going away. He met Harry's eyes. She had an old diary that she said was a birthday present from someone who didn't sign the card. She was writing in it. I teased her about it. She was protective of it. Harry held his gaze. She's not bad, Ron said. She's not, no, Harry said. She's not. She's 11 years old, and something extremely old and very clever got into her diary and spent 4 months making her trust it more than she trusts herself. He held Ron's eyes. That's not her fault. Ron's jaw worked. Where is she now? I don't know. That's the problem. Harry stood. I need to find her. And I need Dumbledore. And I need the timing to be right, because if whatever's in the diary knows we're close, he'll push the confrontation, Ron said. Before you're ready. Before she's recoverable. Yes. Then we need to know where she is before we talk to Dumbledore. Yes. They looked at each other across the breakfast table, two 12-year-olds with a problem that required moving faster than a system that was slower than the emergency. She wasn't at breakfast, Ron said. Mum's going to, he stopped. I'll find her. She talks to me more than she'll admit. He was already moving. You find Dumbledore. We meet at the hospital wing in 20 minutes. Ron, Harry said. Ron stopped. She's going to be all right, Harry said. Ron looked at him with the look he had when he was deciding whether to trust something. He trusted it. He nodded once and went. Harry went to find Dumbledore. He found him in the corridor outside the hospital wing. Someone had sent word ahead, because Dumbledore was moving with purpose rather than standing still with gravity, and he looked at Harry when Harry appeared and said, immediately, Granger. Yes, Harry said. I have her notes. She found the species, how it travels, why the petrifications instead of, tell me while we walk. Harry told him, keeping pace, laying it out in the same order he'd assembled it, the basilisk, the pipes, the diary, the connection between the two. Dumbledore listened without interrupting and with the quality of a man for whom listening was an active practice and not a pause between speaking. The diary, Dumbledore said, when Harry finished. Riddle used it to direct whoever was writing in it, Harry said. Through the diary he could guide the basilisk without being physically present. Without needing a host like Quirrell. More elegant, honestly. And the person writing in it, Dumbledore said. I have a theory, Harry said carefully. I want to be sure before who, Harry? Harry met his eyes. Ginny Weasley. Dumbledore was quiet for 2 steps. I believe you, he said. Not quickly, with the weight of someone who had assessed and concluded. And she's not in her dormitory. McGonagall checked. Ron's looking, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. Tell me the rest of what you're thinking. If Riddle knows we're close, Harry said, he'll try to finish it. The chamber, he'll try to make Ginny open the chamber and go down, and once she's down there, what's left of her own consciousness is, he stopped. The more she gives to him, the less of herself remains. He's been draining her all term. He needs a body, and she's the one whose mind he's made space in. He paused. He thinks he can come back. He thinks if he takes enough from her, he can live in what's left. Dumbledore was very still. He's wrong, Harry said. He was a memory at 17. He doesn't have enough left to fully possess anyone. But he has enough to damage someone catastrophically in the attempt. He held Dumbledore's gaze. We can't let it get to that point. No, Dumbledore said. We cannot. They reached the hospital wing. Ron was there, outside the door, and his face told Harry everything before he spoke. She's gone, Ron said. Her things are in her dormitory. Her bag is gone. One of the other first-year girls said she left in the middle of the night, said she had to deal with something. He looked at Harry. She left a note. He held it out. Harry took it. Ginny's handwriting, normally quick and confident, this was cramped, the writing of someone fighting the hand that was writing. "I'm sorry. I have to fix it. I made it happen. I have to fix it myself. Don't come after me." He folded the note. He looked at Ron. Ron's face was doing the thing it did in chess when the position was bad and he was working out the only path through. "She went to the bathroom," Harry said. "She knows the entrance." He was already moving. "She must have found it, she must have seen us the night she followed us," Ron said. "One night." "I didn't," he closed his eyes briefly. "She said she was going to the bathroom. I thought it was a coincidence." "It wasn't her fault," Harry said, already walking. "She would have been half-riddled by then and not fully in control of where she was going or why." He was moving faster. "Dumbledore, I'll follow," Dumbledore said. "Go." The third-floor bathroom was empty. The sink was open. Harry stood at the edge and looked down and said, "How far?" "To the dark below." The dark said nothing, because the dark was not a snake. He said it in English the second time, to himself, and calculated from the sound of the pipe's depth and the air quality rising out of it. "Far," he said. "We need to jump." Ron was beside him. Ron looked at the open pipe with the expression of someone who has made a decision and is waiting on the execution. "Together?" "Together," Harry said. They jumped. The drop was long and fast and the pipe was smooth and cold, and then the bottom came up and they landed in a heap on something soft and damp, years of accumulated debris, leaves and dirt and time, and both came up immediately, because there was no time to be shaken. They were in a tunnel. The tunnel was stone and very old and very large, the ceiling high enough to be invisible, and it went in one direction, forward. Bones of small animals on the floor. The smell of cold stone and something older and damper. And ahead, through the dark, a light that was not natural. Harry conjured a small illumination, wandless, clean, and they moved. The tunnel was long. Long enough to be well below the castle, below the lake even, deep in the bedrock that Hogwarts had been built on. The stone became smoother as they went deeper, carved rather than rough, the kind of stonework that came from a deliberate hand rather than natural formation. Snake motifs in the walls, stylized, repeating, the same motif as the mark on the sink. A giant shed snakeskin. Harry stopped. He and Ron looked at it together. It was enormous, 30, 40 feet, maybe more, and recently shed from the size of the scales. "Right," Ron said. He said it the way he'd said "I'll take black" on the chessboard, factual, decided, not interested in discussing alternatives. "The basilisk's eyes," Harry said. "I know. If you see it at all, not the reflection, the actual, I know, Harry." "Ron." "I know." Ron looked at him. "You're the one who can talk to it. I'm the one who's going to close my eyes and swing. It's a reasonable division of labor." He paused. "Also, if you die I'm going to be absolutely furious, so don't." "Noted," Harry said. They went through the snakeskin. They went through 2 more sets of enormous stone doors, carved serpents, opened by Parseltongue, and then they were in the Chamber of Secrets. It was massive. The ceiling was invisible in the dark above and the floor was flooded with a shallow layer of water that caught the cold light and made it flicker like something alive. Pillars ran the length of the space, carved with serpents that wound from floor to ceiling and seemed, in the uncertain light, to move. At the far end, a great stone face, Salazar Slytherin's face, severe and sharp-featured and smug with 600 years of waiting. Ginny was on the floor at the base of the statue. Harry was moving before he'd finished seeing her, across the flooded floor, water splashing, kneeling beside her. She was pale and cold and her eyes were closed, and he put 2 fingers to her throat and found her pulse, weak, but present, and said her name. "She won't wake," said a voice behind him. He stood and turned. Tom Riddle was leaning against one of the pillars. He was tall for 16, the memory of 16, preserved, dark-haired and handsome and poised with the particular posture of someone who has never felt the need to take up less room than he occupied. He was holding a wand. Ginny's wand. He looked exactly like someone who had decided, early and completely, that he was exceptional, and had organized his entire existence around maintaining that decision. He was also looking at Harry with a quality of attention that was specific and studied, the look of someone who had been waiting for this exact meeting for a very long time. "Harry Potter," Tom Riddle said. "Tom Riddle," Harry said. Something moved in the dark face, surprise, barely there, gone immediately. "You know my name." "I know quite a lot about you," Harry said. "Dumbledore kept records. Nicolas Flamel has been studying the theoretical framework of what you did for a year." He met Riddle's eyes steadily. "And I know what you are. Not who you became, what you are right now. A memory. A preserved fragment. Not a person." Riddle's eyes went very still. "I'm more than that," he said. "You're less than that," Harry said. "You were 17 years old when you put yourself in that diary, and you've been 17 years old ever since, which means you've been getting less rather than more, because 17-year-olds don't stay still and what still goes stale." He kept his voice level, factual, the voice he used for problems he was working through, because that was what this was. "You've been feeding on Ginny Weasley all year and you're still a shadow. That should tell you something." Riddle smiled. It was a very good smile, warm and cold at the same time, which was an impressive technical achievement. "You're not what I expected." "People keep saying that," Harry said. "I'm going to stop being flattered by it from the second half of this conversation. Can we skip there?" Riddle tilted his head. "You know the situation," he said. "She's dying. Her life force is nearly gone. To save her, you need to restore what I've taken, and what I've taken is the only thing that's keeping me." "That's not accurate," Harry said. Riddle stopped. "You can't fully take someone's life force," Harry said. "That's not how consciousness works. What you've taken is her attention, her trust, her self-knowledge. You've filled the space in her with yourself and crowded her out. But she's still there, underneath it. She's not gone." He crouched back down beside Ginny. He put his hand on her arm. "Ginny," he said. Not to the room, to her, specifically, with the specific directness of someone who was not speaking for effect. "I know you can hear me. I know you're very deep down right now and it's hard to come up. But you're still there, and you're not too far to come back. You wrote that note this morning, which means this morning you were still you enough to feel guilt about someone else, and people who are truly lost don't feel guilt about other people. So you're still there." He paused. "Come up." Riddle's voice from behind him was smooth and sharp. "That won't, Tom," Harry said, without looking up. "You're a smart person. I can see why you became what you became, not excuse it, understand it. You were brilliant and lonely and the world was very cruel to you in very specific ways, and you decided that the solution was to become something the world couldn't touch." He kept his hand on Ginny's arm. "But here's the thing you got wrong. Here's the miscalculation." He paused. "You thought being untouchable was the same as being safe. It isn't. Being untouchable is just being alone forever at a greater height." The chamber was very quiet. "You've been alone in that diary for 50 years, Harry said. Waiting. Watching. You're 17 years old and you have all the intelligence you had then and none of the life that comes after 17, and you want that life so badly that you've been stealing it from an 11-year-old girl because she was available and kind and willing to listen." He looked up at Riddle then. "That's not power. That's desperation dressed up as strategy." Tom Riddle's expression had moved through several things very quickly and had settled on something that was not quite anger and not quite recognition, something in the space between them that was genuinely complicated. He was a memory, Harry had said, and he was, but he was also, in this moment, in the silence of the chamber, something more unsettling than a straightforward villain. He was someone who had been, once. "You're going to try to stop me," Riddle said. Yes, Harry said. The basilisk. Riddle raised Ginny's wand slightly. Don't, Harry said. Not a warning, a statement of fact delivered in the same conversational tone he'd used throughout. I'm a Parselmouth. I can talk to the basilisk. And I know what I know about basilisks, which is more than you knew at 17, so before you point that wand, consider whether what you're directing is going to do what you expect when it gets instructions from two directions. Riddle looked at him. The wand did not move. You're bluffing, Riddle said. I'm not a bluffer, Harry said. Ask anyone. It's actually a liability sometimes. A sound in the dark above the pillars, vast, slow, the sound of something very large moving through something very narrow, a terrible musical quality to it, like a chord played on an instrument built for a different scale of listening. Harry said, very quietly, in Parseltongue, don't come out. Stay where you are. The sound continued for a moment, assessing. Then it stopped. Riddle's jaw tightened. You want a body, Harry said. That's the thing underneath all of this. You want to be real again, and Ginny was the path to that. But you can't have Ginny's body, Tom, because Ginny isn't finished with it. She's 11 years old and she has a whole life ahead of her that she's going to live. He stood up from beside Ginny. And you can't take mine, which is what you're calculating right now, because I'm not a frightened child and I'm not going to let you near enough to try. He reached into his robes and found the small container he'd brought, a sealed cylinder, warded with 3 layers, that Nicolas had sent him after his letter in November, with a note that said, for the diary, if the need arises before we arrive. The compound will disrupt the anchoring magic. It requires physical contact with the object. Be careful. Riddle saw the cylinder and moved, fast, the wand coming up, and the spell hit Harry's ward and scattered. Harry was already in motion, not toward Riddle but toward the diary, which was lying on the floor where Ginny must have dropped it. He reached it. He pressed the cylinder against the cover. The reaction was immediate and wrong, a sound that wasn't quite sound, more of a pressure, a quality in the air of something tearing, and ink began flowing from the diary as if something inside it was losing coherence, bleeding out through the pages in rushing black torrents, and Riddle flickered. He was still there, still standing, still holding the wand, but he flickered, like a flame in wind. He looked at Harry with those dark eyes, and in them, in the flicker, was something that was very old and very far from 17, something that had been in the dark a long time. You think this ends it, Riddle said. This ends you, Harry said. The rest of it, he kept the cylinder pressed to the diary. The rest of it is a longer story. But you specifically, right now, yes. This ends you. He'll come back, Riddle said. What you're doing now, he'll know. The others will, I know, Harry said. We'll deal with the others when we get there. Riddle looked at him. The flickering was more frequent now, the coherence of the image breaking down from the edges. He said, very quietly, and the voice was different, not the smooth practiced voice of the performance, something underneath it, something that sounded like 16 and not like the thing 16 had chosen to become. You understand me? Yes, Harry said. But you won't, no, Harry said. Understanding isn't the same as accepting what someone becomes. I know why you became this. That doesn't mean this gets to continue. The flickering intensified. The black ink was slowing, not because the process was stopping but because there was less left to lose. Riddle's image was thinning, the edges losing definition, the face that had been so precisely maintained for 50 years starting to dissolve at the margins like something viewed through heat shimmer. Potter, Riddle said. One word, just the name, and in it something that might have been the question, what would you have done differently, and might have been something else entirely. Harry held his gaze. I don't know, he said, honestly. I think you deserved better than what you got, when you were young. I think the world made you feel like the only way to survive was to stop being survivable by ordinary standards. And I think you chose to go further down that road than anyone else ever had. Those things are all true at the same time. Riddle was barely there, a ghost of an image, less than Myrtle, less than anything. For what it's worth, Harry said, I think somewhere in there was someone who could have been extraordinary in a different way. Tom Riddle dissolved. The chamber was very quiet. The ink had stopped. The diary lay on the floor, its pages blank and its cover intact but with something gone from it, some quality of presence, that had made the air different when it was there. Harry put the cylinder away. He turned. He crossed back to Ginny. She was already stirring, he could see it, the small movements of someone surfacing, her fingers uncurling from their rigid position, the color coming back into her face in slow increments. He crouched beside her and said her name again. Her eyes opened. They were hers. He could tell immediately, the way you could tell a room that had someone in it versus one that didn't, the quality of her eyes was present, aware, specifically Ginny, and the relief of it was large enough that he let himself feel it fully for a moment before putting it in its proper place. Harry, she said. Her voice was rough, barely there. Yes, he said. Is he gone? She looked at the ceiling for a moment. Then, with considerable effort, I'm sorry. Don't, he said. I should have told, Ginny. He waited until she was looking at him. He was designed to be trusted. He was designed by someone who had been manipulating people his whole life, and he had 50 years in that diary to refine his approach. You were 11 years old and you were lonely and nervous about starting school and he was there offering exactly what you needed. That is not your failure. That is a very clever trap. He held her gaze steadily. Do you understand me? Her eyes were wet. I kept telling myself to stop writing in it, she said. I knew something was wrong. But it felt like the only thing that understood me, and every time I decided to stop, I know, he said. That's how it was designed. None of that is on you. She looked at him for a long moment. Then, Ron's going to be so worried. Ron's going to be absolutely frantic, Harry confirmed. He's also going to handle it exactly right, which he usually does with you specifically. Something softened in her face. Then she said, with a returning quality of herself that was very much the girl from the Burrow Garden with the shield charm, can I stand up? Let's try, he said. He helped her up. She was unsteady but standing, and she looked around the chamber with the eyes of someone taking stock, the pillars, the statue, the flooded floor, the place where the ink had spread and dried. It's horrible down here, she said. Yes, he said. Thank you, she said. She stopped. For coming down. Where else would I be, he said, which was not a question. They turned toward the entrance tunnel. Behind them, the face of Salazar Slytherin stared at the ceiling with its 600-year smugness, and the chamber was empty and cold and very old, and above them the castle was full of living people, and the way out was a long climb but it was there. Ron met them at the base of the pipe. He'd found a way to get Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, through the pipe by some method that he explained later and which involved Professor Dumbledore, a shrinking charm, and a decision made at speed that Dumbledore had described as impressively reckless with a warmth that suggested he meant this as a compliment. Fawkes was large and gold and glorious and looked at Ginny with the specific quality of a creature that understood suffering from a long and intimate acquaintance, and the tears that fell from his eyes when Ginny began to cry weren't just tears, they were the specific phoenix tears that carried healing, and by the time they'd risen through the pipe on Fawkes's flight the color in Ginny's face was real and her hands were steady and she was holding her own weight. Ron hugged his sister on the bathroom floor of Myrtle's bathroom without saying anything, which was the correct choice, and Myrtle watched from her trap with an expression of someone who found other people's familial warmth simultaneously annoying and deeply moving. Dumbledore was outside the door. He looked at Harry. He looked at the sealed cylinder in Harry's hand, and at Ginny, and at the state of all of them, and he said, very quietly, the diary. Gone, Harry said. You used Nicholas's compound. Yes. How did it go? Harry thought about the answer. He was smart, he said. The memory of him. He was very smart and very alone and very damaged and very dangerous. He met Dumbledore's eyes. "I think there are more of them." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "How many?" "That," Dumbledore said slowly, "is the question I've been working toward for 20 years, and I don't have a complete answer yet. But I'm closer than I was." He paused. "Your work this year has moved me significantly closer." Harry nodded. He was tired in a way that was below the surface, bone deep, the tiredness of having held a great deal of tension for a long time and having reached the point where the tension had resolved and the body was informing him of the cost. "The basilisk is still in the chamber," he said. "I know," Dumbledore said. "We'll deal with it properly. With the full resources of the Ministry, and with the protection we now know exists, with a Parselmouth to communicate," he looked at Harry. "In a proper operation." "Not today." "Not today," Harry agreed. "Today," Dumbledore said, "I think we should all go up, and Madame Pomfrey should have a look at Miss Weasley, and then I believe there are some Weasley parents who need to be contacted." "They're going to be," Ron started. "They're going to be very relieved," Dumbledore said, and his voice was warm. "Whatever else, they will be very relieved." They went up. Myrtle watched them go with her arms folded, and then said, "To no one in particular, nobody thanks the ghost," and dove back into her U-bend. That night, Harry sat on the edge of his bed in the Gryffindor dormitory and wrote 2 letters. The first was to Nicolas and Perenelle. He told them about the diary, and what he'd learned, and what Riddle had said about the others will know. He told them about Nicholas's compound working exactly as described, and about Ginny, and about the basilisk in the chamber. He told them everything, in the order it happened, because they deserved the complete version and because the act of writing it made it easier to hold. At the end, he wrote, "I've been thinking about something Riddle said. He said, 'You understand me.' And I did, I think. I saw the shape of the choice he made, and why. That feels important. Not because I feel sorry for him in any way that changes what needed to happen, but because understanding the thing you're facing is always better than being afraid of it. You taught me that. Both of you. Thank you." He sealed the letter and looked at it for a moment. The second letter was shorter. It was to Sirius Black, care of Dumbledore, because Dumbledore had told him the process was moving and that communication was now possible through proper channels. He hadn't known what to say, or how to begin, or what you said to a person who was your godfather and who you'd never met, and who had spent 10 years in a prison for something he didn't do, and who had known James and Lily in the way that only their closest people had known them. He wrote, "Dear Sirius, my name is Harry. I know who you are. I know what happened, and I know it wasn't what they said. We're going to get you out. I promise. I have some things I'd like to tell you about, and I think you might have some things to tell me too. I hope this letter finds you as well as possible." Harry. He sealed it. He gave both letters to Mercurio, who was on his perch with the expression of an owl who had had a perfectly ordinary evening and had no opinions about dramatic events in magical underground chambers. Harry lay back. The dormitory was quiet, his roommates asleep, the castle settling into its nighttime self, the specific quality of large old buildings in the dark, all that accumulated history sighing gently. He looked at the ceiling. He thought about Tom Riddle's last look. The flicker in it. The question in it. He thought about Ginny's eyes when they opened and were hers. He thought about Ron on the bathroom floor, holding his sister without saying anything, which had been exactly right. He thought about Hermione, still in the hospital wing, waiting for the Mandrakes. He thought about the others. The other pieces. Dumbledore working toward an answer for 20 years, and Harry moving him closer. The shape of a thing he couldn't yet fully see, but which was there, a structure, a plan, something that Tom Riddle had built into his own survival and which was going to have to be dismantled, piece by piece, and which Harry was beginning to understand was what the rest of his time at Hogwarts was going to be about. He thought about Sirius Black, in a cell, who might be reading a letter from James Potter's son. He thought about Nicolas and Perenelle in Devon, in the kitchen with the Athanor burning and the Ouroboros on the wall. Beginning to end and back to beginning again. He was 12 years old. He'd found a monster in the walls of his school and faced it. He'd helped someone come back from the edge of themselves. He'd looked into the eyes of something that was a version of the worst future available and had not looked away. He was not afraid. He was tired, and not done, and not afraid. He closed his eyes. Sleep came quickly, the way it came to people who have done the thing that needed doing and have let themselves rest in the space after. Outside the dormitory windows, the Scottish sky was very dark and very clear, and the stars were enormous.